Verena respectfully answered and looked at her husband with satisfaction. It was a bit difficult with the household atmosphere being strict and quiet, but it was rare to find a husband of Thrint's caliber. He was faithful, and even though he was stoic, he did not lack anything when it came to taking care of the family. Having a dad like that, even the young children in the house did not cause much headache, so Verena could not be any happier. Thrint said a couple other things to his little wives and the children and finished the meal in satisfaction before starting to speak again. Verena, let's talk a bit after dinner. Verena blushed a little as she nodded her head. That meant that he would be spending the night with her. Once night arrived and he was left alone with Verena, Thrint asked her a question. Do you know why Twommy is acting that way? What? Verena asked back in surprise as Thrint suddenly asked about the third wife. She is frowning all day like someone who has a lot on her mind. I am asking because I feel like something is wrong. Verena was a bit disappointed that her husband was asking about another woman when this was their first time together in a long time, but she decided to be understanding. It was because Twommy was a slightly special woman to Thrint. If it was not for that reason, her husband would have never brought up another woman when he was with her. Did she say something to you? Thrint shook his head at Verena's question. I asked her but she told me it was nothing and that women are sometimes like that. Verena thought for a moment. There were a couple things that came to mind. Please only stay with her for a while. I will tell Pona, second wife, so that she will have no complaints as well. As Thrint made a confused expression, Verena pulled her husband's hand to sit him down before starting to speak. She is thinking about Trickwell Nim right now. Trickwell Nim was a very romantic person, so he is not someone a woman can easily forget. Verena cautiously looked toward Thrint as she said that. Of course you are an amazing man as well, but this is a different aspect. Please do not get the wrong idea. Trickwell was a manly man. I will not get the wrong idea. But is that really the reason? In addition, she does not have a child. Honestly speaking, you are not someone who shows much love, and you are also busier than other warriors, so she is feeling down because she has not felt any love. Thrint nodded his head at Verena's words and started to speak in a mumble. Is that so? I heard something from Yulian Nim's first wife not too long ago. Yulian Nim was worried about that as well but did not know what to do, so he had come to her for advice. Thrint let out a long sigh. Twommy was the dead Trickwell's fourth wife. After agreeing that the wives and children of the dead Red Storm members needed to be taken care of by the rest of them, the Red Storm warriors each went and brought a wife and children of their dead comrades to be a part of their family. Twommy was the one Thrint had brought over. No matter how much help they get from the side, it was difficult for a woman to raise a child on their own. That was why the families of their dead comrades all followed the Red Storm warriors, and the Red Storm warriors felt like they had done the right thing. There was a positive factor that if they somehow ended up dying, they could be at peace knowing their comrades would take care of their remaining wives and children. But the titles of husband and father were in front of the title of warrior. That was because a warrior existed to protect the family and the tribe. Thrint had thought about a lot of things, but longing was not something you could forcefully get rid of. That was why he could only ask Verena for help. It would be good if you could take good care of Twommy. If there is something for me to do, please let me know. Do not worry. I will make sure to not cause you to worry. Thank you, Verena. Thrint hugged her and started to caress her back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 125. Book 4 to 2.2. Grace, isn't it amazing? Yulian slowly pointed forward with his sword as he asked Grace. The place his sword was pointing toward was the storm castle that was being built at Runa's strong urging. It was only in the beginning stages, but they had already finished constructing the base to build the castle on, and the boulders to be used as headstones were laying around the base. The fact that once the castle walls and the pillars start to go up it will become an enormous castle automatically entered your head when you saw the size of the base. How long did you say the construction was going to last? Until it gets to a basic level, 5 years. To finish the complete castle following the blueprint after that will take another 5 years, so a total of 10 years was what they said. He really is an amazing person. I didn't expect him to push for this so passionately. Grace looked around in awe as she started to speak to Yulian. Truthfully speaking, this construction had a lot of opposition from the chiefs and the heads of the tribe. It was because a castle did not make sense in the desert and had no use. Yulian felt the same way as well, but he still strongly advocated for Runa's idea. They wouldn't need it if they only planned on staying in the desert. However, in order to achieve the basic goal of contending against the continent, a castle was a necessary item. The fortification of a castle and development of infantry was common in the continent, but in the desert, that was not the case. Runa emphasized that doing something fresh like this would be better for the tribe than defending the oasis. In the aspect of aiming for the continent, a castle was definitely needed to provide rest and rations for a lot of warriors. Yulian agreed with that statement, and eventually, the chiefs started to agree one by one to get the construction started. He is similar to you in regards to getting the things he starts to the end. As Grace brought up the similarities between Yulian and Runa, Yulian happily answered. If a genius like that had been born in Paria instead, we could have shortened the time for all of this by a few years more. Pai, don't be so greedy. If we are being honest, if Runanim was born in our Paria and pushed for such a thing, how many people would have recognized his abilities? It was because he was the enemy and you knew of his abilities that you have so much faith in him, wasn't it? Yulian shook his head. To be honest, it was not because of his abilities at first. Then? Grace opened her eyes widely at the unexpected answer and asked. I felt chills the first time I saw him. A thrilling feeling. I felt something like that. His boldness to not even blink when I was in front of him, the willingness to make bold decisions for the greatest warrior he served. All of those things left quite a shock on me. I was the same way when I first met you. Ha ha ha. After hearing what Grace had to say, Yulian lifted Grace high up into the sky and sat her on his shoulder as he secured her by holding onto her legs. Please let me down. What if someone sees this? As Grace tickled Yulian's hands and asked, Yulian just laughed out loudly without any intentions of letting her down. Who will say anything about a husband hugging his big wife? 1. I know that you are tired from taking care of the oasis and dealing with the issues of the people. I am always thankful to you. Darling. Grace cautiously caressed Yulian's face while she continued to sit on his shoulders. And then came the thought in her mind. I guess I should tell him now. What are you thinking so deeply about? He used the other hand that was not holding Grace up and patted Grace's leg to get her attention as he asked. Honey. Go ahead. That, you see. Why are you beating around the bush so much? This isn't like you. They told me they call you the Iron Woman. I've also heard people say you are the true ruler of Paria. Yulian smiled to show that he was proud of his wife as he lightly pinched Grace's cheeks. So, honey, don't you think you need to get a second wife? Yulian stopped moving side to side as he looked toward Grace. Didn't we decide not to talk about that? We are still young. I have no plans of taking in a second wife until we have our first child together. Sigh. Grace let out a small sigh. It would make more sense for her to like her husband to say something like this. But that was just a dream and not the mentality that the first wife of Paria's Glow, the mother of Paria, should have. Pair was there, but it did not matter for the successor. They needed someone who had the Glow's blood flowing inside of them. This was especially important because Yulian was a special type of Glow who stood as the vanguard during war. This was something that she needed to convince him to accept as the wife. Honey. If you are planning to keep talking about that, stop. Yulian sternly answered as he turned his head away. He could feel Grace shaking through his shoulder. His shoulder was starting to get wet. Grace had lowered her head and started to cry. Why are you crying? Yulian's heart was breaking seeing her crying like that. That was why he could only oppose taking in a second wife even harder. It was because although Grace was strong, she was also weak. My wife, who, at the young age of 20, had to take on the heavy burden of being the mother of Paria. Don't cry. Yulian let her down and hugged her as he started to pat her back. She just quietly cried in his arms. Do not feel pressured. This is what my master said. This type of issue is the will of heaven. Neither you nor I have any problems, so the fact that we still do not have a child is the will of heaven. Do not get anxious. Sob. Grace finally let out a noise as she continued to cry. She then pushed Yulian away as she started to speak. What do you know? The other people. I'm sure the other people are pointing their fingers at me. I am the first wife of none other than the hope of Paria, the glow of Paria. I am the mother of Paria. Grace continued to speak in a teary voice. Yulian even felt like everything he thought he was doing because he knew Grace and thought he was doing for Grace might have been wrong. Do you know how many people are waiting for the Glow's bloodline to continue? Pernim and Orkanim already have kids. But why me, just why not me? Grace. Yulian called her name but did not know what to say. All he could do was call her name out and hug her. If you do not have any girls you like, I will bring one. Do not say anything about it. This is an important problem where my opinion as the mother of Pariah is more important than yours as the glow. Grace, who had stopped crying at some point, urged Yulian once more in an emotionless, stoic voice. Yulian still did not know what to say to her. Underscore 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 1. The term for the first wife. The rest of the wives are the little wives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 126. Book 4 to 2.3. Runa was very busy. He needed to check on the progress of the castle construction and also needed to check the catalog of items being traded in the desert. At the same time, he had to take part in the large-scale training with Yulian to increase the success rate of the strategies he created. With Runa spending over 16 of the 24 hours in a day working, the sweet honeymoon phase of a newlywed was getting further and further away from him. Even now, Runa was putting all of his attention on the matter of the large caravan that will be coming through. Yulian, who had approached while Runa was deep in thought, started to talk to Runa. Aren't you going to get kicked out by your wife if you keep doing this? Runa smiled bitterly at Yulian's joke. Maybe it was because she was hand-picked by Grace, but his wife was a very understanding woman. Although it was true that he was sorry, there was no way for him to spend more than 8 hours a day with her right now. Do not push yourself too hard. It is for Pariah, however, you should not think about sacrificing yourself for the good of others. The happiness of the tribe is everyone's responsibility together. Although he said that, Yulian knew many aspects of the tribe would struggle if Runa took a break right now. However, he still said that because he was feeling bad for Runa. Glow, you and Redstorm are conducting many overnight training sessions as well. As Runa was implying that it was not just himself but also Yulian and the rest of the Red Storm members who were not spending that much time with their family, Yulian laughed out loudly before answering. Ha ha, but we are not newlyweds. Plus, we are doing it to survive. I am working to help Pariah survive as well. Runa's face changed colors as he answered and Yulian recognized that he had made a mistake and made an apologetic expression. I made a mistake. Do not worry about it. The pressure the Glow and Red Storm face to face the enemy head-on is not something I will be able to understand. As Runa continued to grumble, Yulian patted Runa's shoulders and continued. You're making me feel uncomfortable. You are someone who can move over 10,000 warriors with a single command. I am fully aware of how much pressure that is. I feel the same way about that aspect. There has not been any big issues until now. In fact, I am worried because everything seems to be going too smoothly. That is good to hear. Runa turned his gaze to the document he was looking at. Just one thing. I feel like we need to take special interest with this item. And once this is over, I will get some free time as well. Is it the issue of the caravan that is coming with Edwin? Yes. The size is very large. Edwin, this friend seems to want to reverse his losses in a single trip. The size of the caravan this time is larger than we would have ever expected. He is not the type to go overboard like this. If this trip ends up in failure, he will end up penniless. Yulian tilted his head and asked. Could something have happened? I don't really know either, but I presume that something must have happened. If it didn't, there is no way he would do something like this. How big is it? There are 3,000 carts, 3,000 people and 500 mercenaries for security. Yulian asked as if he was concerned. Shouldn't we go as far as we can to meet up with them? Since you mentioned it, I was planning on reporting it to you as they will be here in a few weeks. It would be great if we could take 1,000 of our strongest warriors and meet them by the border to the Inama Kingdom. I'll consider it a hike and go escort them myself. Runa shook his head at Yulian's answer. There are a lot of things for the Glow to do here. But we do need to show him that we have a special interest in him, so I believe it would be a good idea to send the Red Storm since he should know about the reputation of the Red Storm in Pariah. That sounds good as well. Should I send all of them? Since it is so large, I think we should send the Red Storm as well as around 1,000 other warriors. Furthermore, since permas are better than horses in the desert, it would be great if we can take permas to switch with their horses. Also, if the situation calls for it. We can destroy the Inama Kingdom's border checkpoint and protect them from beyond the checkpoint. The checkpoint area is always full of crime. You have a tendency to go overboard for things that we need to do. The border is far away and we have the quicksand river, but wouldn't it be bad for us to touch the Inama kingdom right now? Runa shook his head and answered. Their kingdom would not invade us, just became a border checkpoint was destroyed. Furthermore, we would destroy all of it without leaving any evidence behind. It does make me feel bad, but I don't think it is bad idea. Yulian clicked his tongue as if to show disbelief. Although Runa had never made a mistake, he really had too much confidence. There were even times that Yulian wished he could borrow that confidence. If it is as you say, Edwin is in charge of a pretty important aspect of our Paria. It was because the glow promised him a monopoly. Honestly speaking, it would not harm us much if he was to fail, but since everyone working in Paria has made a contract with Edwin, it would become chaotic if something was to happen to him. That is true. Runa thought about something for a moment before continuing to speak. We would also need a lot of time to get a new merchant and get things moving. In that aspect, Edwin really is a highly talented merchant. We are pretty similar when it comes to quickly taking action if we think it is the right course of action. So you are saying he is very important? Yes. Until the end of the monopoly contract, he is one of the most important individuals for Paria. Then I will send the Red Storm as you suggested. But we cannot touch the Inama kingdom just yet. Runa bowed at Yulian's response and answered. The final decision is always up to the glow, so I will do as you instructed. And I know it is hard, but try to get close to the Red Storm. To me, the Red Storm and Runa, both are existences I cannot be without. I will work on it. Great. Then go ahead and tell the Red Storm yourself. I will go meet with the greatest warriors. I understand, blow. Yulian patted Runa's shoulders a couple times before heading out to meet with the greatest warriors. Once Yulian left, Runa looked toward the direction Yulian left in before letting out a sigh. Sigh. I guess I need to frown again. Runa knew that frowning in front of the Red Storm did not affect them at all, but he opened his eyes wide and confidently walked over to meet with the Red Storm. By the time Runa arrived at the Red Storm's training ground, the second sun had reached its apex as well. What is going on? What brings our amazing assistant warrior Nim here? Shubian, who was the first to notice Runa, asked mockingly. Although he knew in his mind that he should not speak like this, Shubian could not think straight any time he saw Runa and always ended up speaking in a mean manner. The warriors stopped their training at Shubian's shout and looked toward Runa. Everyone was the same as Shubian. As they had their dead comrades' families in their homes, it was impossible to not think about them. That was why none of them could help but glare at Runa. I came over as there is something I need all of you to do. As Runa took in a deep breath before saying that, one of Shubian's eyebrows started to twitch as he answered. I'm sure it is a very difficult issue that requires us to get involved. There is nothing difficult. It is just protecting the caravan. Are you saying you are going to make us protect a caravan? Us, the Red Storm? As Runa nodded his head at Shubian's rude tone, one of the Red Storm warriors started to speak. We are the vanguard during war, not a security brigade. If you are going to put us to use, shouldn't you come up with an appropriate task? Blows a, sayes. Tant. Wa. Ryer. Nim? Runa was not affected by his choppy emphasis on his title. It was always like this with them. They always had mean gazes and tones. Someone else might have been affected by them, but Runa did not even blink once. The caravan has a greater importance than you are thinking about. The caravan this time will come with a large amount of materials, so we must show them an equal level of respect. There is nothing I can do since all of you have ended up as the face of Paria. Hoof. You are treating us as trash now. At Shubian's words, now it was time for Runa's eyebrows to twitch. Are you saying you cannot do it? You need to give us a fitting task. Did you listen through one ear and let it out through the other when we told you to put us to good use? I am the one who will make that decision. Are you saying that you will not follow this command? Shubian turned around and spoke to the other warriors as if he was mumbling. A command needs to make sense. Runa could not hold back and started to shout. I have already received the power to command the warriors. I will let you know that not doing as I say will be considered insubordination. Do whatever you want. Shubian. The first person to speak before Runa could answer was Haisha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 127. Book 4 to 2.4. Didn't we promise? We said we will listen to him for now. Shubian tried to say something at Haisha's words before shutting up and nodding his head. Speak, assistant warrior. Tell us what the Red Storm needs to do. Once Haisha spoke, Runa looked around at the warriors before finally starting to speak. In about 1 month, Edwin is scheduled to come with a very large caravan. All of you will have to protect the caravan and safely return to Paria with them. The size of the caravan is so large that they will need to do 3 trips across the Quicksand River. Please keep that in mind. We understand. We will follow your order. Runa felt a bitter taste in his mouth while looking at Haisha. In the end, it ended up like this again. Even though he approached it every time saying, I need to control my pride, I need to kill my pride, the ending was always like this. As Runa nodded his head and left, Haisha started to talk to Shubian. Shubian, why are you always like this? Didn't we promise not to be like this, at least on the outside? What can I do when I get angry every time I see him? You still need to hold it in. If we fight, the ones to be happy will be our enemies, the one who will be sad is our glow. The glow is the same way. How could he accept that bastard? Do not talk about something that has already happened, Shubian, but. As Thrint answered in a cold voice from his side, Shubian ended up saying something he shouldn't have said. Have you forgotten about Trickwell and our friends already too? How can you be that cold? Suddenly, silence filled the room. Shubian realized that he had made a big mistake, however, he could only shut his mouth. Yes. At that moment, surprising words came bursting out of Thrint's mouth. I forgot about all of them. Those damn bastards who went and died. I forgot about them a long time ago. Why do we have to remember those types of bastards? Thrint! Shubian shouted loudly and clenched Thrint's collar. What did you just say? They went against orders, they lowered all of their peers' morale, and now, they are making us argue against other people who are on our side. Why should we remember those bastards? That is what I said. Pow! Shubian threw a punch at Thrint's face, and Thrint was pushed far away by the force of the punch. Say it again, Dot. I said there is no reason to remember those bastards. You, son of a... Shubian ran toward Thrint and continued to punch as Thrint started to throw punches back and they started to fight. Even though the two of them were fighting, Haisha, as well as the rest of Red Storm, just watched them with blank expressions. How can you say something like that? Shubian continued to punch as he shouted at Thrint. Thrint punched back as he responded as well. Then how long do I have to remember them for? There are so many things we need to get done, but we can't do anything while we argue with each other like this. We are the Red Storm. Paria's greatest brigade. How much longer must we be in pain for those dead bastards? The two warriors fought until they ran out of energy and they both fell down to the ground at the same time. None of the other warriors moved a finger until that happened. Shit, Dot. Shubian stayed down as he lifted up his arm to wipe both his tears and the blood from his nose. I know we need to forget about them. But I can't seem to do that. I can't help but remember them when I go home. We still have to forget them. We don't have the right to decide. Forget them. Shit. Aowa. Shubian hit the ground with both his arms and legs. Shubian liked to flail and laze around, however he cherished friendships very much. Everybody, let's stop. Haisha approached the two fallen warriors and lifted them up as he calmly said one thing. Thrint is right. Forget about them. It's not that it is hard to forget them. It is that we do not want to forget them. That is why we need to stop making excuses and forget about them. Shit, I'm sorry everyone. Shubian apologized before pushing Haisha's arm away and starting to walk away. Each and every one of his steps looked extremely difficult, but nobody went up to stop or help him. They just watched his back with a rueful expression. For being your average merchant, the size is extremely large. The young man was reading the report the man handed over as he mumbled to himself. Maybe he really did make the wrong call about that man. For him to have the power to move this much materials. The young man shook his head as he thought that in his head and started to speak toward the black-clad man in front of him. Honestly, over half of that belongs to the nobles of the Nama kingdom. Is that so? Yes. The guild itself is being pressured by external influences quite a bit. Now that they've been doing well, the nobles forced themselves on board. It should be interesting. So if he fails this time, he will end up destroyed? The black-clad man responded without even lifting his head. Yes. In fact, the entire guild might go down. The nobles of the kingdom are very greedy, they won't be able to stand taking a loss like that. They will do whatever they can to recover their losses. It makes it sound like the nobles of our kingdom are like that as well. The black-clad man bowed down almost to the point his head was touching the ground at the young man's response and answered. I'm sorry. I should have said the Yanama Kingdom's nobles. Well, everybody knows it is the truth. I just don't mention it because it'll taint my mouth. I really didn't have any intentions. Enough. That is not the important part. It will help us be more relaxed if we get rid of the people who will become our enemies, as well as the ones who are helping them. How should we take care of this? The black-clad man believed that the fact that the young man could speak so casually meant that he already had a plan in mind. Master. The young man called the black-clad man. Yes, master. Do you know who will be protecting that caravan? They are in a different continent, so I cannot be sure. However, it was said to be a well-known mercenary guild in the western continent. A mercenary guild? What about their size? The young man was surprised at the black-clad man's answer. He thought it was weird that such a large caravan was being protected by mercenaries instead of soldiers. I heard around 500 people. The young man tilted his head in confusion. Mercenaries were one thing and soldiers were another, but 500 mercenaries seemed to be quite small for a caravan this size. I guess they must be quite talented mercenaries if they think 500 will be enough to protect them. We do not have any information yet. Will it be possible? There could be no other answer to this question. As long as you leave it up to me. The young man peeked at him before starting to smile. He didn't let the man in too close because of where the man was born, however, he was still a trustworthy subordinate. He also knew that the man was sincerely loyal to him as well. Of course, that loyalty was based on the fact that the young man was the black-clad man's lifesaver and the reason the man was able to grow up like this. The young man casually continued to speak. I hope you won't let me down. I know you have never let me down before, but I see that this opportunity will be a very important opportunity for you. Ah! The black-clad man lifted his head up to look at the young man with sparkling eyes. If he was able to succeed in this endeavor, his existence would finally be validated. The young man may be cold and ruthless, but he never went against the things he said, and took care of his subordinates very well. Just leave it to me. I will make sure nothing goes wrong. Then please make sure to report back good results. I will do as you command. The black-clad man bowed once more to Shawan Fury Silence III, the crown prince of the Silence Empire, and walked away. The black-clad man was confident. No matter who was protecting the caravan, they would not be able to avoid the methods of the assassins under his command. They had easily taken care of the assassins those barbarians had sent not too long ago. The black-clad man quickly started to move. End of chapter 2. Next up. Protection. The ones who attack first deserve retribution. That was the law of the desert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 128. Protection 1. The ones who attack first deserve retribution. That was the law of the desert. Book 4 to 3.1. The man looked around the oasis and had a satisfied smile on his face. He had sent his S-rank assassins to hide underneath the oasis sand while preparing the regular assassins to launch an ambush. It was difficult to act inside a city. First, there would be too many people. That meant that no matter how quickly you took care of them, the kingdom's security forces were likely to notice the commotion. The Basara kingdom might be a small kingdom, however, they were focused on power and their soldiers were all elite soldiers. In addition, their strict military discipline made it even more likely that they would notice any type of commotion. Because of that, it was smart to take care of the targets before they entered the city. And just like they had done before, the targets were likely to rest in this location before they started on the last leg to the city. Once this job is completed, I can be properly accepted. I will be able to have some subordinates working in the light as well. The man thought that way as he put on a hopeful smile. Even if the mercenaries protecting the targets were strong and numerous, he had brought 1,000 assassins with him for this job. He didn't have enough assassins nearby in the kingdom that he had to hire other assassins from throughout the continent. Many guild members will most likely die from this job, however, it wasn't a big problem if they managed to successfully complete their objective. There were still many orphans out on the streets, as well as people in the dark alleys who would gladly stab a passerby in the back to take care of a single meal. So he would just need to retrain new assassins. The most important thing was to be accepted by his employer. They will pass by here within the next 3 days. I believe that you are all aware of why I put the viability of the guild on the line for this job. In front of the man was the group of SS rank assassins that he had groomed himself. They were listening closely to everything he had to say. They all knew how important this job really was. If they succeed, they would be able to finally step out of the shadow and into the light. It would create that path for them. The man continued to speak. Suppress all of the sentry and then signal. Once they see the signal, the assassins hiding outside of the oasis will enter. I will be moving on my own to find an opportunity to kill the targets and the mercenary leader. We will be okay, but I don't know if our peers will be able to stand hiding underground. Kill the ones who cannot stand it. A single weakling might put all of us in danger. The assassins nodded their head at the assassin's cold words. This is something we must absolutely make sure that we successfully complete. The man clenched his dagger as if he was reminding himself of the importance of this job. The size of Edwin's caravan was even bigger than they had heard about. 3,000 carts, 4,000 people, and 500 mercenaries. This caravan that transcended imagination created a grand sight of grandeur. This caravan was probably better described as a small supply team during a time of war rather than a merchant caravan. It was amazing that a merchant could even bring a caravan this size all the way here. Edwin may be resourceful, but it probably cost him quite a bit of money to bring all of it here. Good work. We will protect you from here. Haisha approached Edwin and started to speak. Ah. You came all the way out here to greet us. There was no way Edwin did not know about the Glow's personal brigade, the Red Storm. He immediately recognized them and happily shook Haisha's hand as he answered. Haisha looked around Edwin in awe. Assistant warrior Runa had told us about it. He said it was a very large caravan, but this is beyond our wildest imagination. It ended up that way. We can talk about the specifics as we move. Please wait a moment. If all of you are here, we can send the mercenaries back. Edwin said that and headed over to the leader of the mercenaries. Haisha could see that the mercenary leader who was in charge of 500 men was pretty young. His red hair lightly covered his eyes while his long hair flowed in the wind. He was quite an impressionable man. Most importantly, Haisha was drawn to him because of the hook-like weapon on his waist that Haisha had never seen before. After Edwin and the mercenary leader chatted for a moment, the red hair man nodded his head. After that, he took the mercenaries and started to retreat. The majority of that mercenary guild seemed to be pretty young. Haisha asked with interest as Edwin approached him once more. Edwin looked toward the retreating mercenaries and answered. They are a strong and trustworthy guild. Their name is a bit ominous though. What is their name? Their official name is the Blood-Soaked Crow. Everybody just calls them the Red Crow. Red Crow? Yes, the Red Crow. Since they are soaked in blood, they become Red Crows. Haisha finally seemed to understand as he looked at the back of the retreating mercenary leader. Since they both had the same red title, it made him feel a certain level of familiarity. Honestly speaking, that young friend, the mercenary leader, is even more amazing. Many nobles in the continent tried to scout that friend into being the leader of their personal Knights Corps, however, they have all failed. He's that good? As Haisha asked in shock, Edwin nodded his head and responded. He is only 25 this year. He is a claw, means the toenail of a monster, and has 2 to 4 large hook-shaped blades on both hands, master. Claw? It is an interesting weapon. It is really a weapon often used by assassins. I presume that he was an assassin master before becoming a mercenary. Haisha made a disappointed noise at Edwin's answer. Haisha knew what the word master meant in the continent. To be a master of assassins at that age, it made it feel like the surrounding atmosphere was very arc. It was because I trusted him that I was able to make it all the way here. He is good at keeping promises. I see. Then shall we get on our way? Yes. Now I am starting to get drawn to the desert. Ha ha ha. If you have any thoughts of staying here, we will make the best payo for you. As Haisha laughed and responded, Edwin quickly shook his head. I will have to pass on that. Ha ha ha. Edwin's caravan started to head toward Pariaye with the Red Storm and 1,000 warriors protecting them. Underscore 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 1. It officially translates to escort, but I thought protection would serve the purpose better. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 129. Book 4 to 3.2. Yulian, Runa, as well as the members of the merchant guild residing in Pariaye were all waiting outside of Pariaye to greet Edwin. I greet the glow. Edwin ran toward Yulian and bowed in front of him. Welcome, Edwin. You personally came all the way out here? I was curious after hearing that it was a giant caravan. It really is as large as it was rumored. Yulian spoke with shock after seeing the caravan behind Edwin. Edwin bowed once more. It ended up being that way. I relied on the glow's promise to push forward even though I knew it was a bit much. You do not need to worry about your caravan since you are now in Pariaye. Our Pariaye will guarantee your safety. Thank you, Glow. Edwin knew Yulian would say that, but this trip really was putting the guild's existence on the line. So hearing Yulian say it once more let him let out a sigh of relief. Then let us enter. Yulian called the Red Storm over and shared stories with them as they entered the Peo. Once they entered, Runa started to speak to Edwin. We have prepared 300 pows for the caravan. Please organize everything. Thank you for the preparations, Runa Nim. Edwin showed his thanks to Runa before calling the members residing in Pariaye over to have them organize the cargo. Once that was finished, he headed into the Peo with Runa. Once Yulian, Edwin, and Runa were all in the Peo, Runa was the first to speak. Edwin Nim. The size of the caravan this time really does go beyond our wildest imaginations. Did something happen? To be honest with you, it was the nobles. Once they found out that we were making a lot of profit by crossing through the desert, they wanted us to combine their personal merchant guilds with ours. A small guild like ours could not reject the request of the nobles. Then the carts you brought this time have the belongings of the nobles as well? Yes. Our items are probably not even a fourth of the entire caravan. It's very frustrating since they haven't even helped us with the cost of travel or security. They are probably plotting so that if their items end up being robbed, they can use that as an excuse to eat up our guild. Well, it might be difficult because there are so many of them. Ho! Yulian shouted in disbelief. He could not understand these people known as the nobles in the continent. There were similar types of nobility in the desert, but they were all warriors and people who knew how to love the citizens of the oasis. The nobles of the continent should be more civilized and have received proper etiquette lessons, but their actions were more childish than the children of the desert. That is how it ended up such a large caravan. Edwin let out a sigh at Runa's comment and answered. Sigh, it ended up that way. If you let them do it once, they will repeat it a second and third time. Are you planning on bringing such a burden with you every time? That is what I am worried about as well. Runa thought for a long time before starting to speak. Edwin Nim, do you have any thoughts about joining our Pariaye or a different country? Edwin quickly understood Runa's intentions. However, it would not be possible. That is not possible. The guild members still have a lot of family members in the kingdom, and my father is a viscount in the kingdom. Yulian and Runa, who had never heard that Edwin was the son of a noble before, looked toward Edwin with shock. I never had a chance to bring it up since my identity was not very important. I understand Runa Nim's thoughts, but it is not possible. I plan to do so someday in the future though. Runa started to think again. If Edwin falters in this situation, Pariaye would falter as well. He then came up with a great idea. Edwin Nim. Yes, please speak. This time, the warriors of our Pariaye will help you safely get to your destination, so you will not need to worry about this caravan. The Glow's horse is one that even 10,000 permas will not be able to catch. Of course. If I am being honest with you, if it was not for the Glow's promise, I would have rejected the nobles even if it made the guild falter. Seeing Edwin answer like that, Yulian wanted to help reduce Edwin's anxiety a little more and confirmed for him once more. I will help you as much as you have helped me. Even if it is bigger than this, if you can make it safely to Pariaye, I will take care of you from there. No matter how many times it may be. Edwin bowed his head deeply as he responded. The Glow's deep friendship, this Edwin will never forget it. Runa started to speak to Edwin. However, it is not practical to come with such a burden each time. So this is the plan I came up with. The next time you come, please make sure to bring along some important nobles with you. What? Edwin tilted his head in confusion as he could not determine what Runa was plotting and asked for clarification. Runa continued to speak. I am telling you to come with important nobles next time. It would be great if the caravan is as large as possible. The thing to keep in mind is that the size of Edwin Nim's portion of the caravan needs to be the largest of them all. Edwin was getting more confused as Runa continued to speak and had to ask for a direct answer. I cannot understand Runa Nim's intentions. Do the nobles know about Edwin Nim's relationship with us? Of course they do not. If they did, it would be hard for me to be safe. All they know is that I trade with Paria while going through the desert and that I pay mercenaries to keep me safe through the desert. Isn't that dangerous as well? There is a significant amount of steel coming to us. I am paying the relevant taxes for it. Please continue. Edwin urged Runa on. If he could get rid of these greasy nobles, Edwin would gladly give up a month's worth of profit. Then, act natural as you come into our Paria to trade. We will then give you some warriors to protect you as you head back into the desert. Then our Paria's warriors will show up as a band of thieves to steal your items. If we kill the most annoying noble to set an example, everyone will be quiet. All Edwin Nim will have to do is stand next to the most terrible noble at that time. Runa thought that his plan was pretty good and started to smile as he continued. If your items get stolen like that, I presume the caravan will return directly to the continent. At that time, Edwin Nim can apologize and say that you will slowly return the amount that was stolen on the trip. Edwin was finally starting to understand Runa's plan. In their point of view, the one who lost the most would be Edwin Nim, and since there will be nobles to serve as witnesses for it, they will not be able to touch you. They will also never think about stepping foot into the desert ever again, since they will think you are putting your life on the line and taking a gamble. That is quite an exquisite plan. As Edwin praised his plan, Runa opened up one finger as he answered. There is one extra effect as well. Edwin Nim must make sure to bring materials belonging to very important nobles. With Edwin Nim promising to pay back for the losses, that noble will protect Edwin Nim with the greed of getting their money back. So wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? Clap. Edwin clapped and started to laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha. Runa Nim. Very exquisite. Truly exquisite. There is already a small portion of money that are taken as donations or taxes, so I can use that money to pretend to repay the debt. Ha ha ha. Yulian knew he would have to do something terrible with his warriors turning into a band of thieves. However, he nodded his head knowing that the plan will definitely get those noble bastards away from Edwin. We will need to be cautious at first. I think it would be better if the stolen goods were stored in Paria for a bit of time. You need to act like a merchant who took quite a hit for a while. Of course. From then, it will be about keeping a complete poker face. Ha ha. Edwin felt refreshed, as if a 10-year-long congestion was finally pushed out. He did not have any means to get rid of the nobles on his own. You bastards. Just wait for me. Edwin started to grind his teeth while thinking about the nobles. Some of the Red Storm warriors, as well as other desert warriors, will protect you until you reach your destination. Thank you very much. They say that the best time to start negotiations are when you are at an advantage. Then let us talk about our trade now. Runa put on an eloquent smile as he started to speak. This negotiation will definitely be advantageous for Paria. I cannot let my guard down. Edwin realized that he had let his guard down at Runa's sudden change, but it was already too late. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 130. Book 4 to 3.3. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Seeing Yulian worrying about the warriors who left to escort Edwin half a month ago, Runa confidently answered. Aren't they the best of the Red Storm? Do not worry. I'm sure there will be no problems. There better not be any. Yulian had sent the trio of Haisha, Shubian, and Thrint with 500 warriors each to protect Edwin. At first, he had planned on sending all of the Red Storm. However, Runa asked him not to do so, in order to keep some of them at the construction site and training grounds. The Red Storm was already the symbol of Paria's warriors. The efficiency and morale of the warriors tended to go down when all of them were not around. That was why Yulian had sent the trio after discussing the situation with Runa. It was a way to train them to become greatest warriors by having them lead a brigade of warriors. Of Paria's third-generation greatest warriors, Treble had already lost his life at war. In addition, Again and Vibli were getting older and older. So when thinking about the future of Paria, it was time for a changing of the guards and train new greatest warriors. Warriors who cannot be touched in the desert will be the same in the continent. Even in the desert, the only ones who can defeat them are the Glow, greatest warrior Vibli, and a small handful of other greatest warriors, but Yulian decided not to worry too much since he trusted the warriors he had sent. Their skills have strengthened lately that other than myself and greatest warrior Vibli, there probably isn't anybody who can defeat them. It makes me happier the stronger they get, of course. Yulian thought that he had said something he didn't need to say once he heard Runa's answer. Many people were struggling under the intense heat and humid desert air. The workers who had gone through the desert many times were relying on their know-how to persevere, but for the people who were going through the desert for the first time, it was painful. The only thing to make them feel better were the desert warriors who were slowly guiding their permas around them. Their eyes seemed to radiate as they looked around, and each of them seemed so valiant to the point that you could tell they were not your average person. It was not just in their physical appearance. They had handled all of the monsters and wild animals they ran into along their journey. Of course, mercenaries could handle those type of issues as well. However, the desert warriors made it seem like it was part of their typical hunt and managed to kill them with a single arrow, or even a single slash of their sword. It was no wonder the new merchant workers were amazed. The three of them who seemed to be the leader were holding onto two great swords each that seemed like normal people would never be able to even lift, and managed to split a giant scorpion in half with a single slash. The new workers could not stop themselves from being filled with awe. Being protected by warriors like this, they didn't need to worry about thieves or monsters. Thanks to that, they were able to sleep peacefully at night. The workers seemed to be struggling quite a bit. Shubian started to talk to Edwin. Edwin and Shubian surprisingly had similar personalities and quickly got close with each other. There are a lot of them who have never gone through the desert before. Well, the majority of those workers are part of the nobles' guilds, but it is not like they did anything wrong to deserve this. It is making me feel a little bad. If we go a little further, we will see the last oasis before we arrive at the continent. If we rest there overnight and travel 3 more days, we should be able to reach the Basara kingdom. Since Edwin had been on this journey many times already and knew about the oasis already, he just nodded his head without saying anything. The question is whether we can make it through. Edwin motioned for him to not worry as Shubian's words were full of concern. We just have to tell them that you are mercenaries. This caravan has a mountain load of items from the nobles of the Inama kingdom, so there shouldn't be much issues. I didn't expect them to be of assistance for this though. Ha ha ha, dot. While the two men were chatting away, they arrived at the oasis and prepared their campsites. Pariah's warriors set up their POWs and created a reconnaissance team and a boundary team before getting ready to rest. Once everyone finished eating dinner, Haisha called the lead warriors over to chat. I'm sure you are all aware that the protection of this caravan is very important for our Pariah as well. Please make sure that nothing goes wrong. Haisha was the overall commander, however, the lead warriors were all veteran warriors who were older than him. Because of that, Haisha showed them respect whenever they were alone, and the lead warriors followed him with their whole heart because of it. Haisha sent the lead warriors away before calling over Shubian and Thrint. Who shall lead the reconnaissance and boundary teams first? Thrint opened his mouth. I will go first. You all rest up. Work hard, dot. Once Shubian and Haisha went into the PAO to rest, Thrint guided his perma to slowly roam the boundary of the camp. He was not very happy. And on days like this where he was not happy for no reason, things always went wrong in the past. That was the reason he had volunteered to stand guard first. 1 moon, 2 moon, until the 3rd moon was up in the sky, everything was peaceful. However, Thrint still had a bad feeling like something was going to happen. He started to check in with all of the warriors standing guard. As he did that, he noticed a warrior who had fallen asleep while standing guard. Hey! Plop! The moment Thrint tapped the warrior's back, the warrior fell down to the ground without moving. Ooh! Thrint started to yell in response. Thrint's voice instantly rang across the campsite. Almost instantly, the lights inside the POWs and tents started to light up. Some veteran warriors even came running out of their POWs naked while holding just their shamshirs. Thrint continued to yell as he started to think. The enemy must have been hiding here before we arrived. We have over 50 warriors on reconnaissance, there is no way we would have missed them while looking through this small area. Plus, even I did not hear anything. Seeing the injury he has, it was a Sasunta type of weapon. After inspecting the dead warrior's body, Thrint realized that it was not your typical band of thieves. He started to feel rushed. It was because he didn't know how many of them were already attacked. He got on his perma and looked around as fast as he could to try to find the enemy. Shung! At that moment, a long strand of light shot up into the sky. A bright glare. Thrint was able to see a man completely clad in black running around with a weapon that looked like a Sasunta. You bastard! Thrint shouted out loud. He rushed the perma and lifted up his greatsword into the sky. The black-clad man felt an overwhelming presence behind him and started to roll without even looking behind him. Slash! I rolled on the ground. The black-clad man felt his neck become cold and felt like his body was suddenly flying up in the air. Thrint smirked at the black-clad man who decided to roll on the ground against his greatsword and clean the blood at the end of his sword. The black-clad man's head, which was separated from his body, was looking toward Thrint with the eyes still open. If he had looked back and seen Thrint's long greatsword, he wouldn't have done something as stupid as rolling on the ground. If he was still conscious, that was probably what he would have thought. The moment Thrint started to look for any other enemies, he could hear the sound of blades clashing in multiple locations. Since all of the warriors woke up, the assassins were all discovered. Thrint moved around left and right taking care of the assassins one by one. Ooh. Oh. At that moment, he heard a loud yell coming from one direction. Thrint gasped and started to run toward the origin of the yell. The shouts, which became a type of code for Red Storm, held different meaning based on the tone. The one just now was the one asking for help. However, they had never heard this shout before. Until now, there had not been anyone that the Red Storm could not handle. As workers and warriors were gathered in front of him, Thrint jumped off his perma and started to run toward the location that Yulian shouted from. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 131. Book 4 to 3.4. Damn it. The man started to subconsciously swear. Just how did they figure out the movements of the S-grade assassins and shout? In addition, the timing was immaculate as they did it as soon as he had entered the target's tent. A dangerous-looking warrior had been chatting with the target for a long time before finally falling asleep. That was why it took him so long to come take care of the ordeal, but he was discovered. Who are you? The man he thought was not your average warrior opened his eyes as soon as he heard the shout and jumped up as he started to shout. He didn't know when he picked it up, but that man already had a greatsword in his hand. He should not be used to the darkness yet. There was some moonlight coming in through the small hole in the ceiling. However, the man determined the warrior's eyes would take a while to adjust to the darkness. That was why he started to head toward the target with a dagger in each hand as the target got up and started to rub his eyes. However, that type of action was looking down on a warrior of the desert. Just as assassins were used to the darkness, desert warriors were also used to the darkness. Since both sides considered it a problem of survival, they both started to quickly move. The man was pretty skilled. The warrior's greatsword managed to deflect one of the man's dagger, however, he did not have time to block the dagger in the other hand. Stab. Ah. Ugh. There were two shouts that came out at the same time. The warrior had stretched out his leg in urgency and kicked the young man who was vulnerable to the dagger. Because of that, the man's dagger had stabbed the warrior in the thigh. Ooh. Oh. The warrior shouted out a long yell. However, it was too much to consider that a shout of pain. Yulian flexed his thigh to make it difficult for the dagger to come out and tried to grab the man's wrist at the same time. The man had no choice but to leave the dagger in there and roll backwards to avoid Yulian's hands. Who are you? For a barbarian of the desert, you are quite amazing. There is no way you don't feel the pain. The man just answered in awe at Yulian's question and took out another dagger from his chest. For a man to be acting in the darkness, you must be a real coward. Yulian said that as he reached out and took the dagger out of his thigh before throwing it back at the man. Swyish. The man avoided the dagger that Yulian threw by simply moving his head to the side. He then started to run toward Edwin, who was down on the ground with his mouth wide open. Where do you think you're going? Yulian swung his greatsword to prevent the man from approaching Edwin. The man did not dare try to block the greatsword with his dagger and jumped around side to side to avoid the greatsword. It was difficult to use a greatsword in a narrow area like this, however, since Yulian just sliced away anything that got in his way, the man could not find any opportunity to kill Edwin. Yulian started to realize that he was losing strength every time he swung his sword. Blood continued to spurt out of his leg and his consciousness was starting to fade. However, the man was showing an unbelievable amount of strength that he would need to fight with all of his strength even if he was feeling normal. Edwin quickly came to his senses and held up his rapier to help Yulian attack the man. However, Edwin was not as good with the sword as he was at commerce. Ooh. As Yulian started to realize that he would not be able to last much longer, he heard a loud yell from outside the peo. It was the assassins the man had stationed outside. Thrint. Yulian realized the one to make the noise was Thrint and called him in a loud voice. After hearing Yulian calling for him, Thrint cut one side of the tent and rushed in. Yulian. Thrint saw Yulian with the injury on his thigh as he barely managed to swing his sword and rushed toward the man with his sword. How dare you? Hearing the anger in Thrint's voice, the man realized that this job had gone significantly wrong. The might of the warriors transcended his imaginations. There were not many people in the kingdom who would be able to defend against his 2 daggers even if he was not using his specialty of assassination and fought them head-on. These may be the leaders of the warriors, however, with the other warriors prepared as well, the man realized that he would just end up losing guild members if they fought head-on and started to run. Thrint tried to chase after him, but Shubian's injury was too large, and he was worried that others might come cause a ruckus while he was lured away.
Are you okay?
Thrint urgently sat Shubian down and ripped his clothes to tie down Shubian's thigh.
Ugh. Yulian let out a short grunt. Just hold on a little bit.
You've lost too much blood. If I don't do this now, it will be dangerous.
The situation outside, There aren't too many of them.
I think they were waiting in advance for us to arrive. That was why we did not notice them.
If there were a lot of them, we would have noticed. How much damage did we take?
Since there weren't that many of them, it shouldn't be that big. However, their abilities were really amazing.
They weren't aiming for the stuff.
They were aiming for a person.
What? Shubian's mind was starting to fade.
He should have really fainted a long time ago, but he had been holding on with the thought that he needed to protect Edwin. However, as Thrint was here now, his body had relaxed and finally let him faint away.
Yulian? Yulian!
Thrint slapped Shubian's cheeks and called out to him, however, Yulian had already fainted and showed no signs of waking up.
Hold on.
Edwin held a glass bottle in his hand as he pushed Thrint to the side.
What is that? Thrint asked about the blue liquid in the glass bottle.
Edwin took the cork out of the bottle and started to pour the contents on Shubian's injury as he answered.
It is called a healing potion.
I bought it from the temple just in case I would need it. The moment the blue liquid landed on Shubian's injury, it started to bubble up and clean the wound before starting to attach the skin together.
It is an amazing medicine.
Thrint was full of relief as he started to become amazed by this amazing medicine. Once he poured the entire content on Shubian's thigh, Edwin was able to go grab a cloth and clean off the area around the wound as he answered. It was worth its cost. As time went by, Haisha, as well as some of the lead warriors and shamans entered the tent.
Haisha urgently asked. What happened?
There is no issue with his life.
He just bled out quite a bit.
Haisha started to relax after hearing Thrint's response. The shamans fed Shubian a liquid made from medical herbs.
Outside?
All cleared up.
There was only around 50 of them. But they managed to kill over 100 warriors. It is quite a mess. Did we manage to catch any of them alive?
As Thrint asked, trying to find the responsible party, Haisha shook his head.
It's making me angry that something like this happened on our territory.
I guess we need to increase our patrol.
There is nothing preventing something like this from happening again.
As Haisha talked about increasing the amount of patrol, Thrint nodded his head in agreement. This time may have ended well, but there was a chance they might have lost Yulian.
We definitely need to pay them back for this.
Thrint started to mumble in a voice full of murderous intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 132. Book 4 to 3.5.
The group safely arrived at the Basara kingdom and dropped their cargo with the guild working out of the castle.
Many merchants gathered to trade with them.
With them having so much items this time, quite a lot of merchants gathered around them.
The trades happened with the Basara government taking their commission. Will you be okay?
Haisha approached Edwin after he completed trades for the day and asked. The attack this time was not aimed at the cargo but at Edwin. They were sure of it. Haisha was worried because Pariah's warriors who had protected them would now need to return. Since I am here as a guest of the royal family, I shouldn't need to worry about my safety. My residence will be within the castle as well, so there shouldn't be much of an issue. Edwin told Haisha not to worry, but Haisha could not relax.
What if you travel with us? At least until the assassins are caught.
Not only do I need to sell stuff, I need to also purchase stuff before I return. That is why Runanim is taking good care of me after all, ha. Even so, they were not your average assassins. I am not exaggerating when I say that no matter how bad the situation was, the fact that Shubian was hurt that badly proves that they were very skilled. Even if we manage to get through it this time, they will continue to come after me. I can't just be afraid and not go about my duties because of it.
Please don't worry about me and return to Pariah. Haisha was contemplating about what to do.
Right now, Edwin's impact on Pariah was big enough for both the Glow and Runa to take such good care of him. It was because Edwin was responsible for all foreign materials coming in and out of Pariah. While Haisha was worrying, Thrint entered the room with a stiff expression.
Thrint, how did it go?
Thrint had taken Shubian to the Basara Kingdom's temple as Shubian did not seem to heal after being injured at the oasis. The bastard that injured Shubian.
We need to catch him.
What the heck are you talking about?
There was poison on the dagger. Furthermore, the poison is pretty special that you can't see anything on the outside.
That was why our shamans did not realize it at all.
Haisha's expression started to become stiff as well. Is it dangerous?
No matter who it is, it would be hard for them to make it more than 1 month after being poisoned by it. As Thrint said something that made Haisha's heart drop, Haisha started to stumble.
No wonder Shubian was looking so weak since the battle. Wouldn't Tuma Takakanim be able to heal him?
It's already been 10 days since he was poisoned.
There is no way to get him to where Tuma Takakanim is within 20 days. But we can't just sit still like this. That is why we need to catch the bastard. People who carry poison around tend to carry the antidote as well. And if they don't come? They will.
People with that much skill will never give up so easily after failing their mission. Thrint's confident answer made Haisha nervous. If, by chance, they do not come, Shubian will die.
If we change permas as we go, we will be able to make it back in a month.
The man in the temple said a maximum of 1 month. Normal people would die within half a month when hit by that poison.
That is why I think we should pick the more certain option. Tuma Takakanim should be able to cure him.
I trust Tuma Takakanim as well, however, the priest in the temple was confident. He said the poison is very effective, and because it leaves no traces of whether you were poisoned or not, it is very difficult to find an antidote.
If Shubian can't resist, he will die. So wouldn't it be more certain to catch the bastard carrying the antidote?
In the end, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They didn't have enough time to reach Tuma Takaka, but just waiting here was dangerous as well. After hearing the two of their conversation, Edwin realized that things were pretty serious. Shubian was one of Paria's important people, but beyond that, he was Edwin's savior.
He was ready to do anything to save Shubian's life. If the assassins were really aiming for me, how about we try this? Haisha and Thrint started to look toward Edwin as he started to speak.
The man thought things were more difficult now that they had so much protection and made it into the city.
The target must be worried as he did not give them any openings.
However, the man endlessly roamed around the target to look for an opportunity. They could not fail this mission. The peak that he had worked so hard to reach was just a step away. He could not fail after coming so far. The man was waiting. He was waiting until the target would let down his guard. He was waiting until the dangerous warriors around the target left. Then one day, the opportunity finally arrived. His mercenaries must have reached the end of their contract as they started to prepare to retreat. The man had a smile of relief as he waited for them to completely leave. A few days later, the mercenaries started to leave and Edwin was left alone. The man thought it was odd that Edwin was alone. People who had their lives targeted found it difficult to relax. That was why they had mercenaries or security guards around them.
But Edwin was not like that.
He should have plenty of money to spend on it, but he did not do that. Something was odd. The man soon realized that it was his misunderstanding. As he paid careful attention for a couple of days, he noticed that Edwin had protection stealthily following him around.
The man let out a laugh. The security around Edwin was much weaker than the mercenaries from before.
In addition, the current security force was made up of assassins. To the man, they were like children playing around in front of their grandpa. The man, who felt like he would be able to succeed this time, called 4 Escrade assassins and infiltrated the castle. The Escrade assassins took care of the guards protecting the castle that Edwin was residing in. While they stealthily kept watch outside, the man personally entered Edwin's room to kill him. The hallway had carpet and the door was a luxurious door that had made no noise, but even if it wasn't, the man would have made no noise as he moved. It was a skill fit for an assassin. Once the man approached the bed that Edwin was sleeping in, he verified that he was sleeping before putting his hand inside his shirt. Once he took the hand back out, there was a sharp dagger clenched in his hand. Stab. The man was extremely uncomfortable after stabbing Edwin without any hesitation. The feeling was off. The man had killed hundreds of people with his own hands. There was no way he wouldn't know how it would feel to stab a person in the chest. The man urgently took the dagger out and tried to stab Edwin's neck this time. However, Edwin's eyes opened at that instant. The man became shocked after seeing that. Die. He was only shocked for a moment as he quickly tried to lower the dagger toward Edwin's neck once more. However, he felt a strong pain in his ankle and felt his body falling to the side. You bastard, I was waiting for you.
The man who grabbed the assassin's neck while overflowing with a murderous aura was Thrint. Gawk!
The man tried to slash Thrint's wrist with his dagger, however, both of his hands were instantly caught by Thrint. In the end, the man ended up choking himself with his own hands. He tried everything he could to escape, however, the man would never be able to handle Thrint's strength that was strong enough to freely handle two large greatswords. He tried to even use mana to release Thrint's hand, however, even that did not work on Thrint's clenched hands.
Who is it that ordered you to commit such a vile act?
Oh. The man let out a moan before realizing that Thrint was as strong as a master-grade individual in the continent and realized that this was the end. He felt it was unfair that things ended up like this, however, there was no way he would cause any harm to his lifesaver the Crown Prince or his subordinates before he died. The moment the man tried to bite down on the poison inside of his mouth, Thrint grabbed the man's cheeks with one hand so that his teeth could not clench down.
You think we would fall the same trick twice?
Your underlings did the same thing last time and died right away that we couldn't find anything out.
Thrint followed up by lifting up his fist and punching the man's face. Ugh ah dot.
The man started to cry out in pain as he continued to receive Thrint's punches. Once the man seemed to faint, Thrint grabbed the man's hair with his left hand while lowering the man's chin with his right hand before slapping his cheek very hard.
Plop. Something came out of the man's mouth mixed with the bloody saliva. It was the man's teeth.
If you were a warrior, I would treat you like one, however, since you are a coward, I will treat you like one.
Oh.
As the man let out a long moan, Thrint tied the man's two hands before looking through his clothes. He found 7 throwing knives the size of an adult's palm, a leather bag full of money, and 9 bags that smelled like different medicinal herbs.
Thrint looked at the man's possession before asking.
Your dagger is smeared in poison.
Which bag is the antidote to remove the poison? I will ask once more. Which one is the antidote? Spit.
Maybe it was because he lost so many teeth, but it seemed pretty hard for him to even spit. Thrint saw the blood on his chest and silently clenched the man's hair again.
He then hit the man's face once more. The man's remaining few teeth all fell to the floor. Thrint asked once again. Which one is it?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 133. Book 4 to 3.6. Woof.
The man felt his consciousness starting to fade away from pain and started to move his body left and right.
You still haven't figured it out. Warriors hate warriors who do not fight fair.
You are someone who possesses amazing skills, yet you do not fight fairly.
As a result, we hate you too.
And I know exactly how to handle warriors who do not fight fairly. Thrint grabbed the man's left hand and started to twist the man's finger with a stiff expression.
Crack. 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 Aha.
The man shouted out in pain, but Thrint did not stop. In the end, all of the joints and bones in the wrist of the man's left hand were broken. I don't know much about assassins, but I do know that for someone to get to your level, they need to work hard and have a strong will. That is why I'm sure that you won't start talking with just this much.
Am I right? Aha, The man continued to moan.
Thrint did not care too much and now grabbed the man's right hand and started to do the same thing and break the bones in the right hand. Edwin could not even think about stopping him as he calmed his shaking heart and continued to watch. Thrint did not need to put in much effort to break all of the bones in that right hand. After that, he lifted up his fist and attacked the man's elbow. Crack! After completely breaking the man's elbow, Thrint started to frown. It hurts my fist a bit too. This method is probably not such a good idea. He then lifted up the man's two arms that were still tied. Grind! Grind! The man, who had been withstanding the sound of his own bones breaking, finally fainted.
My. I was so nervous that I didn't control it very well.
Thrint stood up and went to the corner of the room to grab a vase and poured it on top of the man's face. The falling water and flowers made the man regain consciousness. The first thing the man saw once he opened his eyes was the red flower that was slowly absorbing his blood, as well as Thrint's face. The man tried to say something, but there was no way he could talk properly without any teeth.
Thrint.
At that moment, the door opened and Haisha came in the room. He was shocked to see what was going on and called Thrint's name out loud. Behind Haisha, tied up in ropes, were the other assassins who came with the man.
How could you do this to a person?
Haisha saw the man's swollen arm and hands as well as his completely destroyed mouth and started to mumble in disbelief.
Thrint grabbed the man's head and lifted it up.
To me, this is not a person but an animal that knows the antidote for Shubian. And animals only listen when you beat them up. The ones who were really surprised at Thrint's words were the S-grade assassins who were behind Haisha with gags in their mouths. Seeing that their master no longer looked to be human, they started to shake in fear. The assassins could not figure out how the warriors were all at this location. Honestly, Haisha, Thrint, as well as some of the lead warriors were hiding at this location a couple days before the rest of the warriors returned. They were waiting here to ambush the assassins. They sent the majority of the warriors back to Paria to trick the enemy. That was why the assassin never expected them to still be here. He keeps mumbling something, but I can't understand what he is saying. We could have had a proper conversation if he complied with my request from the beginning, but... Thrint put the man down and asked. You can nod your head, right? I will ask you one by one, so respond by nodding your head. Understand? The man did not nod or shake his head at Thrint's question. I really want to praise you and tell you that you are amazing, but I have no thoughts whatsoever to do that right now. I am disappointed that I judged you wrong. I wasted precious time. Stab. Ah! The man felt a terrible pain in his eye, lowered his head, and started to twist his body. Every time he did that, he could feel pain from his broken arm and fingers and tried to bang his head on the ground. Unfortunately, the man's head was already back in Thrint's hand. Wiggle wiggle. Everybody was looking at Thrint as he held the man in the air by the head. Edwin quickly motioned to Haisha with his eyes. If the man ends up dying like this, they wouldn't have a way to find the antidote. Haisha nodded his head in response and called out to Thrint. Thrint, enough. He might end up dying like that. This bastard will not die from this much. I can guarantee it. Thrint looked toward the man's destroyed face and continued to speak. There is no way someone with this much mental strength and skills would die a dog's death like this, am I right? Thrint started to smile. It really looked like he was the Grim Reaper playing with a life that was about to end. Haisha started to ask the assassins behind him. Do any of you know which poison was on this dagger? None of the assassins moved or responded. After seeing that, Thrint started to speak. How could they respond with a gag in their mouth? Before you take the gag out, you need to make sure to remove all of their teeth, Haisha. The assassins could only wait and hope that they die quickly as they heard Thrint speaking like that. I promise on my pride as a warrior that I will let the person who tells us the antidote back safely, but... The assassins looked to be debating the deal for a bit before not moving in the end. We don't need them, Haisha. Once I find out from this bastard, we can just skin them alive and rip them up into pieces. The assassins felt like their body was ripping into pieces just listening to Thrint speak. There was no way they would know how terrible that kind of pain was, but they felt the fear that the man would definitely kill them by ripping them into pieces. Thrint turned his back toward the man. He thought about what gave him such a strong will. But that was only for a moment. All right, shall we start again? Thrint tapped the man's hand with his finger as he continued to speak. Which is the antidote? If you answer, I can send you off painlessly. The man's entire body quivered every time Thrint tapped on his hand. His body was not listening to his mind. Do you feel like answering? If not, you will need to change your mind quickly. There's still quite a lot of places in your body to break and or pull off. There's also a way to skin you without using a knife. Thrint cleaned the man's face that had become bloodied with a cloth before lifting up each of the bags with the medicinal herbs one by one in front of the man's face. Is it this one? If it is, just nod your head. The man finally started to respond. The man looked at the leather bag and shook his head. Then this one? Thrint picked up a different bag and shook it. After doing that a couple times, once he picked up the fifth bag and shook it, the man nodded his head. Thrint smiled brightly as he answered. You should have done so from the beginning. Then shall we test it out? Oh, you? The man lifted his head and made a noise at Thrint's words. Thrint left the man there and picked up the dagger from the floor before heading to one of the assassins. Thrint. Thrint did not respond even when Haisha called him and grabbed the heads of one of the assassins before pulling him forward. The assassin who was pulled forward was making noises without even realizing he was making noises. Thrint stabbed the dagger into the assassin's shoulder without any hesitation. The assassin let out a muffled groan through the gag. Thrint took the dagger out before stabbing it in the assassin's thigh next. Once the assassin started to roll around in pain, Thrint started to speak. Stand and jump up and down in place. If you jump slowly, I will cut off your toes and then your ankles, followed by your knees. The assassin became shocked and stood up with a painful expression as he started to jump up and down in place. They had lost the courage to bite down on the poison in their mouth and kill themselves a long time ago. The only thing dominating their minds was the fear created by Thrint. They followed his words like it was an order from God.
The assassin started to moan again.
He looked at the dagger that stabbed him once more and looked toward Thrint.
Jump quickly and move your body as much as possible.
The assassin started to jump up and down with all of his strength. Once he started to run out of breath, he tried to open his mouth as much as he could through the gag to gasp for breath.
Enough. Now sit.
As the assassin sat down in relief, Thrint poured the powder from the bag on the assassin's injuries. Haisha and Edwin finally figured out why Thrint had done that.
He was trying to test it to see if it really was the antidote.
A moment later, a white bubble started to boil from the assassin's injury.
The
assassin started to flail. A moment later, his body fell limp, as if he had died. Once the man closed his eyes, the assassins anticipated that they would be the next test subject. Weren't they perfect to serve as test subjects?
You lied to me.
As Thrint mumbled with a stoic expression, he approached the man once more. Slice. Thrint instantly sliced the man's nose off before starting to slice his lips. Even Haisha had to turn his head away from such terrible scene.
I suddenly had a great idea. There's quite a lot of ingredients here. I just need to stab all of them and try your medicines one by one. Why didn't I think of this great idea earlier? Don't you think so? Don't worry about not having enough ingredients.
We just need to go catch more assassins. The man thought that it was the end. If they lost all of the S-grade assassins he brought with them, the kingdom and the eastern continent would lose the foundation of the entire assassin guild. If that happens, he wouldn't be able to serve his lord at all. He was starting to feel regret that he did not make a deal with this warrior early on with just his life and the antidote. The man put some blood on his tongue and wrote on the floor. I will give it to you, so let at least one person live. The ugly writing showed the man's pain and anxiousness. Thrint thought for a moment after reading the words. He was worried because Shubian's life was on the line.
I will allow it. At Thrint's answer, the man crawled as best as he could to push the antidote with his head. He was hoping that they would let at least one person go as they promised. It was too woeful of an appearance for the master of the Black Knife, the strongest assassin guild in the eastern continent. Retaliatory Blade and the Shire. The response was fast. And it was something they needed to gain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 134. Retaliatory Blade and the Shire. The response was fast. And it was something they needed to gain. Book 4 to 4.1. I am planning on increasing the number of spies sent to the 3 tribes left in the north, as well as the Silence Empire. We will need a lot of supplies for it, so please read it over and make a decision. Runa handed over the detailed file with the types of spies, their actions, and compensation to Yulian. Yulian slowly read through the file as he asked. I didn't know there were so many different types of spies. There are quite a lot, but the ones we need are just 2 types. First, we need to bribe some nobles of the kingdom to become our eyes and ears. It has the lowest success rate and we need a lot of materials as a bribe even if it fails, but they would be the way to get the highly guarded information. Will it be possible? All of our people will stand out in the continent. At the same time, we cannot use other people to do it for us. That is why I plan on leaving this aspect to Edwin. Since he is a merchant, he should already have a connection with a lot of nobles. If he hides the fact that it is for Pariah and says he needs the highly guarded information for trading, even the nobles should not suspect him too much. Yulian nodded his head at Runa's explanation. And the other? It isn't anything amazing, but we need to convert some of the regular civilians. We won't get anything really important from them, but we can find things out like the flow of the public opinion as well as some still useful information. We can't ignore them. The highly guarded information is important, but the information from the civilians will be what we can quickly use. Yes. They can also be used to rile up the public or convince them of whatever we need them to do. If we plant them now and start giving them bribes, they should be able to play a decent role. Yulian thought about it for a bit before starting to speak. We will need quite a lot of them, but I have described everything in the report. After listening to Runa, Yulian looked through the file before reading something and letting out a gasp. Isn't this too many? We are already starting late. We need to pour money at them for a year or 2 in order to convert them. If the empire was in chaos, it would be easy to convert them since all they would have left is the money, but right now, we need to use about that much. Yulian scratched his head as he stared at the numbers written on the file. They were never short for money after Runa made a deal with Edwin. However, he felt like this was a bit much. Amazing. Just amazing. You wrote down all of the different types of spies. Just where did you learn all of this? I learned it from books. I also created a world in my head and thought through ways to create it and break it, as well as creating people and repeatedly killed them and brought them to life. Some of those thoughts may not be useful in battle, however, after repeating it for a long time, it helped me get rid of the holes in my theories. Yulian looked toward Runa with awe before returning the file to Runa. Since it is an area I do not know a lot about, there is nothing else I can tell you. Seeing Yulian respond in a disappointed tone, Runa started to ask. Do you know what the differences between you and I are, Blow? Yulian thought about it for a moment before responding. What is the difference between us? I fight with my body while you fight with your head to effectively lead the warriors? Runa started to laugh as he answered. The Glow is the decision maker while I am the suggestion maker. No matter how great of a plan I come up with, all of it becomes useless if the Glow does not agree with it. Glow, you are already doing a difficult job by making the decisions. What I am getting out of that is you telling me to just make the decisions. As Yulian half-jokingly grumbled, Runa smiled once before answering. Ha ha. If it is something I can make the decision for, I just report it to the Glow. But creating spies, or building a castle, do you know why I make sure to get your approval before doing large projects like this? I'm not sure. Because I am the Glow? Runa shook his head. It is because I cannot make the decision. The strategist is someone who has a complicated mind and sees their suggestions from multiple perspectives, including the enemy. We come up with tons of terrible plans. We need a solution for such situations as well. However, in order to create the perfect plan, we put too much time into a single task. Time. Furthermore, no matter how much time we spend to come up with a plan, there is bound to be a flaw in a plan made by a person. That is why there is no such thing as a perfect plan. That is why sometimes strategists end up focusing too much on creating a perfect plan that they are not able to offer any suggestions to their liege and end up just a scarecrow. Don't just bring up everything because you don't want to be a scarecrow. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Do not worry. I've experienced being a scarecrow way too much in the past already. I do not want to do it anymore. The two of them laughed out loud for a while. Then I will proceed with these as described. Oh, and I heard an interesting story from Captain Thriger today. What kind of story? Do you know about the Shire tribe? The small tribe in the western desert? I believe they have a small oasis near the Quicksand River that serves as their base. Yes, that Shire tribe. What about them? You're not planning on asking me to take over their oasis, are you? You are correct. I hope that you can personally visit them. Yulian made an odd expression as he answered. A small oasis does not help us in any way. What would be the point of taking over an oasis that can hold at max 500 people? That type of small oasis is present throughout the desert. They are reserved for travelers or lost warriors. That's how it is rumored. However, according to Captain Thriger, that oasis is not that small, and the tribe is over 1,000 people. The funny thing is that all 1,000 of them are shamans. Shamans? They received their help many times. Apparently they have a lot of incantations that are similar in effect to the magic of the continent. Is that so? Yulian was surprised at this news that he heard for the first time and started to worry about what to do. Based on what I heard, they are people with amazing abilities. However, they are all gentle and do not like socializing with other people. That is why they just reside in that oasis. They don't mind that their numbers are low. How could they stay in the dark for so long when they have such amazing skills? The other tribes would have been tempted to take them as well. It is probably because they have never stepped forward and there are no tribes with any interest in them as well. And your thoughts? Absorb them into Paria. Runa quickly answered Yulian's question. 1,000 shamans. Yulian started to mumble with interest. Shamans usually led the festivals, cured the sick and blessed the warriors heading outside. However, during times of war, they played a bigger role. They could curse the enemies so that they become cowards while buffing the allies with incantations that raises their bravery. They heal the injured while preventing the curses of the enemies from affecting their allies. That was the role of the shamans during times of war. However, for the veteran shamans or grand shamans like Tuma Takaka that are rare in tribes, their role goes above and beyond all of that. Grand Shaman Tuma Takaka was now old and Yulian could not force him to go to war. However, Yulian vividly remembered just what kind of abilities Tuma Takaka had. Tuma Takaka was a shaman who could call the rain and storm as needed.
He could make hundreds of warriors crumble down in pain with a single incantation.
One of the greatest reasons Pariah could withstand the nurses was the Grand Shaman Tuma Takaka.
He did not expect that much, but since it was not easy to raise a shaman, it would be great if the tribe could even have a couple veteran shamans.
It should be okay. Yulian thought for a long time before nodding his head and making his decision. Seeing Yulian nod his head, Runa chimed in. I think it would be best to consult Tuma Takakanim.
Since it is a tribe of shamans, he might know of them.
I will do that. Yulian answered before heading out to go visit Tuma Takaka. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 135. Book 4 to 4.2. Tuma Takakanim.
Oh, Glow, you are here.
Tuma Takaka was lying down but used a lot of effort to stand up when Yulian arrived. Please remain lying down, Tuma Takakanim. Yulian quickly ran over and helped Tuma Takaka lie back down. Tuma Takaka had aged significantly in the past few years.
He was pretty active even when he was past his 70s, though the flow of time would not leave this great shaman alone forever. It almost instantly made him an old man fitting his age.
I'm sorry, Glow. This old body of mine will not listen to me anymore. Don't say that.
Once my father passed away, the three of us brothers relied on you for everything.
How could you say something so weak like that, Tuma Takakanim? Kakik.
Old warriors, I lived as a shaman, but I lived with the heart of a warrior.
I know. Tuma Takakanim truly was a warrior among warriors. Tuma Takaka smiled at Yulian's words and started to speak.
I at least did not fear war. I may look like a gentle pacifist, but I protect what I need to protect and take what I need to take.
That is the nature of the people of the desert. Tuma Takaka's voice went up as he seemed to be slightly excited after seeing Yulian for the first time in a while. You are right.
That is how the people of the desert are.
Yulian agreed with Tuma Takaka and raised his spirit. But I'm sure the busy Glow has a reason for coming to see me? Ha ha. Seeing you put it that way makes me feel guilty. I should have visited Tuma Takakanim more frequently. Tuma Takaka lightly smiled as he answered. Glow, that is not what I meant. Please do not take this old man's words to heart. Please speak. If it is something this Tuma Takaka knows about, I will gladly help. To be honest with you, I came to ask about the Shire tribe. Tuma Takaka had a slightly surprised expression as he asked. Who did you hear it from?
Captain Thriger said he has been helped by them a couple of times.
I heard that everybody in the tribe is a shaman. Tuma Takaka contemplated for a bit at Yulian's words before answering. It is my hometown. I am also originally from the Shire tribe. Tuma Takakanim was from there? Yes. But I left my hometown after meeting the former Glow Orizanim. Now that I think about it, I haven't thought about them for a long time. Yulian, who had been gazing at Tuma Takaka's wet eyes, started to speak. Would it be difficult for them to become part of our Pariah? Tuma Takaka let out a moan at Yulian's question. It would not be easy.
The Shire tribe were sensitive about freedom more than anybody else. That was why they were the only desert tribe to not make any distinctions such as Glow or Greatest Warrior. They were each the Shire and valued their freedom.
It will not be easy. That is why I came to visit Tuma Takakanim like this. Tuma Takaka let out another moan at Yulian's answer.
It's possible if they choose Pariah on their own, however, there will be terrible things coming our way if we try to force them to become a part of us. The only advice I can give you is to throw away any thoughts about using force. They are very sensitive to freedom. This time, it was Yulian's turn to moan. He knew it would not be easy when he heard there were 1,000 shamans. However, seeing his trusted Tuma Takaka turn pale like this was beyond his expectation. He thought that Tuma Takaka and his wealth of knowledge would be able to come up with a method. They must be very amazing for even Tuma Takakanim to be worried. It would not be difficult for you to use force to force them to join us. However, terrible things will continue to happen to the tribe afterwards. Their incantations are so strong that even if all of our Pariah shamans worked together, we would not be able to block all of them.
Is there no other method? Runa seems to want to use that as a base to fight against the Western Desert. Anywhere else is fine, but please do not make that the base. It will be difficult to even do any construction there.
Why is that? The place the Shire tribe resides at is an old desert sanctuary. All of the older Glows knew about that fact, however, it has become forgotten as time passed by.
A sanctuary? As Yulian was shocked about this news and responded in shock, Tuma Takaka lightly bowed his head. I'm sorry I could not tell you, Glow.
Only those who are fated to know are to be told about it and share the burden.
In my opinion, it is better for the Glow to not know about it. Is that the only reason? Tuma Takaka shook his head.
The people of the Shire will not like it. It will be very difficult until they choose to follow you on their own. If I am right, there should be a minimum of 3 people in the Shire that are around my level, but...
Similar to Tuma Takaka-nim? Yulian was very shocked. Tuma Takaka was probably one of the greatest grand shamans not just in Paria, but in the entire desert. Even amongst them he was in first place by an overwhelming amount. But the Shire has at least 3 people at Tuma Takaka's level? He couldn't help but be shocked. A minimum of 3. That was why even Yulian Nim's grandfather Orizen Nim really wanted them to join Paria as well but gave up in the end.
So that's the case.
Then when did Tuma Takaka Nim come to Paria? Tuma Takaka answered.
To be honest with you, I had been getting tired of the simple life of the Shire.
It was then that I met Orizen Nim. He was an amazing person.
I was still a young kid at the time and chose to follow him to Paria.
Tuma Takaka's eyes glazed over a bit as if he was thinking about the past. Yulian did not interrupt him and just quietly waited. Tuma Takaka finally started to smile after a long time and started to speak.
Oh my, this old man wasted the Glow's precious time.
That is not the case. I am happy to learn about things I didn't know about before. Tuma Takaka Nim, is there really no way at all? Tuma Takaka thought about it once more.
After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of something. Glow, there is a legend that is passed down in the Shire tribe. It is the legend of the savior who will gather everyone's will together and give freedom to all people.
The legend of a savior? Yes. It is a prophecy that has been passed down from ancient times. Now that I think about it, I feel like the savior in the legend is very similar to Yulian Nim.
If the Glow can prove to them that you are the savior, they will choose to follow Yulian Nim on their own.
Yulian felt himself becoming interested and asked. How would I prove that I am the savior?
That is what was written in the prophecy, there were no details about it. Then how would they recognize the savior?
The intuition of the shamans. I presume that is what it would be.
I trust that there will be a test, however, since the elders of the Shire are wise, I trust that they will recognize Yulian Nim as the savior.
Yulian started to smile at Tuma Takaka's words and asked. Am I really someone fitting of an important title like savior?
The prophecy discussed information related to the desert.
Right now, is there anybody else in the desert who would fit that title more than Yulian Nim? Time, luck, and people. I don't think there will be any other time like this in the future.
Furthermore, Yulian Nim is the one who broke the balance of power that had been commanding over the desert for many years.
If Yulian Nim chooses to go, I will go with you. Tuma Takaka Nim will? No.
Even if we take the ship, it will be a far distance.
As Yulian opposed, Tuma Takaka put on a comfortable smile as he answered. I do not know when I will die. I hope that I can serve Paria and Yulian Nim even a little bit with this trip. Please do not say things like that.
Words are sacred.
That is what you told me, Tuma Takaka Nim. Kiki, I am just thankful at the Glow's interest in my health.
However, if the Glow is going, I must go with you. They are a very reserved tribe, so it may be difficult to even run into them. Since you say they will be a large benefit to our tribe, I do believe I will need to go. With the unification of the Eastern Desert not too far away, I feel like we would gain a lot if they choose to join us.
Then we must go. Even if it is right now, we must go. Cough cough. Tuma Takaka was coughing after being excited for the first time in a long time. Yulian became worried and patted Tuma Takaka's chest as he started to speak. Please do not overdo it, Tuma Takaka Nim. I will go to the Shire alone. Glow, I need to go.
Seeing Paria's grand shaman and old warrior speaking so sternly, Yulian stared at him for a while before nodding his head. You must not push yourself too hard.
Once Yulian gave his approval, Tuma Takaka started to smile. This may perhaps be the last thing he does for Paria in his life. You must not deploy warriors. Some warriors to protect you are fine, but we must make sure not to take many warriors. We need to make sure they do not think we are there to invade. Orizen Nim went with only 100 warriors when he went. Do not worry. I plan on only taking the Red Storm with me. When are you planning on heading over?
I will first discuss it with Runa and Grace as well as a couple of the Oasis chiefs.
However, I plan on leaving within the next month.
Then I will expect us to leave in half a month. I will slowly start to prepare as well.
I will say it once more.
Please make sure not to push yourself too hard.
Kiki. Do not worry, Glow. This Tuma Takaka, I am still not dead yet. Yulian shook his head. You never change.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 136. Book 4 to 4.3.
Even Shawan Fury Silence 3, the Crown Prince of the Silence Empire who was known as the Ice Prince for always being cold, could not help his face from turning red after hearing the news.
Bang.
In the end, he could not hold back his anger and hit the table really hard. Something completely unexplainable had happened.
And then?
Master and the S-grade assassins were killed on the spot and they let me go according to the promise.
This unbelievable thing. Cheon's body started to shake.
It was a job that he expected his subordinate to easily complete and return. He had even prepared that official position that his subordinate had wanted for so long, but one of his best subordinates was killed without producing any results. He was still someone who dedicated his life to me.
Just that reason alone is enough to call it a loss.
This subordinate had thrown away his pride as a master of a guild in order to keep the organization from falling apart for his benefit. Thinking that to be the reason Master sent this man in front of him back even though he could no longer be an assassin, Shawan was full of emotions. I want to get revenge for myself as well as for him.
But isn't this a really bad time for it right now?
If Shawan took a bunch of troops and left the border, he would set Paria's first oasis on fire and release poison so that the oasis would not be usable for many years.
That is what he wanted to do.
However, this was not a good time to do that. The neighboring Rogini kingdom had stationed all of their available troops on the border to the Silence Empire.
In addition, Rogini's allies and its subservient kingdoms were sending reinforcements as well.
The Silence Empire was currently putting all of their troops in that direction as well. They were at a point where other than the minimum required to protect the city and the capital, the rest of the troops could not be moved. Until now, there were really no good ideas other than using the assassin guild or mercenaries. However, even with Master personally taking the S-grade assassins with him, he failed to assassinate a single person. So what else could he do? Seeing Shawan contemplating, the man who reported the situation cautiously asked.
I want to get revenge. Shawan lifted up his head and sharply asked. How? You are going to succeed where Master failed. How would you do that? We infiltrated successfully.
Our plan was perfect as well. We only failed because 3 of the mercenaries protecting him were skilled enough to fight against Master one-on-one.
Even if I cannot manage to kill them, we can cause damage to their tribe. Shane started to lean in at the man's answer. Tell me your plan. Those bastards are building something right now. I can interrupt their construction.
He had heard that Paria had started to build a castle from a spy. For them, the Silence would be the people who killed their parents.
Shawan knew about that fact but had no way to do anything right now.
Paria had started to build this castle at the worst possible time for the Silence Empire. They were smart for being barbarians of the desert. That was what Shawan was thinking internally as he gestured the man to continue. We will not aim for the warriors. Instead, we will assassinate the construction workers one by one. The workers, it should have a large impact. Shawan quickly understood what the man was trying to do. If you instill fear in the hearts of the workers, it would be easy to cause havoc. Since they would not be assassinating any specific person, even if there were 10 masterclass warriors and not 3, they would not be able to stop all of the assassins and the number of workers will slowly decrease.
So wouldn't this be the most effective disruption plan? They didn't even need S-grade assassins. Even general assassins would be able to leave enough destruction with this plan.
Shawan wondered why he did not come up with such a simple plan on his own as he started to speak.
Can you move the guild in Master's place? That was the reason Master chose to send me back alive.
Shawan made a noise as he started to think about the man's answer before starting to speak again.
All right. I will give you the strength to do it. You might be in danger if you go back like this, so I will give you some protection. Cause as much chaos as you want. Calm Master's soul and make me happy, Adat. I have received your command. I am someone who believes in properly rewarding successes. Depending on how well you succeed, I will give you what I promised to give Master. The man's eyes started to sparkle.
He remembered what his teacher and guild master had discussed in front of himself as well as the other S-grade assassins.
We will now be able to proudly stand in the sun.
We do not have to live in fear anymore while taking individual contracts for assassinations.
We will be assassins hired by the Empire.
It is for that reason that I put the fate of the guild and myself on the line.
I would like for all of you to join me.
Nobody opposed the decision.
The hope of going out into the sun. That alone was enough.
Furthermore, the person that was offering it was someone who really had enough influence to truly lift the entire guild into the sun. As Master had described, Shawan was cruel and cold, but his words carried significant weight. I will put my body and soul on the line to complete this task and show my loyalty to you. Shawan just sat there looking through the files on the table as he had finished what he had to say.
I was worried. What took you so long?
Yulian asked Haisha, as well as the rest of the Red Storm, lead warriors, and shamans who returned separately from the rest of the brigade that was sent to protect Edwin. The Red Storm cherished their personal time a lot, but they were all warriors who would always put orders above their own desires. That was why Yulian knew that something must have gone wrong for them to unexpectedly return late like this. Once Haisha reported everything to Yulian, Yulian quickly started to ask while turning pale.
So is Yulian safe?
Haisha looked toward the cart behind him and answered. He has not recovered all of his strength yet. The shamans have made him some medicine to eat. They say that he will slowly recover his strength.
Yulian did not say anything else as he ran over to the cart and opened the door.
A shabby-looking Shubian turned his head to look at Yulian.
Lo.
Shubian called out to Yulian and tried to sit up, but his body was shaking and he could not put any strength into his arm.
Shubian, stay down. Yulian lightly pressed down on both of Shubian's shoulders as he told him to lay down. This put a bitter taste in Shubian's mouth. This is so embarrassing.
I did not want to show myself like this in front of the glow. I'm relieved knowing you have enough strength to joke around.
Are you hurting anywhere?
No, I am fine. Other than this terrible feeling of having no strength in my body, I have no other problems.
I don't have any broken bones either.
I heard you were attacked while saving Edwin.
To be honest with you, he was not someone I could definitely beat in a one-on-one battle, Glow. As Shubian honestly answered, Yulian started to smile as he responded.
Either way, he is already dead. Just focus on getting better and do not push yourself for a while.
Yulian patted Shubian's shoulder a couple of times before closing the cart door.
He then quickly called Haisha and Thrint over to ask.
Where is it?
He was asking who was behind the attack.
Yulian looked to be very angry.
As the glow, the life of a Red Storm member should be worth the same as the life of any other warrior. However, since Yulian was also human, he was angered at the fact that he almost lost another Red Storm member who he had worked so hard to develop and cherished so much.
We could not get them to share that until the end. Maybe it was because we put Shubian's life as the top priority and let them send someone back for telling us where the antidote was. Yulian nodded his head at Thrint's response and started to speak.
That was the obvious and smart decision. We can always catch the enemy later on, but a warrior only has one life.
Good work. Glow. Edwin called out to Yulian.
I am truly sorry that you lost Pariah's valiant warriors and that Shubianim ended up in danger because of me and my caravan.
No need to apologize.
Protection was something Pariah had promised a long time ago.
It was for Pariah's benefit as well. Do not worry about it too much.
Something like that would actually hurt the pride of our warriors.
Edwin could not help but be sorry even after Yulian's words.
If something had really gone wrong, he would not be able to even lift his head up.
Haisha started to speak at that moment.
Based on the size and strength of the assassins this time, I do not think they will give up so easily.
Just who is it? As Yulian started to mumble, Runa answered from his side. Isn't there only one? Desert warriors would never do anything so cowardly. If you think about it that way, it must be someone from the continent. Isn't there only one power in the continent that would get in our Pariah's way right now? Silence?
As Yulian, Haisha, and Thrint all answered at the same time, Runa nodded his head.
They are the only possible answer.
I'm sure they have heard that our Pariah is starting to get stronger. They knew they needed to start meddling in our affairs.
After all, they also know of our people's way of life, don't they?
Of course.
They know very well that we are grinding our teeth. They know that we will definitely get our revenge.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 137. Book 4 to 4.4. Yulian scrunched his face to hold back his anger as he spoke. Seeing Yulian being like this, Runa started to speak. They are guaranteed to have planted many moles in Pariaye as well. That is how they would have found out that Edwin Nim was related to the changes we are going through and probably tried to get rid of Edwin Nim to cut off one of our pillars. I am just a lowly merchant. Why would they think so highly of me? Listening to them say that he had suddenly become the target of the Silence Empire, Edwin started to speak in shock. Runa shook his head as he answered. What would happen if Edwin Nim was missing from our current operations? Edwin Nim currently has a large influence on Pariaye. It would be a significant hit for us as well if Edwin Nim was assassinated. The Silence was aiming for that. Once Yulian interjected, Runa finished his response. Yes. We must hurry as well. We need to install enough moles so we can see the movement of the Silence Empire on the palm of our hands. Since I left that to you last time, take good care of it. Anyways, I need to leave for the Shire tomorrow, but I am not feeling very comfortable with leaving because of what happened. We will need to increase patrol on the borders as well as the number of warriors on the construction site. I guess I should leave the Red Storm here. As Yulian responded that he would increase the patrol warriors and leave the Red Storm at the construction site, Runa quickly jumped up and down. You cannot do that. The most important thing is the glow's safety. I will personally go to the construction site. If that is the case, take greatest warrior Again and pair with you. You are also a very important person. I already have a plan in mind. The glow can just go and safely complete the goal. I will not be stubborn since I trust you. Yulian answered that way before asking Edwin a question. What if you reside in the desert for a while? I cannot do that thinking about the people who will be waiting for me with their eyes wide open. I also need to keep delivering goods to Pariaye, so I think I should quickly return. Yulian nodded his head at Edwin's answer and started to speak to Haisha. Haisha, you will not take part in my trip this time. Instead, please take 1,000 warriors and make sure Edwin reaches the border to his kingdom safely. You do know why I am saying this, right? Haisha immediately bowed his head and responded. I will do as the glow instructed. Once everything was resolved, Yulian started to think about the Shire once again. He also started to think about the term savior. He still didn't think he deserved such a grand title. However, thinking about what Tuma Takaka had said, he felt like he would be able to safely absorb the members of the Shire into Pariaye. The night passes by and the dawn arrives. Let the bell ring out loud. Far, far away, I see the yellow sand. Toward the land of hope. Raise the sails. Follow the wind and let's cross through the sand. Captain Thriger's fun and refreshing song was good to hear and helped raise the mood. Nobody knew where the song came from, but Captain Thriger's love for this song was quite extensive. The song originally has 2 verses, but everybody was looking forward to the day Captain Thriger completed the 3rd verse as he always claimed he would do. We are almost there, glow. Captain Thriger shouted loudly toward Yulian, who was looking around from the deck. Once Yulian heard Captain Thriger, he started to look forward. There seemed to be nothing out there except the desert sand. However, the Shire people who have lived in secrecy were supposedly right there. Tuma Takaka started to mumble next to Yulian. They used an incantation to make it look like the desert. I presume that Captain Thriger received help right outside the entrance into the tribe. It is difficult for foreigners to enter the tribe itself. Orizen Nim was only able to enter after visiting 4 times, but what is in their tribe for them to be so secretive? I presume the glow will be shocked at the scenery that does not look like the desert at all. Yulian looked at Tuma Takaka with confusion at the answer before deciding that he would find out soon enough. The desert runner number 0 stopped at the edge of the quicksand river and quickly lowered the anchors. Once the ship had completely stopped, they lowered the wooden ladder for Yulian and Red Storm to get off the ship. Please be safe, glow. We will be waiting over here. As Captain Thriger and the crew watched Yulian and the group off, Yulian started to smile as he answered. Since Tuma Takaka Nim has said it shouldn't take too long, whether it goes well or terrible, it shouldn't be too long. Take some time to relax and go sand fishing or something. For some reason, there are no monsters at all in this area. I presume the mysterious people here have done something to make that happen. Please have a successful trip. Yulian nodded his head before leading Tuma Takaka and the Red Storm forward. It's been a long time since I walked the path of illusion. Tuma Takaka became nostalgic walking through the path to his hometown. He had not been here for 50 years. Seeing Tuma Takaka being like that, Yulian started to ask a question. Are you saying this whole road is an illusion? Yes. Close your eyes, clear your mind and then take a step. You will understand what I am talking about.
Hearing Tuma Takaka's quiet voice, everyone closed their eyes as if they made a promise and started to control their breathing.
Bang!
As soon as they all lifted up a foot and took a step, Yulian and the Red Storm quickly opened their eyes and looked around at each other in shock. Putting aside the fact that there was a bang noise on the sandy ground, the ground itself was hard.
It did not feel like sand. The whole path is made of stone. Shall I show you? Tuma Takaka looked around at Yulian and the Red Storm amusingly as he asked. Yulian, as well as everybody else, nodded their heads.
If this was a weird incantation that affected a person's senses, someone like the Glow or the Red Storm warriors who have strong mental fortitude would not have been affected. However, the incantation here is not just a trick, it is something that you cannot see unless you clear your heart.
Tuma Takaka said that before lifting up his staff and lightly tapping on the ground. Tap.
There was a small noise from the staff before the surroundings instantly changed. The ground that Yulian and Red Storm were walking on quickly changed to a road made of white stone, with odd-looking stone monuments on the side. Each of the monuments seemed to be made of two long stones standing up with a large rock placed on top of them. It was so amazing as there was no way humans would have been able to lift up such a large rock and put it up there.
Boom! 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 Boom!
The group started to hear the noise of a drum that was slowly approaching them. As the Red Storm members put their hands on their swords out of nervousness, Tuma Takaka quickly urged them to stop.
They are only coming out because they are shocked to see the illusion being broken. Do not ever put your hand on your swords.
As the Red Storm quickly took their hands off of their swords, they heard a clear but quiet voice.
Hello, esteemed guests. From where have you come? Even Yulian could not see the person as they were so far away.
The person must be extremely skilled for them to be able to clearly hear the person at this distance.
It is a type of incantation.
They must have realized that I broke the illugio and reaching out to figure out my identity.
Tuma Takaka, who had a good idea as to what Yulian was thinking after seeing his surprised expression, started to speak. He then lifted up his staff.
Pariah's Glow Yulian Provoknim, his shaman and his warriors ask for your understanding for visiting the Shire without prior notice.
Who is the one that knows of our ancient incantation?
Once they heard someone speak again, Yulian could see something moving far, far away.
My name is Tuma Takaka. At one point, I had been given the name of new person by the Shire.
The approaching people did not say anything and just increased their speed toward them. The 5 men who were wearing black clothing, which was not often worn by the desert people, approached Yulian's group the instant the group felt like they could finally see the approaching people's faces. The desert conqueror, war god of the eastern desert, Pariah's Glow Yulian Provoknim's great name has been spread to our Shire as well.
It is our honor to meet a hero.
As the youngest-looking man of the group stepped forward and bowed to Yulian, the 4 behind him started to bow toward Yulian as well.
You are praising me too much.
It is my honor to meet the members of the Shire who are known as the Hermits of the Desert.
Seeing Yulian modestly answer like that, the young man bowed once more before starting to speak to Tuma Takaka.
The young Shire who left a long time ago.
I finally get to meet Tuma Takaka Nim, who is now treated as an elder of the Shire. Tuma Takaka became slightly shocked hearing that he was treated as an elder of the Shire and asked.
I left the Shire when I was young.
Although I was born in the Shire, I ran away from that responsibility and followed my own will. How could someone like that become an elder?
Tuma Takaka spoke respectfully to the man who seemed to be much younger than him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 138. Book 4 to 4.5.
Age was not important in the Shire. What they focused on was how much skills and incantations abilities a person had in order to protect the Shire and the sanctuary that has been passed down through the generations.
That was what determined your status in the Shire.
With the young man speaking as the representative of the group, you could tell that he had the highest status amongst the group even though he was the youngest. Grand Elder Shulmarutsnim, who has already returned to heaven, told us something in the past.
When Tuma Takakanim left with Orisanim, he mentioned that Tuma Takakanim acted according to your name.
He said that you did not leave the Shire but left to fulfill your destiny.
That was why Tuma Takakanim was approved as an elder of the Shire 10 years ago. Seeing the young man speak his teacher's name, Tuma Takaka closed his eyes and thought about his teacher. His teacher was very strict with his teachings as Tuma Takaka was being groomed to become the Grand Elder of the next generation. He said something like that? Tuma Takaka's voice was shaking. Please enter.
The Grand Elder knew that Pariah's Glow would come looking for us soon.
However, we did not expect Tuma Takakanim to come as well.
The young man moved to the side and gestured with his hand to lead Yulian and the group. After they followed the white stone road for a while, they saw an amazing view in front of them. There were many towers built in the style of the continent throughout the area. There was also a castle that was not the typical 5-meter-tall castle, but one that was surrounded by 1-meter stone walls that were creating a giant circle. Inside of the circle were buildings made of stone instead of pows. This was definitely a sight that Yulian and the Red Storm had never seen before. Even in the continent, the buildings made of stone were reserved for small castles for nobles or temples. It was rare to find. Furthermore, each of these houses were all elaborately constructed and looked very luxurious.
I feel like I am in a different world.
The young man simply smiled as Yulian spoke out in awe.
Tuma Takaka responded instead.
This is a place that has existed together with the history of the desert. Truthfully speaking, it looks like it has existed long before the history of the desert. However, we do not have any records beyond that.
Yulian nodded his head as he continued to admire the buildings. I'm sorry, but you cannot take any metal items past this point.
It is because of the ancient magic that is surrounding the village and hope that the glow understands. Once they reached a point where the entrance to the village was visible, the young man respectfully informed Yulian.
Yulian looked toward Tuma Takaka. Now you should know why I said this place cannot serve as a base and could be a danger for even a strong tribe like Pariah. The Shire is a place that is protected by magic and incantations that have existed from a long time ago. Tuma Takaka said that to Yulian as he first took out different metallic items from his chest and put it on the ground. Yulian also put his greatsword and a sasunta that was hidden at his chest on the ground.
Even the Red Storm, who were showing signs of opposing the young man's words, put their greatswords down on the ground. They did not like it, but seeing Yulian and Tuma Takaka stepping forward and dropping their weapons, they followed suit.
Thank you, Glow.
I need to follow the laws of the Shire since I have come as a guest. As Yulian smiled and responded to the young man's words, the young man lightly smiled before bowing his head in motion to his group once more. The 5 members of the Shire started to move and Yulian and the Red Storm noticed their surroundings starting to spin.
Yulian was thinking that it was odd when Tuma Takaka started to whisper next to him.
That entrance is a trap. Until those white stone walls are broken down, you can only move in and out through incantations. This place is hard to figure out. Even the Shire do not know all of the secrets of this place. They just know they have the mission of protecting it.
Just what are they protecting? It is exactly as it says.
The Shire land. The things that are here as well as the secrets and legends that have been passed down through generations.
Yulian smiled at the confusing words and started to speak. It seems like a story out of a book. Everything before the truth or reality is all just a fantasy from books. It seemed to be kind of a serious story, but Tuma Takaka did not give Yulian any time to think as he continued to speak.
Glow, please do not worry about the complicated things and just focus on your goal. If you show an unwavering will regardless of what happens, everything will work out well.
I understand.
Their surroundings started to become blurry right around the time the two of their conversation was coming to an end.
Yulian was used to this sensation.
It was the same feeling he had when he touched the magic circle in the underground dungeon in the monster's desert. The moment he closed his eyes and opened them back up, Yulian and the Red Storm were already inside the Shire. Once he blinked once more, there was a woman wearing a light purple silk outfit. Welcome to the Shire, Yulian Nim, Tuma Takaka Nim, and the Red Storm warriors. The woman, who had eyes shining brighter than the fireflies in the night sky, had purple hair that flowed down like a waterfall down to her hips. The tall woman, who seemed to be at least 170 centimeters tall, spoke in a voice that made you feel relaxed as she bowed her head at Yulian and the group. The desert suns were shining down ruthlessly hot rays.
There were many workers moving large pieces of stone underneath it.
The masons were busy hammering away at the rocks to make them into the right sizes. Some of the site managers were shouting loudly as they were getting verbal about each other's work. The construction master that Edwin worked so hard to bring over was running around endlessly with the blueprint in his hand to talk to the site managers, stop people who were fighting, and give commands to keep the construction going.
This construction was harder than any other construction in the continent.
Even with Pariah's shamans using incantations to change the weather every day, there was a limit to how much humans could do to lower the heat in the desert. However, they promised better wages than any other job. The person to make the contract with them was also not a noble but the Cerebral Merchant Guild, which had a great reputation, so they didn't need to worry about not getting paid for their work. Thanks to that, the workers were able to persevere through the heat and continue their work.
I'm
looking forward to how grand it will be when it is completed.
Grace looked around at the construction site before speaking to Runa.
I plan on making it quite large. If it was just the silence we were going after, we would just need a couple fortresses in storage, but our goal is not just the Silence Empire.
Every so often, the glow says something like this. Runa asked with curiosity. What does he say?
He wishes he could dissect the inside of your head. He wants to figure out how you can come up with so many ideas and the ways to make them a reality.
You are praising me too much. I actually think the glow nim is more amazing.
Even if you took away Yulian Nim's strength, he would still have his natural abilities to lead. The glow would enjoy hearing that.
Ho ho ho. Grace started to laugh as she continued to speak.
But please pay some attention to Aileen. I heard you haven't gone home at all lately.
I have a lot of work to do,
but I am planning on taking a short break after we get through the initial phase of building this castle.
You don't know how happy Aileen was to catch Runanim's attention. Especially to be your first wife. You need to quickly have a kid and take in a second wife as well. Runa started to blush a bit as he responded.
I will start to think about that once a lot of things start to settle down.
Omo, if the assistant warrior that the Glow trusts says something like that, you will be hated by the other warriors. The Glow will also be disappointed, and of course I would be disappointed as well. That's not what I meant.
Seeing Runa start to get nervous, Grace started to smile internally. He was a genius, but he was just as innocent in certain ways as well. It will start to get dark soon.
Grace Nim should start heading in now. And tomorrow, you must return to the large oasis. Runa wanted to get away from Grace as soon as possible.
Seeing Runa pretty much pushing her away, Grace lightly waved her hand and headed into the peo.
I don't know what to do with her.
But I guess if it wasn't for that personality, she wouldn't be able to handle the responsibilities of being the mother of a tribe at that age. Runa thought that to himself as he decided to meet with the master one more time before heading into his peo and headed over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 139. Book 4 to 4.6. The busy construction site was empty other than the Pariah warriors patrolling it. The construction in the desert was so tiring that if you did not get enough rest at night, it would impact your efficiency the next day. Everybody had gone to sleep to prepare for the next day. Other than the moonlight and couple bonfires nearby, there was no other light over the construction site. It was at this time that a group of people were stealthily approaching while avoiding the sharp gazes of the patrol warriors. We need to instill as much fear as we can today. The security will get stronger and stronger as time goes by. As the man in the lead warned the black-clad men behind him, they all nodded their heads instead of responding. We will separate here. I trust that you will all do a good job. Don't forget that Master has said we will be paid based on our merits. Losing to other brigades will hurt the pride of our Claw Brigade. The black-clad men nodded their heads to say that was obvious. The mission consisted of 4 brigades attacking from the north, south, east, and west. And the Master said he will pay the brigades based on merit.
The most skilled of these 4 brigades was this Claw Brigade made of 20 A-grade assassins. They had less members than the brigades attacking from the other 3 directions, however, in their world, fame was very important. Thanks to that, if they managed to achieve greater merit than the other brigades, some of the assassins from the other brigades may crawl over to join them. In addition, there was also the revenge of the Eastern Continent's greatest assassin guild, the Black Knife, on the line with this mission. That was why the members of the Claw felt a sense of excitement as well. At the man's order, the assassins started to quietly enter the POWs where the workers resided. It took them a while to completely sneak into the POWs as the patrol warriors were being very careful with their duty to the point that the assassins felt a sense of burden. But they were A-grade assassins. Unless someone was completely focused on protecting the peo, it would be difficult to spot them.
The assassins could finally start to complete their mission.
The workers said goodbye to this world without letting out a peep thanks to the assassins' daggers. As they had been ambushing the workers, a loud noise of a drum started to echo around 5 minutes later.
Boom! Boom! Pariah's warriors jumped up out of their POWs and put on their gears.
The sound of the drum signified that enemies have invaded. Many warriors gathered with the veteran and lead warriors in less than 5 minutes before directly heading over to the construction site.
Shit!
The leader of the Claw started to curse.
The brigade that attacked from the north was discovered even before they finished infiltrating the camp.
He felt like they would have been able to achieve more if the Claw was the only brigade to attempt this mission. He put a wooden flute the size of a fingernail into his mouth and let out a long noise.
Tweet dash.
It was so low that it was almost impossible to hear, but for the trained assassins, this was like the sound of thunder. All of the members of the Claw stopped their actions and started to escape from the POWs. They needed to escape as quickly as possible as the patrol warriors were already heading in their direction. They had been trained over and over before coming out here. They were trained to not treat the barbarians of the desert like the soldiers of the continent. They were also told to never think of taking on these warriors one-on-one, even if they were A-grade assassins. The sound of many assassins shouting out loud could be heard less than 5 minutes after the leader of the claw blew his flute. It was an unbelievably fast response.
You damn trash who don't know how to fight fairly dare to.
Per let out his anger as he rushed his perma toward the escaping black-clad men and stabbed them to death. Yes, Per was the warrior in charge of the 3,000 warriors residing at the construction site. Per had already heard from Runa, who had come together with Grace, to be very cautious. Runa had told Per about how Shubian almost died from the assassins of the continent, as well as how Thrint killed the master of the assassins.
Runa warned that there may be retaliation.
That was why he had increased the number of patrol warriors as if they were at war, and trained them to respond quickly in case of an enemy attack. Even still, close to 100 workers were hit. Per became extra angry at the fact that the damage could have been much worse if he had not prepared in advance.
Kill them all. We already know who the enemy is and do not need to think about getting any prisoners. Just kill as many of them as fast as possible. Per shouted out loud as he ran amok left and right.
One of the Claw's assassins looked toward Per as he retreated. He could clearly tell that this barbarian was the leader of the warriors. If I kill that bastard, it will make it easier to move in the future. I will also gain a lot of fame. The assassin thought like that as he lowered his body as much as possible and shielded his body with his camouflage cape. With only the moonlight and some bonfires to light up the night, the assassin was almost impossible to see once he covered his body up like that. It did not take long for the barbarian to approach the location. In fact, it was so fast that the assassin did not even have time to calm his breathing. However, for an A-grade assassin like himself, killing an enemy who was caught off guard because of the camouflage was like taking candy from a baby. The assassin confidently kicked the ground and jumped up toward Per and flung his dagger toward Per's neck. "Humph!" Per shouted out in contempt as he blocked the flying dagger with his shamshir. He had debated catching it with his hand, but did not do so as he was warned about their daggers being coated in poison.
Disappointing. You thought you could get me with something like this?
Per was someone who had an even sharper intuition than Yulian on a normal basis. Even without that intuition, there were less than 5 individuals in the entire desert who could trick Per's eyes. Per had so much strength that if his older brother Yulian was not there, Per would have easily gotten the title of war god of the eastern desert.
So for an assassin to camouflage himself and throw a dagger at Per? That was not even funny.
The assassin gasped and tried to run away, but fell down in place without being able to move a single step. In his back was a sasunta that was stabbed so deeply that you couldn't even see the blade anymore.
Do not let a single one of them live.
Per did not care whether the sasunta he threw hit or missed the enemy. He started to shout again while riding through the site again.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 140. Book 4 to 4.7.
The moon disappeared and the sun started to rise over the sands that had turned cold through the night. This was usually the time everybody energetically prepared to start their day, however, everyone seemed to have heavy expressions today. If you took a closer look, you would be able to see the fear that was hidden in the faces of the workers. There was also a sense of relief that they were able to see the morning sun. Some of the people were even packing their stuff and preparing to return to the continent. They liked making the money, but they did not want to die in the middle of the night without even the mice or the birds knowing. 1. The on-site managers of the Cerebral Merchant Guild promised their safety and told them they would increase their wages due to the danger. However, nobody could stop the workers from running away. Paria's warriors even told them they will have 2,000 guard at night. However, even that had no effect. The number of people dying fell significantly since the first day, with only 2 or 3 people dying every night now. However, there was no guarantee that they would not be one of those 2 or 3 people killed. With many leaving and even the remaining workers losing their efficiency, the castle building plans were significantly dented. The situation is worse than I thought. As Runa let out a groan and started to mumble, Per was embarrassed. At first, he was confident that taking care of weaklings who did not even fight fairly would be easy. However, even if they remained fully alert all night, a couple of workers still ended up dying every night.
It was frustrating. Per responded in a weak voice. I'm sorry. I just can't figure out how they are coming in. Do not worry about it. It is my fault for not being able to come up with a proper response. Assassins from the continent were not a part of my plans. Runa started to frown as if it was his fault. Runa was a genius who enjoyed creating a perfect plan and then seeing everything run the way he expected it to go. He didn't have the power to control the minds of others, however, he was pretty good at leading people to the direction he wanted them to go or in a way that he could anticipate their future actions. Just like many other genii react to a crack in their plan, Runa also became nervous and short-tempered when things forced him to change his plans. This castle construction was started even though things were not exactly how Runa had wanted it to be. However, assassins were not part of any scenarios Runa foresaw getting in their way. The closest thing to it would be moles from the continent. Runa started to think about all sorts of different scenarios since the day after the first assassinations. However, even after spending the majority of his time trying to come up with a response, he could not find a good solution. The assassins who showed up at night were less than 10 total. They all approached from different directions and attacked at the same time. Even if some of them were caught, at least one was able to assassinate some of the workers to instill the fear. They were only able to figure that out by managing to catch some of the assassins trying to stealthily enter from different directions. Apparently there were about 500 assassins, so even if they caught 10 a day, it would go on for 50 days. But if assassinations like this continued to happen every night, all of the workers would leave before the month was up. What if we brought some warriors from each of the oases to strengthen the protection of this location a little more? Per thought hard for a while before asking, but Runa shook his head. It would be a big hit on Paria's fame if it gets out that we sought reinforcements because we could not take care of 500 enemies. We are a tribe that will eventually unify the desert. We cannot have anything affect our fame. Life is more important than fame. Furthermore, the construction will have to be halted if it continues like this. Per was in charge of the warriors, however, Runa was in charge of the construction. Per needed Runa's permission to increase the amount of warriors or really do anything. That was why Per was consistently asking Runa to increase the number of warriors. Let me think about it for a few more days before making a decision. It is not yet time. As Runa rejected his request once again, Per let out a sigh internally and nodded his head. If his brother was here, he would definitely have put the lives of the people first. However, Runa cared more about the greater gain. I'm sure he's doing well. Per suddenly thought about Yulian. There was a person mumbling non-stop inside the peo. The words that he seemed to be familiar with were being spoken in rhythm while his hand was moving around as if he was drawing something in the air. A moment later, a shiny powder started to fall from his hand. I call upon the falling flower, petal. The young man suddenly started to stumble across his words. Like a flower petal, the stars, in the night sky. The young man continued to stumble over his words before the shiny powder disappeared from his hands. This is always where I run into issues. The young man was stuck at the same spot for the last few days. He slammed the book onto the table with anger before glaring into it again. There were a lot of books in the young man's peo. There were a lot of books from the continent because his father and his older brothers all were avid readers. There were even scrolls from the tribe's ancestors who wrote down their personal experiences before their death. He even had some ancient books that he did not even know where they originated from. It was one of these ancient books that caught the young man's attention. It was a book left by a man named Cecil. This book, which seemed to be an autobiography, explained the magic that was used in the desert. He only attempted it out of curiosity in the beginning, however, seeing that it had a different type of effect than the incantations he had been learning, he decided to focus on these magic spells. Isn't this a completely impossible spell? There is no way you can borrow the great strength of nature to make it rain large boulders. The young man was grumbling, but he couldn't help but feel an odd type of charm from these spells. All of the other spells he had attempted so far had worked, so there was no way just this one was a fake. Tisk. The young man clicked his tongue before picking the book back up. Let's see if you win or I win. I have quite a bit of time right now. If I can learn how to use you properly, I will instantly become famous. The young man opened the book again and started to research the area that he kept getting tongue-tied by repeating that section over and over again. End of chapter. Next up. The will of the Savior. If you speak, you'll die. Underscore 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 1. It is based on the Korean saying that says to be careful about what you say because the birds hear the things you say during the day and the mice hear the things you say during the night. So in this case, it is talking about dying so secretly that even the birds and mice won't know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 141. The Will of the Savior. If you speak, you'll die. Book 4 to 5.1. Who are you? Yulian could subconsciously feel his heart beating as he reflexively asked.
I am the Grand Elder of the Shire, the fragrance in the air, Violet.
Welcome. Yulian, the Red Storm, and even Tuma Takaka was shocked at the fact that the woman in front of them was the Grand Elder and leader of the Shire.
The woman who revealed her name to be Violet continued to speak.
Starting from now, Tuma Takaka Nim as well as the Red Storm warriors must not speak. Could Yulian Nim make a promise regarding this aspect?
Everybody closed their mouths tightly as if they were about to sneeze.
Once Yulian nodded his head, Violet started to speak again.
From now, the only people who can talk in the Shire are Yulian Nim and myself.
Only the two of us. Yulian Nim, you came to prove that you are the savior, correct?
Rather than saying that was the reason, it was more the desire that it would be great if the Shire would join our Paria.
That is impossible.
The Shire is a tribe tied to their laws. If you desire to draw us in, you need to become the savior.
Nobody other than the savior can give us orders of any kind. Yulian stood up tall at Violet's stern words and answered. If that is the case, I will take the test. Great. The test is simple. Yulian Nim just needs to show us his will. How so? Inside the Shire we have 1,000 shamans and their 4,000 family members. Yulian Nim has less than 50 people in your group, am I right? Yulian took a look at Red Storm and Tuma Takaka before answering, even though he already knew how many of them there were. Yes. Everybody has entered into silence now.
I have already told the people of the Shire before coming out here.
You knew that I would accept the request?
Of course. Yulian Nim would not have come here if he did not have that type of desire.
That is true.
In the Shire, it is best to not say useless words.
I will keep that in mind. Then I will explain the rules to you. Everybody will be living their lives in silence. If one of the people of the Shire speak, it will confirm that Yulian Nim is the savior. If Tuma Takaka Nim or any of the warrior Nims speak, then Yulian Nim just forget about the Shire and return to your tribe. Yulian was flabbergasted.
He could not understand how they could test his will based on which side speaks.
Is that it? Yes. That is it.
The duration of it is until one side speaks. However, if someone on either side speaks, the competition can continue if you kill that person.
Do you understand what I mean? Violet was saying things that did not fit her beauty without any issues. You mean,
Yes, if someone from the Shire speaks, I will personally kill that person to continue the competition, while if one of the warrior Nims speak, Yulian Nim can either give up or personally kill that warrior to continue this savior's test.
It does not seem like a good method. Violet responded to the statement Yulian made while scrunching up his face. The savior's test is definitely not easy.
If someone from the Shire opens their mouth and they all die, Yulian Nim will automatically become the savior, while if all of the warrior Nims end up dying, Yulian Nim will just need to return like that.
Is there no other method? There is not.
Seeing Violet sternly respond even without thinking, Yulian subconsciously started to clench his fist.
Fine. We will do as you said.
Our warriors have heavy lips.
The people of the Shire do not say any useless words.
They also have no problem not saying anything for the right reasons. Maybe Violet was very competitive or she just wanted to play along with Yulian, but that was how Violet had responded to Yulian's statement.
That was a proclamation that she had no intentions of accepting Yulian as the savior. Yulian decided that he needed to change first.
He needed to imagine that the Red Storm did not exist. If he accidentally called out one of their names, they might respond out of reflex and that would be a big problem.
Yulian and the Red Storm were given residences and spent their first night in the Shire.
They should have slept well since they were all tired from not being able to sleep much traveling on a ship, but they were not able to do so. Humans tend to make mistakes regardless of their will. That was why even the Red Storm who had very strong wills had to be cautious and even more cautious. In order to be cautious, all of the Storm Warriors chose to bite down on a candle as they went to sleep and took turns standing guard as if they were out training. There was no way they could sleep peacefully while being on the alert like that. Once morning came to the Shire, the majority of the warriors opened their eyes on their own and woke up the rest of the warriors who finally managed to fall asleep around dawn while making sure to cover their mouths first.
Yulian was not happy seeing the tired faces of the warriors. Other people may not be able to tell the difference, but Yulian would not miss it.
They all seemed to be extremely nervous. Seeing the warriors look like this when they were not at war was never good.
Did you get a good night's rest? As Violet approached from far away asking about the night, Yulian answered bluntly. There is no way they could relax well. You seem to be very angry from the early morning. I am not angry, but it is true that I am not very happy. You'll get used to it pretty soon. Everybody, please come with me. It is time for breakfast. Violet responded with a stoic expression before guiding them to breakfast. The place she guided Yulian and the Red Storm to was a garden in front of a large building. It was covered in grass which was almost impossible to see in the desert, and there were also many different flowers with complicated patterns. In the middle of the garden was a giant tree that did not seem to fit in with the rest of the garden. When they got there were already many young and beautiful women who had placed long pieces of light yellow silk down on the ground and filled it up with plates full of pine nuts. They then disappeared before returning with vegetables and fruits that were not usually seen in the desert. After that, they finally sat down. The food of the Shire have divine power inside of them. Even each and every one of the pine nuts are blessed. The priests of the Shire will personally prepare them for you, so please take a seat. But Yulian motioned for the Red Storm to sit down before going over to sit down with them. Once everyone sat down, the women moved their hands quickly to divide the pine nut, vegetables, and fruit to each of the warriors. Everybody started to eat in silence. As Violet mentioned, although it was the same pine nut that they ate every day, the taste was very different. The pine nut tasted as sweet as honey. Violet did not touch the pine nut and just ate one of the yellow fruits as she started to speak. Today, I will take you on a tour of the Shire. There are buildings and artwork as old as the history of the desert. If you want, I could let you even read some of the books. However, since they are all written in the forgotten language of the ancient continent, you will not be able to read most of them. I guess I have no reason to say no. Yulian answered like that before taking a bunch of vegetables and putting it in his mouth. They were said to be a tribe that loved their freedom, but they are conducting such a brutal test. I didn't understand why the prominent shamans did those silent meditations, but now that I think about it, it really must be hell. Yulian took a look at the Red Storm warriors who were not even breathing heavily before focusing on eating once more. He decided that since he overcame all other difficult obstacles, he would just treat this as another type of training. He felt like if he considered this a type of meditation training, it would make the pressure of this silence a little less burdensome. It is meditation training. The Red Storm immediately understood what Yulian was saying and nodded their heads. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 142. Book 4 to 5.2. Once everybody finished eating breakfast, Violet led Yulian and the completely silent Red Storm to the different buildings of the Shire. The temple where they can gather to pray and the steps for the religious rituals were the most interesting. Paria had a strong religious belief for their guardian Neo-Latin, but they did not have a temple for praying to him. They just prayed on their own inside their POWs. That was the extent of Paria's religious rituals for their guardian. However, Violet showed them the temple, as well as the rituals they conducted. She also started to explain the different prayer methods for certain occasions. This is one of the traditions that have been passed down for generations. We use this to receive a message from the God in the heavens. To be honest with you, the many tribes of the desert have received the Lord's word in different ways. Violet looked at Yulian with a disappointed expression as she continued to speak. But as time went by, all of those methods disappeared. Only a few grand shamans of the tribes barely managed to remember those basics. At this point, I think us here at the Shire might be the only ones who still remember. So that's how it is. Would it be okay for our Paria shamans to come learn those methods as well? Tuma Takakanim also knows of those methods. However, you need a lot of things to properly offer up your prayers. An altar offerings. As you saw for yourself, it will be difficult to make something like this with the fortress construction methods. After answering Yulian's question, Violet looked toward Tuma Takaka and started to speak. Paria shouldn't have any problems because Tuma Takakanim is there, right? Tuma Takakanim? Tuma Takaka smiled brightly as he opened his mouth. He then put his hand in the air and started to wave it around. It would be difficult anywhere else than the Shire. Also, please do not try to make me speak. You need to play fair, Miss Violet, Grand Elder of the Shire. The rest of them finally figured out what Tuma Takaka was writing and started to look toward Violet. The Red Storm started to glare at her, thinking that if she suddenly asked them a question in the middle of a conversation, they would subconsciously respond. As warriors, they hated people who used such detestable tactics. I am not a warrior. Furthermore, this is a test of will. If you are not completely prepared, you cannot become the savior. The savior is someone who can survive the hardest of tests, so as a member of the Shire, I will use any and all methods to test him.
Violet casually answered, as if she had read their minds, before starting to walk again. The Red Storm warriors were cursing internally as they followed behind her. The next place Violet took them to was an open area with a large picture on the ground. All of the Shire was covered with white stone roads, however, just this location had a red ground with purple lines. The purple lines were drawn on top of the picture, however, they were so transparent that it did not impact the visibility of the image itself. Yulian and the Red Storm warriors were able to get a clear look at the picture. The picture itself was one that the desert warriors would like. The picture depicted stories of many warriors. There were some stories they knew about, as well as some that they did not know about. There was a drawing of a well-known story that even children knew about, where the ancient desert warrior defeated the terrible underground Parvanon. There was also a picture of the desert's hidden hero Madeline, which was either depicting that he gave his own life to prevent a war or took a shamshir to his own neck in front of a lot of people. The pictures were drawn extremely detailed and realistically. I'm sure you already know about this desert hero. The reason ancient warriors were able to leave their tribes and become a hero to the people was because the desert was a unified tribe at that time. But that became divided at some point and turned into the current desert. Violet bitterly looked toward the picture before continuing to speak. I don't think a hero like Madeline was born during the division of the tribes. If a hero like that was born, the desert probably would not have become divided like this, a lot of traditions would not have disappeared, and our shire that held the command of the pontiff would not have had to isolate ourselves while waiting for the savior. All sorts of stories came out of Violet's mouth. It was true that a lot of the desert's history was lost when the tribe became divided. Everyone knew that they were one tribe far in the past, however, that was about it. Since all of the records disappeared when the tribe was divided, the only history they had now showed the history starting from the moment the desert was already called the Red Desert. I feel like it is a story I need to pay attention to. Could you tell me more? As Yulian asked Violet for everyone's sake, Violet pointed to the area and started to respond. This area is called the Hero's Land. It is the location where many of the desert's warriors are resting. The red ground represents things you need to protect even at the cost of your own blood, while the purple lines represent the souls of the warriors who are still working hard to continue fighting. What do you mean they are still working hard to continue fighting? As I said, those heroes are still fighting for the desert and their descendants. Didn't all of the warriors return to the ground? All warriors return to the Lord's embrace after death. Violet cut into Yulian's shocked response as she continued. The warriors went to the warriors' land, however, the heroes are still fighting the battle in the heroes' land. The most important task for our shire is to protect this heroes' land. Ah! There are 1,000 shamans in the shire. However, that is enough to defend against all of the tribes in the desert. Yulian and the Red Storm all frowned at Violet's confident proclamation, but Violet did not even blink. It was up to them to accept the truth or not accept the truth. But the reason we do not leave the shire is because we have our hands full just protecting the hero's land. The moment that is broken, the desert will become a place where people can no longer survive. Everyone's jaws dropped at Violet's words. Half a month passed by without them being unable to do anything. The morale of the workers were currently at rock bottom, and the construction was not making much progress. The number of workers who returned to the large oasis was reaching close to half. Let's bring in some more warriors. Even if it hinders our other plans or makes the other tribes mock us, we cannot let it continue like this. Per could not hold it in anymore and started to speak as soon as he entered Runa's peo. Runa raised his extremely red eyes at that moment and greeted Per. Per Nim, you're here. Assistant warrior. Per quickly ran over to Runa, who was falling to the side while shouting out loud. Warrior outside, bring a shaman over. That's okay. I am just feeling weak because I am tired. Runa quickly put his hand on Per's arm as Per shook his head in disbelief before putting Runa on a chair. Just how many days have you not slept for? Runa lightly smiled as if he did not even have the strength to smile properly and answered. Sigh, I only stayed up for 3 days straight, but my body does not seem to want to hold up. You stayed up for 3 days? Even I would be weak after not sleeping for that long, but... As Per shook his head, Runa started to smile again. When I was in the Wickley, there was a time I could not sleep for a week in order to defend against the glow. I was able to last back then, but lately, maybe my body has become weak as my consciousness seems to be cloudy. You really are amazing. Rest a bit first. You will suffer for the rest of your life if you ruin your body like this. I guess I should get some sleep. But I need to complete some things first. I'm glad you're here as I was thinking about going to see you right now, Pernim. Sleep a bit first before you speak. Runa shook his head at Per's concern. No. I need to tell you now. Just what is it that you are so rushed?
How to catch those damn assassins, of course. We were overthinking the whole thing. It was so easy. Pear's eyes started to shine at Runa's words. What is the method? It's pretty simple. So, Dot. Pear debated whether it would work as it seemed to be so simple. However, Pear decided to follow along as Runa must have thought about it quite a bit and simulated it in his mind for the last 3 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 143. Book 4 to 5.3. A long time ago, there were no righteous people that the heavens rained down a terrible flood to wash all of the world's sins away. This hole that can twist the world is what was given to us as a warning. Violet had a serious expression on her face as she explained what the Heroes' Land was currently defending. The heroes in the Heroes' Land were all people who left this world on their own volition. They knew about the existence of this hole and sought to help defend the world from destruction with their souls. But something else had already sealed it already. The things that Violet just said were a shock to both Yulian and the Red Storm. Only Tuma Takaka was better off as he heard this scary story once more after first hearing of it as a child. However, there was something else that they were able to find out. It was the key to this hole. That key was a bomb that could destroy the seal at any time and completely twist the world. Violet put her hand in the air and spun around one time before continuing to speak. The souls that reside here had to protect it. Whether it was the hole or the key to the hole, all of it was the will of heaven. However, they thought that no matter what it was, the lifeforms living in the world had to defend against it. It was a sense of humans needed to take responsibility for the actions of their kind, even if it was in the ancient past. What does it mean that the world will become twisted? Yulian suddenly recalled something he had heard before and asked Violet. Violet looked toward Yulian as she answered. It is a twisting of the world as it stated. Whether there will be natural disasters or new plagues that humans have no knowledge about, something will happen to lead the world toward the brink of destruction. It will be similar to the ancient land that was destroyed by the Great Flood. The Red Storm warriors almost let out a shout due to their curiosity. Then we should destroy it. Why are you protecting it? But the Red Storm held back and Yulian spoke on everyone's behalf. I have heard a similar story before. However, I just decided to accept it as is because I thought it did not have anything to do with me. You heard a story like this? Violet asked in shock as she did not expect Yulian to have heard about such a thing. Yulian nodded his head and responded. Yes, the ancient continent that Violet Nim spoke of, I have been there. I visited a place called the Magic Tower that was tall enough to pierce through the heavens. My goodness. Violet let out a sound of astonishment as her jaws dropped. That was what she was taught and accepted as the truth. That was why she was working very hard to get used to this boring and completely dull lifestyle. He is definitely talking about the Tower of Haughtiness in the destroyed continent. That tower that those fools who wanted to fight against the Lord built to attack the heavens. Violet knew the truth, however, she did not know where the ancient continent or even the Tower of Haughtiness was located. That was why she was shocked to hear that Yulian had personally visited and spoke with someone at the tower. The old granny who was the master of the tower told me a similar story. The story she told me had a similar influence like the power that Violet Nim mentioned. Go on. Violet urged Yulian to continue. The things that she just knew to be the truth were finally starting to take form in her mind. We did not speak much. I had a dream and I already had enough on my plate to achieve that dream. Ah. For such a thing. Violet let out a sigh as she glared at Yulian. The glow stream is small while this issue is a problem for the entire world and its population. How could you do such a thing? Yulian confidently shook his head and responded to Violet's disappointed words. My dream is not small. It is something to console the souls of the many desert warriors who have died in battle, and something that is needed for the people who will continue to die in the future. It was the will of heaven for you to be born as a conqueror. However, you are merely an ant in the overall scheme of things. Violet wanted to shout that out loudly, but she was not able to share the will of heaven with others. Even still, she wanted to shout that to Yulian so that she could awaken him. However, she had to hold herself back as she was not a savior yet. There is no loss in being prepared, but you are the third person to tell me that story. However, I have decided to focus on the things that I can personally do right now. Yulian and Violet stared at each other for a long time. It was clear that both of them had a lot to say. Sigh, since that is the will of the glow, I guess that is what you will do. Even the fact that you are taking this savior's test is because the glow is focused on the present. Please continue to focus on the present so that things go as planned. Yulian tilted his head at Violet's response as he could not understand why she was sighing and reacting this way.
Violet continued to explain. That unknown strength had been getting weaker until a while ago, however, it has started to get stronger again these days. I'm sure our heroes will have another terrible battle in the near future.
However, this is a land that cannot be broken.
I pray for the heavens to call me to help them protect the world, however, they have not called me just yet. I'm sure it is related to my Hyungnim and love Hyungnim.
Yulian thought that to himself as he started to speak. This is what I think.
I think that everything will work out properly if each person focuses on their life and do not do anything to anger the heavens. What the glow says is correct.
However, not everyone in the world thinks the same way as the glow. We need to work to create such a world. Rather than worrying about balance, the whole, or even the things that will happen following the will of heaven, shouldn't we work on creating a world where everyone can live like proper humans? Yulian had a charm that convinced others with his words when he spoke his thoughts clearly and thoroughly. That was the reason many Oasis chiefs and chieftains all believed in Yulian.
Yulian, the man who started to slowly bring to fruition a dream they thought was impossible, was a charismatic man they could not go against. Even Violet lost her words for a moment. She had many answers in her mind, however, there was nothing that could convince this man named Yulian. I pray that the glows will flow in a positive direction. I say that with full sincerity. After choosing to not clash against Yulian, Violet started to walk once more. The next thing Violet showed them was a school to teach young shamans. This house was as big as 5 pows put together, and around 30 little children were sitting down with their mouths moving. The shamans of the Shire spend 10 hours a day even when they are very young to study the ancient incantations. They then spend 2 hours learning about the history of the desert.
Yulian shook his head internally at Violet's explanation and started to speak.
It must be very difficult. They should be out having fun at such a young age.
They learn about the responsibilities that come with strength from a very young age.
A responsibility for their strength. Yulian knew Violet's words were not wrong, however felt like it was a bit too much. The youngest of the children who were mouthing incantations seemed to be no older than 10 years old. It seemed too much for such a young child to be studying 12 hours a day.
The Shire tribe has never had many people.
In addition, we surprisingly have a lot of people who die very early. The average age of all of the Shire's people is lower than 30 years of age. If you compared it to how the average age of the desert people was 38 or 39, it was extremely low.
Having a lot of people means having the power to protect the tribe.
It must be difficult for you. Even though Yulian was pretty much saying that is why it would be great for the Shire to join Paria, Violet's expression did not change at all. By the time they become adults, even veteran warriors of the desert will not be able to avoid their incantations. They will have enough strength to defend against tens of warriors. Furthermore, the incantations of the Shire become stronger and stronger based on the amount of people working together.
What?
In order to defend against tens of warriors on their own, they would need to have more strength than a veteran lead warrior.
If you think about how Paria only has slightly over 100 lead warriors, Violet's words seemed a bit exaggerated.
If I am being honest with you, these 30 children here can easily defend against one of the Red Storm warriors.
Yulian could not understand Violet's provocation. Is she trying to make one of us speak out of anger? While Yulian was thinking like that, Violet said something else to provoke them. You look like you do not believe me. I do not mind if you test it yourself. You will be able to see why our Shire was able to continue being independent and how we managed to protect this place with only 1,000 shamans. The reason we hide ourselves is to not be annoyed by the other tribes, not out of fear. Please do not look down on our warriors anymore, Violet. I have no thoughts of using warriors to forcefully take over the Shire. I am not looking down on them. I am just speaking the truth. Violet had an expression that seemed to be saying, "Why are you angry?"
As she looked toward the Red Storm warriors and lightly smiled. There was no way the Red Storm warriors did not know what that smile meant, however, they trusted it was her trying to provoke them so that at least one of them started to speak. That was why they just focused on clenching their teeth and not looking toward Violet. Yulian and Red Storm continued to restrain themselves, but the next words out of Violet's mouth made it difficult to listen anymore.
Now that I think about it, it will be better for you not to test it. There is a 9 out of 10 chance that one of the Red Storm warrior Nims will be injured. Violet Nim. If you really think that will be the case, I feel like it would be better to test out one of those children's strengths.
I will consider it to be a sample as I will need to know the strength of the Shire if I become its leader.
Even if you will regret it? Violet's continued provocation actually calmed Yulian's mind.
He was certain that Violet's goal was to provoke either himself or the Red Storm.
A warrior does not know of regret.
Yulian said that as he looked toward the red storm. Haisha was currently not here as he was protecting Edwin on his way back while Shubian was still recovering in the oasis. That meant that was only one warrior suited to represent the red storm.
Thrint.
Thrint walked forward at Yulian's call. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 144. Book 4 to 5.4. Let's see what she says once they are all defeated. Yulian thought like that as he started to speak to Thrint. Since Violet Nim sounds so sure, make sure to do it properly. I ask you not to do anything that will damage our pride. Yulian was telling Thrint to not hurt the child.
Thrint was also a bit angered by what Violet had just said, but nodded his head thinking that a woman who knew nothing about them could not know the truth. Violet smiled brightly as she clasped her two hands together before releasing them. Once she did that, one of the greatswords the Red Storm left outside the Shire showed up in her hand.
I made a temporary one using incantations. The weight, length, width, everything should be the same, so please try your best.
Thrint, who had been looking at the greatsword Violet had instantly made with interest, started to frown at Violet's words before grabbing onto the greatsword in Violet's hand. It was the exact same weapon he always used.
Jose.
Violet called one of the children forward. Please show the strength of the Shire's incantations to Pariah's glow.
Yes, Violet Nim. This child who hasn't even gone through puberty quickly answered.
Jose then looked toward the children who were studying with him. The other children quickly got up and surrounded Jose.
Yulian suddenly realized that things got much easier and started to speak.
The child seems to have spoken.
Didn't we decide nobody else could speak?
It is hard to show the strength of incantations without speaking.
Then I suppose my test is over? As Yulian smiled and asked, Violet shook her head. Are you trying to go against the promise? As Yulian asked about Violet's actions, Violet shook her head once more before starting to speak. You seem to have forgotten about something. Let's show you the strength of our incantations first.
The glow should know the power of the Shire that he is trying to make his own, but
Violet did not even wait for Yulian's response as she shouted over to Jose. Start.
As soon as Violet's command was given, Jose took out a stick with long black furs on it out of his chest and started to chant his incantation. Once Jose started moving, the children around him stood in a triangle formation behind him and took out their own incantation tools to work with Jose.
Thrint knew about how scary incantations could be. Even if he was against Tuma Takaka, who could not even lift the greatsword 1 inch off the ground, he did not think he would have much of an advantage. But the opponent was not Pariah's Grand Shaman Tuma Takaka.
They were children who did not even have peach fuzz on their faces. Thrint decided to wait for the opponent's incantation to finish and completely destroy it as he just waited there with his greatsword in his hand.
Hear my will. The source of my strength is the heaven and earth.
The responsibility for this strength falls within my will and determination. Jose continued on with his incantation as the children behind him started to shake their incantation tools wildly in the air.
Suddenly, each of the other children's strengths followed the triangle formation to gather inside Jose.
There was no way Thrint, who was already a master-level warrior, would not notice that. He was just slightly nervous at the fact that they were stronger than he had expected them to be. If it continues like this, it would not be honorable even if I win. I need to cut down around now to avoid being embarrassed. That was what Thrint was thinking as he moved his greatsword to the side.
Thrint hesitated for a moment.
He had almost let out a grunt to energize himself. That woman was being really sly and doing whatever she could to make them talk.
It is something I need to be wary about.
But the fact that I almost let it slip shows that I still need more training. While Thrint was thinking internally and starting to get into position again, Jose and the children must have completed their incantation as a strong wind started to blow from around them. There was no sandstorm because they were standing on stone, however, small pebbles started to fly toward Thrint and cutting through his clothes.
But Thrint did not even blink an eye.
Compared to the sandstorm he experienced in the monster's desert, this kind of wind was comparable to a cold wind blowing toward the oasis underneath the hot sun.
As for the injuries he just received,
they were so small that they would heal in a day even without any medical herbs. Thrint started to slowly walk from the center of the storm that the children created.
Dioma! Jose shouted loudly as he slammed his furry stick to the ground. Rumble dash! The moment the stick hit the ground, the earth started to split as it quickly approached Thrint.
Thrint moved his body to the side to avoid the giant gap in the ground, but that was not the end.
Dioma!
Jose shouted loudly once more as the earth started to split once more perpendicular to the crack that was just created.
This is no joke.
Thrint finally realized that Violet was not just bluffing earlier. This type of magic was a special type of difficult incantation that they had only seen Tuma Takaka use. Even if 30 children are gathered together, how could they use a supreme-level incantation like this? Thrint was no longer looking down on the children as he quickly increased his internal ki to avoid the earthquakes that continued to attack his feet. What? Yulian shouted out, wondering what was going on as Thrint suddenly started to move his body left and right as he swung his greatsword. Thrint was even biting down on his lips as he swung his greatsword and instantly approached the children. Dioma. Once the child chanted another incantation, Thrint had to start retreating once more. Just what is making Thrint retreat like that? Yulian could not understand why Thrint was repeating his advance and retreat while dodging to the left and right. The effect of the incantation that warrior named Thrint is currently experiencing is something that only the affected party can see. That is why Yulian and the Red Storm warriors cannot see it. Yulian started to frown after seeing Violet smile and respond to his confused expression. An incantation that only the affected person can see. Is it an illusion then? The Shire's incantations are not that weak. What they see may be illusions, however, if you are hit by the effect of that incantation, it will not be just an illusion. Jose is currently borrowing the strength of the earth to use an incantation called Seismic Wave. Seismic Wave? It is an incantation that breaks the ground apart. If that warrior ends up missing a step and falling into the ground because of this earthquake, he will become buried alive underneath the earth. But you do not have to worry. Jose's skills are not perfect yet, so he should not have been able to make that big of an earthquake. Yulian started to frown at Violet's words. Whether it is a seismic wave or any type of wave, Thrint will overwhelm those children. He is part of the Red Storm. Of course. I feel the same way. In comparison to Yulian's frown, Violet was smiling as she answered. However, Yulian was not happy as he felt like she was just smirking at him. The battle between Thrint and the 30 shaman children did not end even after a long time. This result was not something either Violet or Yulian had expected. For Yulian, he was surprised that Thrint was struggling to fend off the children. There may be 30 of them, but they were children who still had a long way to go until their coming-of-age ceremony. On the other hand, Violet was surprised because this incantation that was strong enough to easily defeat a greatest warrior-level warrior could not defeat Thrint. I must make sure to make them ours. Yulian started to think that he really must get the Shire to join Paria. With the Shire's 1,000 shamans, unifying the desert would just be a problem of time. It was at that moment that Thrint suddenly jumped away from the battlefield. He then approached Yulian and bowed his head. Thrint realized that there was nothing he could do and decided to step away as he would be the one embarrassed if this continued on. You did well. The children are quite talented. Yulian accepted Thrint's decision and started to speak as he looked toward Violet. I have no choice but to accept Violet Nim's words. However, I have passed the Savior's test as someone from the Shire has spoken, correct? Not yet. Didn't I tell you to watch until the end? Is there another method? Jose. Instead of responding to Yulian's question, Violet called over Jose, who was standing in front of the children. Yes, Violet Nim. Once Jose approached her, Violet looked toward Yulian before starting to speak once more. There is only one method. I just have to kill the person who spoke. Jose. Yes, Violet Nim. Jose started to shake a bit as he answered. We can't end the Savior's test this easily because of you, right? You are right. Then die. As calm as if she was greeting someone and as natural as if she was asking for some borrowed money back. Violet's voice had both of these characteristics. But the more surprising thing was the boy's response. I understand. The boy's body may have been shaking, but he answered without hesitation and took a sasunta out of his chest. He then started to cut his own neck. Ting. What do you think you are doing? The sasunta that was in Jose's hand flew up far into the sky. Yulian, who had flicked his finger to send Jose's sasunta flying, was glaring at Violet and Jose with an extremely angry expression. End of chapter. Next up. The birth of the Savior. Only I will follow the glow. As a shaman and as a wife. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 145. The Birth of the Savior. Only I will follow the glow. As a shaman and as a wife. Book 4 to 6.1. The Claw Brigade was excited. They managed to not lose a single person in the last few days. In addition, they currently had the best results of all of the assassin brigades gathered for this mission. The reward they would get at the end of this was already very large. There were more warriors on night patrol and the atmosphere had become much more serious, but the assassins of the Claw Brigade were pros. No matter how many warriors there were, the area was so large that as long as they were a bit careful, there was no way to find them. In addition, they were in an open area with no walls. There were no obstacles to enter from any direction. The other brigades were failing and dying every so often, but that was purely because their skills were lacking. Even the Claw Brigade sent 10 people to hide but only had 1 or 2 assassins who felt like they had a 100% success rate actually infiltrate the POWs. But that was enough. The important thing was that they were instilling fear in the workers. Even today, one of the Claw Brigade assassins managed to successfully infiltrate and complete their mission before making their escape. Anyways, how long do we have to be here for? One of the assassins started to grumble. It made sense. Since they had to rest without any signs of their existence, it was hard for these assassins to survive the desert during the day. It was fine to live underground 1 or 2 days, but they were definitely getting worn out the longer they were there. It should not be much longer. The number of workers are slowly going down. One of the other assassins tried to console the grumbling assassin and started to quicken their pace. Today's mission would be over if they can make it to where the permas were hidden. I don't have a good feeling about today. The leader of the Claw Brigade started to frown after getting a bad feeling. Leader, you must be getting more sensitive. As one of the assassins responded while laughing, the leader of the Claw nodded his head. You might be right. Either that, or I may just be worried because things are going too well. Anyways, let's head back. The leader started to walk faster and the 10 or so assassins quickly followed behind them. After walking about 30 minutes to reach the location of their hidden permas, the Claw Brigade removed the camouflage cloth that was hiding the permas and started to get on. They then traveled another 2 hours to arrive at the gathering location of the Black Knife assassins. The man who became the new master of the Black Knife verified the Claw Brigade's success with satisfaction. Soon after, the other assassin brigades started to return as well. The Claw leader smiled at the fact that only the Claw successfully managed to assassinate some workers again today. They were just at a different level. Good work, Claw. As for the rest of you, do not feel too depressed. It is not something we need to absolutely succeed in, and the number of enemies to kill is not determined either. The goal is to instill fear. The guild master said this to the gathered assassins every day. None of them questioned it as they believed that the master's plan was right and because they all valued their lives very much. Tomorrow, we will have to move our base further away. The barbarians' patrol is starting to reach this area. Once everyone nodded their heads, Master ordered them to rest. The close to 100 assassins all returned to their location and started to camouflage themselves. Since it was hard to deal with the heat of the desert sun, the majority of them dug deep caves and just camouflaged the entrance. Once he personally checked that everyone was camouflaged properly, Master hid himself in a cave a bit further away. Just like that, the Master of the Black Knife could relax knowing that they managed to safely make it through another day. How could you do something so stupid and tell someone to take their own life? Violet looked toward Yulian with confusion as Yulian started to shout at her. Didn't I tell you in the beginning? If someone on either side speaks, the test will end. If you do not want it to end, you need to kill that person. Is the glow angry because I am not personally killing him? If that is the case, I will kill him myself. Violet picked up the sosanta that Yulian had flicked into the air before falling back down. That is not what I mean. Then just what is the problem? I do not believe that you have shown us the will of the Savior yet. Actually, shouldn't the glow just sit back and watch? This is all so that you can become the Savior. You're telling me the Savior needs to just watch people die? Violet nodded her head at Yulian's question. You need to do so if the need arises. There are bound to be sacrifices that need to be made to get results. So you are saying you will definitely kill that boy? Violet responded without any hesitation. Of course. That is part of the test. Yulian was at a loss for words. He did hear the conditions in the beginning, but he had not paid much attention to it. He just considered that the test would be over if someone spoke, as he had no plans of killing anyone. Isn't there a problem with forcing them to speak and then killing them? That is the test. In addition, I believe that I could strengthen the glow's will by showing you the strength of our Shire. Aren't you envious of our Shire's strength? If you pass the Savior's test, all of this will be yours. That's incomprehensible. Yulian could not finish his sentence. He knew that there needed to be sacrifices. However, that was not a term used for a situation like this. A warrior fighting for his family and tribe puts their life on the line during wars. The deaths of the warriors in battle is where the word sacrifice can be used.
You cannot call something like this a sacrifice. Is it really a sacrifice if a third party decides the person's life and it is not their own free will? As Yulian asked in a still angry voice, Violet looked toward the children before responding. They all have their own wills and choose to follow my orders. Do you think that their wills are significantly lacking compared to the wills of warriors? Our shire has a very small population. Thanks to that, we do not take our lives lightly. Our shire definitely has at least, if not more pride than any other tribe. Yulian could feel himself getting angry at her stern words. How could such a person order a boy who has not even completed his coming-of-age ceremony to kill themselves? How could you give such an incomprehensible command? That is the life of a Sharian. The glow has not become the savior yet and has no authority to tell us to do this or that. Become the savior. I will loyally carry out your orders once you become the savior. Even this test was given because the glow has enough clout to be permitted to take the test. Violet approached the child once more. The moment she tried to put the sword to his neck, Yulian shouted once more toward her. Stop. If the person receiving the test chooses to look past the opponent's mistake, it will not be a problem. I will continue to test, so leave the boy alone. Then you will never ever pass this test. I am the one taking the test. So leave it alone. If that is the glow's decision, then I will do so. However, the glow may overlook it, but I will not do the same. Please make sure to practice caution. Hoof. Yulian snorted at Violet's words and turned around to head toward his residence. The red storm followed after Yulian, and Tuma Takaka thought about something for a moment before following right next to Yulian. As Yulian was sitting in his residence still completely angered, Tuma Takaka tapped on Yulian's shoulder. Their abilities may be great, but what is this extremely terrible savior's test? I even question whether they really are the same Shire tribe that Tuma Takaka talked about. As Yulian vented his frustrations to Tuma Takaka started to smile before sitting down and writing something on the table with his finger. Glow, isn't something weird? What do you mean? Tuma Takaka started to write again. Isn't it weird that Violet said the test will not end until everyone is dead? If they verify your will that way, it will take very long and the entire Shire tribe will perish. Yulian nodded his head. There really were quite a few questionable components to this test. But I cannot say anything because she claims this is their method. We need to find out exactly how they verify your will. That is the most urgent order of business. Do you have any good ideas? I'm not sure. The Savior's test is something only the Grand Elder can know about. I know nothing about it. But I'm sure she is also hoping for this test to not continue much longer. You might be right. She might be waiting for me to just back out on my own. If that is her plan, she might end up succeeding. I am currently debating whether we really need to have the Shire be a part of our Paria. Tuma Takaka quickly shook his head. I don't think so. The Savior is someone the Shire has desperately been waiting for. Even the past glow was sent back because he did not have the qualifications to take the Savior's test. I'm sure she is also hoping for the glow to actually be the Savior. I do not believe that, but I will try a bit harder, as Tuma Takaka mentioned. But if I still feel like nothing will come of it, I will give up on the Shire and return. Yulian thought for a moment before continuing on. This is an important time for Paria right now. I cannot waste many days or months doing nothing in the Shire. Tuma Takaka did not seem to want to suggest anything more. Truthfully speaking, Tuma Takaka also believed that the Shire was strong, but that Yulian could probably unify the desert even without their help. He just thought that if the Shire helped them, Yulian could unify the desert a bit easier with less sacrifices. Furthermore, it would be great for the Savior to show up. However, the Savior is also the precursor for the twisting of the world. After thinking that far, Tuma Takaka had no more desire to aggressively push Yulian to continue to test. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 146. Book 4 to 6.2. The desert moon rose up into the night sky. The assassins of the Black Knife started to wake up one by one. They were shivering from the cold air that swarmed their bodies and started to come out of their holes to settle their hunger and sit by a fire. Holy crap! The leader of the Claw Brigade cautiously looked out of the hole before coming out. He then became completely pale after looking at the scene in front of him. The barbarians of the desert who had been trying to find them with extremely red eyes had rounded up all of the hundreds of assassins who were camping there. How did they manage to find this place? The moment that question went through the leader of the Claw's mind, he was hit on the back of his head and quickly turned his head. Found another one here.
He could hear a voice full of murderous intent right next to him. The moment the leader of the claw tried to bite down on the poison inside of his mouth, he felt another strong hit on this face before passing out. What kind of training did these bastards receive to all immediately try to kill themselves? They should use that determination to live a just life. The warrior who broke the Claw Brigade leader's right molar mumbled to himself as he pulled the leader out of the hole. The situation was resolved quickly. The assassins that were slowly crawling out and the assassins who were either still asleep or hiding were located through the veteran warrior's thorough searching. The total number of assassins was 150. There was not an ounce of friendliness in the warrior's hands for these assassins who had been annoying them intensely for the last month. All of them had either one or both molars completely destroyed. I never expected to catch them this easily. Per smiled bitterly as he started to speak to Runa. Runa also could not hide his joy. I had been overthinking it for too long. I was too focused on the fact that they were assassins from the continent. They are still human and need to eat and sleep. In order to do that, wouldn't they need to hide underground? Of course. And when it comes to hiding out in the desert, it is our warriors that specialize in it, not them. Per answered in disbelief. The strategy Runa had developed while not eating or sleeping for a couple days was just too simple. The plan was to have the warriors hiding around the assassins' resting area. Paria's warriors were strong and normally trained in hiding in the desert, so it was even more perfect than the assassins' attempt to hide themselves. Their intuition to pay attention to what was going on outside of their hiding spot was at least at the same level as the assassins, if not better. It might be a job for the assassins, but it was their livelihood for the warriors. The assassins may be able to run quickly without making any noise, but there was no way the warriors who were known for their stamina and lived in the desert their whole lives would not be able to do the same. That was how they were able to stalk the assassins who were returning to their base thinking they had made it out safely. But they could not follow the speed of the assassins once they got on the permas. That was why they had to focus on the direction and distance the assassins seemed to travel and slowly increase the range of their hiding spots. After working hard for 3 days, they were able to accurately locate the assassins. Today was the day they completely surrounded and infiltrated the assassins' base. We have no need to treat them as prisoners. They are not warriors or even men. They could not attack the warriors and chose to secretly attack and kill the weak. They are no more than trash. Per told the warriors to treat the assassins worse. There was no need for him to say that. The warriors were already manhandling the assassins. I presume they all received their command from the Silence Empire, but we need to use this opportunity to accurately figure out our enemies. If it is an assassin's guild, that would mean that there are other assassins as well. We need to locate their actual base and completely wipe them out. That will save us trouble in the future. Per nodded at Runa's words. The warriors did not enjoy torturing people, but they could definitely be cruel based on the situation. The assassins were all dragged away at Per's order. There was a man who was watching all of this from a distance. This man was the one who had become the new master of the Black Knife. He was the one that Thrint had made into a useless man. He had chosen to create his cave further away from the rest of the group. That was the only reason he was able to avoid the warriors' search. The man took another look at the scene in front of him and decided that this was the end of the Black Knife. The guildmaster and S-grade assassins were all killed after failing to assassinate a single merchant, and the assassins he brought with him this time were the guild's A-grade assassins. It was almost impossible to redevelop the Black Knife with average assassins. It may have been possible if he was still at full strength, however, he was pretty much completely handicapped and could not do much of anything. There is no point to even make a report. This is the end. The man shook his head as he slowly turned around. He was thinking about returning and throwing everything away before hiding out in a rural village for the rest of his life. This fog that was rare in the desert was actually pretty common in the Shire. There was almost no days without the fog. Once the entire Shire was covered in fog, the white buildings of the Shire shined even brighter from the light of the sun. It made it look like a magical city that can only be seen in black and white. Yulian had been thinking about the same problem for the past few days. The test of the saviors that was started at Violet's suggestion and the resulting vow of silence for everyone other than Violet and himself. Looks easy but is hard to keep. What is the reason for taking away their freedom to speak? He continued to think about it. Not speaking is not the entirety of this vow of silence. The reason he had been thinking about this for the past few days was because of something he happened to hear from Violet. What did she mean by that? A city filled with silence, it not being normal. Is there a special reason we have to do this? Yulian continued to come up with more questions as he continued to think. As he was pacing around while thinking, Yulian did not really know where he was going. Once he snapped out of his thoughts and looked around, he was standing on the hero's land that the Shire is supposed to protect. While looking at the drawings on the ground, Yulian started to recall the stories he had heard as a kid and just how much respect he had for these warriors of the past. He then started to smell a light fragrance. Yulian closed his eyes as he was becoming drunk on this fragrance he was smelling for the first time in his life. His complete attention was now on the fragrance as it started to slowly change. The smell of blood. The fragrance was definitely starting to change to the smell of blood. This smell that he was used to but could not really get used to and did not want to get used to was starting to fill his nose. Yulian quickly opened his eyes at that smell of blood. He even hallucinated that the purple lines on top of the drawings of the warriors was starting to shine. Those purple lines represent the souls of the warriors who are still working hard to fight. It made Yulian recall Violet's words. Does that mean that the great souls of the warriors are fighting right now? This intense heat that was radiating from his chest and the feeling that he could not survive without shouting out loud. Yulian stood up tall and opened up his chest. He then took a deep breath before channeling all of his energy and letting out a loud yell. Ooh! Yulian's clear and ringing shout echoed throughout the Shire. It made everyone stop what they were doing and woke up anyone who was sleeping. The lines over the drawings started to fade away at Yulian's shout. Yulian's heart started to beat faster at the thought that they had gained strength from his shout. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 147. Book 4 to 6.3. Great warriors are heroes even after their death. Yulian then subconsciously started to shout out loud. Knowing that you were not able to find peace and continue to endlessly fight for our sakes makes my heart boil, burn as a warrior. This little warrior looking up to my senior warrior souls here today is named Yulian Provoke, a strong warrior hoping to follow in the footsteps of my seniors. A warrior who has the desire to conquer the desert and have everyone live together as a single tribe just like in the past. This little warrior who has the name of the Desert Conqueror will receive the will of the great heroes before me and make a vow that my will not waver even if I am standing in the middle of a sandstorm. Yulian continued to shout out loud and his booming voice gathered the red storm and the Sharans. The charisma and dreams that managed to convince the many Oasis chiefs and chieftains at the young age of 20 started to show themselves once more. Seeing Yulian's confident appearance made everyone become absorbed by his speech and even the heroes' land started to react to Yulian's booming proclamations. The smell of blood started to disappear and the purple lines had become completely transparent, no longer visible to the naked eye. At that moment, team completely stopped. Come to us. Was he hearing things? Yulian did not even realize that he was slowly starting to walk toward the hero's land. The one who wishes to see our will. Come to us. His surroundings instantly changed. He was not on a battlefield. Everything in front of his eyes was currently burning, and the area was full of the smell of blood and the smell of the warrior's sweat. There were many warriors who looked strong enough to easily destroy him working hard to slash against something. He could not hear any shrieks, but there was definitely something being defeated by them, and there were times some of the warriors were even pushed back. But the warriors next to them would quickly help them to recover and instantly return to defeating the invisible existence. Welcome warrior who has revealed his will on his own. As soon as he heard that voice, all of those strong warriors started to turn their gazes toward him. Your will and cheer has become a source of great strength for us. We were wondering what was going on as we were unable to receive any strength from our descendants for the past half-month. The person speaking in front of Yulian with a burning shamshir in his hand was the great and mighty warrior Venikan, the glow of the now-forgotten United Desert Tribe. The overwhelming pressure Venikan gave off was welcomed by Yulian. He could feel himself start to get excited. The Shire is the ones with the most righteous will out of all of our descendants. I was worried about their silence, but now I know it was because of the arrival of the Savior. Yulian did not dare to respond. He was like an ant compared to them. How would an ant like himself dare to respond to Mount Tai? But he could tell. The Shire was singing the warrior song and continuously maintaining their incantations to lower the burden on these warriors. Your strong will has given us great strength. The name of this place is Valhalla, the hero's land. The land of the end. It is the location countless numbers of heroes from all over the world have gathered to prepare for the final battle. The scenery changed once more. Yulian could now see hundreds, no thousands of strong individuals. Venikan had shown it to him as the heroes had accepted him as one of them. It was not just warriors from the desert. There were even knights from the continent wearing their armors and wielding their swords, as well as magicians carrying their staffs and wands. There were even people whose white hands were shining. There were old people and young people, men and women, and even some who were not human. The important thing gathering all of them together was the fact that they were strong heroes.
Another savior has been born in front of our eyes. What do I have to do?
As Yulian stumbled over his words and asked, Venikin reached the burning shamshir out to Yulian as he answered.
You are already a warrior. Do as you wish.
A warrior must use their will to overcome all obstacles.
As you wish, in your own method. Just show us your actions. As I wish? You are already a warrior we have accepted. Your will alone has already made you the savior. Take this shamshir. The moment Yulian cautiously accepted the burning shamshir, an intense heat filled his entire body.
This pain that felt like he was burning hurt so much that he would end up fainting if he let his guard down even for an instant. But Yulian did not faint and just clenched his teeth to keep his eyes open.
This is a small gift from us to you. We hope you can become a great warrior.
Yulian continuously used his ki to divide up the immense amount of strength that was flowing into his body.
The strength used Yulian's veins to flow through his body before becoming completely absorbed in his blood and dantian.
He could feel his consciousness fading. He had no thoughts, no feelings, and even felt like he himself did not exist.
Yulian realized this was the state of nothingness that his master had mentioned and let the power take over his body.
He did not know how much time had passed. By the time he was able to divide up the power and absorb all of it, Yulian had changed. It felt like everything that was clogged was now suddenly free and he could feel a level of strength that he had never felt before flowing through his body. Once he realized that he had changed, Venikin started to speak.
For so many saviors to be born in one generation and for two to be born in the desert alone is definitely a sign of troubled times.
Before trying to decide who was right and who was wrong, just focus on what you personally believe to be justice.
That is the will of the savior. Yulian had to ask a question. Am I doing the right thing? I am not a god. I am in this battle not because of who is right and wrong, but because it is my will. You should do the same thing. If you believe that what you are currently doing is right, push forward. But if you think that it is wrong, stop and turn around to reflect. No matter how noble the cause may be, many people will die in war. Yulian was certain that this sacrifice will lead to saving more lives in the future, but killing even a single person was not a good thing. It was because even the enemy stepped forward into war because of their own mission and responsibilities. Killing such people would not be easy even if Yulian had an iron will. Yulian started to change once more at this point.
War itself was a fight between two different perspectives on justice and two different wills. I hope to become a hero and step foot on this land once more.
Yulian's eyes started to glow to the point that the best way to describe it would be that there were beams of light coming out of his eyes. Venikin sent Yulian a warrior smile as he watched Yulian's eyes glow like that.
We would welcome that, although it also means that the final battle is near. But it is not time yet, so let us speak once more once your life is over.
Return for now. Many people are waiting for you right now. Venikin sent Yulian away with a slight gesture just as he had done so to call Yulian over. Yulian could feel his surroundings change once more.
The first thing he saw was the desert moon.
I entered at dawn, but it is already light. It is very peculiar. Glow.
As Yulian looked toward the direction of the voice, he saw Violet, the Sharans, and the Red Storm all waiting for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 148. Book 4 to 6.4. Violet. You cannot thoughtlessly enter the hero's land. Just what did you do in there for a month? 1 month?
Yulian's eyes opened wide at Violet's words. To be specific, it was 1 month and half a day. We were lucky that Tuma Takakanim informed the Red Storm that it was not our incantations. If he didn't, the Red Storm would have attacked us and ended up disappearing by our hands. Yulian urgently looked toward the Red Storm at Violet's words. After verifying that everyone was safe, Yulian looked once more toward Violet and started to smile. As Violet put on a confused expression, Yulian smiled once more before starting to speak.
I am the savior of the desert. The test is not over yet. Yulian shook his head.
There was no test from the beginning. All the savior had to do was give the Shire an order.
Yulian started to speak in a quiet yet loud enough voice for everyone to hear.
Violet, and the Sharans of the Shire. Listen to my word. Immediately start to sing the warrior song that you have sung until now and start your incantations for the great souls. The Shire is a place that must not be silent. Raise your voice and light your passions.
I am now the will of the Shire.
The Red Storm warriors who heard Yulian's voice did not know what was going on.
But Violet and the rest of the Sharans quickly started to do as Yulian had instructed. The savior had finally been born. The savior was able to look past the trap of silence to realize the reason for their existence and the truth of the Shire. Violet started to shake in excitement and she could not hide the joy in her face as she kneeled in front of Yulian. She then started to bow as she responded. "We will follow Yulian Nim's command." "Absolutely not. That is what we have prepared for." "You do not need to prepare for it and there is no reason to do that." "There is no reason we cannot do it." Listening to Violet coldly answer, Yulian wanted to jump up and down in frustration. After understanding the strength of the Shire and the reason for their existence, Yulian's decision was not to involve them in war. The shamans of the Shire was doing something much more important than that. That was why the decision was for Violet and some strong shamans to join Pariah while the rest of the Sharans will continue to assist the heroes with their incantations and songs. Yulian was satisfied with the immense amount of strength he had received from Venikan. He would have no issues with a couple shamans at Tuma Takaka's level joining his ranks. Tuma Takaka was old and had to remain at the large oasis, which prevented him from traveling with Yulian to battle. But that was not the case anymore. They could now go to war with the help of some strong incantations and hopefully end with less casualties. Yulian had thought everything had gone well, but a problem occurred on the first night they were camping after leaving the Shire. Violet had entered into Yulian's peo. The bigger problem was that she was confidently proclaiming that she was now Yulian's wife. There was not an ounce of embarrassment. She was as natural as if she had been his wife for a very long time. "I already have a wife. That is normal. It would be weird if a hero like the Glow did not have a wife. I do not mind if I am the seventh wife. I must conceive the Glow's seed." Gasp. Seeing Violet becoming even more blunt made Yulian completely at a loss of words. "That is the will of the Sharans. Why else would I follow the Glow? If I remained in the Shire, 5 strong shamans could have come with you. Please do not reject me. I have been prepared for a long time and have studied a lot as well." Study? What did she study? While Yulian was nervously trying to figure things out, Violet untied the cloth around her body and laid down next to Yulian naked. "What do you think you are doing? Hurry up and put your clothes back on. Are you rejecting me?" As Violet turned her body toward Yulian and asked, Yulian moved his gaze away from her naked body as he responded. "I am not able to take another wife right now. Is the Glow rejecting me because the Glow does not need me? At least as a wife I do not. You are insulting me." As Violet responded while shaking, Yulian quickly put some clothes made of pina fur over her as he answered. "How is this insulting you? It is definitely an insult in the Shire. Furthermore, I am not only here for my own desire but as the representative of the hope of the Shire." Violet suddenly got up and started to run toward Yulian's greatsword. "What are you doing, Dot? How many women can live on with such an insult? In addition, I am not just an average woman. I will die to wash myself of this insult and apologize to the tribe for not being able to live up to their expectations." As Violet answered like that and tried to put her neck on the greatsword with no hesitation, Yulian quickly swung his hand. Yulian's martial arts had already become stronger to the point that he could now freely move his hands, feet, and even the greatsword like Chun Myung-hun had taught him to do so in the past. It was the result of being in the state of nothingness for the long duration of a month after receiving the strong power from Venikan. A strong wind was created and gently lifted Violet a few steps to the side. She was surprised at the fact that something had moved her body against her will, but still managed to say what she needed to say to Yulian. "I do not know what situation the Glow may be in, but you will not be able to bend my will no matter what you may say. This is my promise to you not as the Grand Elder of the Shire, but as a woman." As Violet took the lead before Yulian could get angry, the cat suddenly got Yulian's tongue. "I must conceive the Glow's bloodline. That is my only personal hope." Yulian stared at Violet, whose beautiful purple hair was flowing as she kneeled and bowed in front of him, for a very long time. It made him think of Grace, her pain, and her request. Yulian would be 30 in a couple years. The fact that he still did not have an heir was definitely a problem. "Then you are my second wife from now on." Yulian finally gave his approval. Year 258 in the continental calendar. Yulian Provoke, age 28. Yulian, who had gained the Shire and his second wife, started to push forward Pariah's development even stronger than before. Author's notes as the 29th chapter comes to an end. 1. My goal for this chapter was to show you the fantasy portion of a fantasy novel. It ended up ending too quickly, but this chapter took me the longest to write even though it was so short. It took me a whole week to write about 25 pages. Valhalla, Heroes Land, the Land of the End, they all mean the same thing, but I am a bit disappointed that I was not able to accurately portray the fantasy I was going on. To be specific, I thought you would get bored reading about it and decided to cut it down significantly. My lack of writing skills played a role as well. Once I wrote the whole thing, I realized that it ended up becoming a chapter about Yulian powering up. I personally enjoy the traditional stories from different countries and wanted to use it in my own writing, but I don't think I have the skills to do that just yet. Even after finishing the chapter 1, I'm still contemplating it, sweating face. Even still, this was the chapter 1 had the most fun writing since I started writing it. Thank you to writer Yuwon Hyung Nim, the author of and for helping me contemplate what the will of the Savior should be. I will continue to work hard for to become something we can enjoy together in the future. End of chapter. Next up. The calm before the storm. Things are always calm before a war. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. Remember, the author's chapters are different than my chapters. He means this entire chapter of the birth of the Savior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 149. The calm before the storm. Things are always calm before a war. Book 4 to 7.1. Pariah's meeting of greatest had started. The goal of this meeting was to share the results of 3 years' worth of development so that everyone was aware of just how much has changed. Yulian, Grace, Runa, and the individual Oasis chiefs, all of Pariah's movers and shakers, gathered together for the first time in a long time. It had been a chaotic 3 years for everyone. Everybody at the meeting had joyful expressions on their faces. It was because everything they had planned and prepared for were progressing well. The individual chiefs all took turns sharing the developments of their oases. Before discussing different issues, they could use the advice of the other chiefs to get their ideas. Once everybody finished their report, Runa wrapped it all up and started to share the plans for the future. Next year, once with the birth of 5,000 new warriors, the total number of Pariah's warriors will be 100,000. It proceeded much faster than expected because of the foreigners joining our tribe, but we have determined that the most important task right now is to instill a belief that they are all people of the desert. This should not be a problem, as the greatest warriors are working hard and those people themselves feel like our tribe is a nice place to live. Let's take the term foreigner out now. They are now all people of Pariah. Runa nodded at Yulian's response. I think that we should put the new desert warriors to work with greatest warrior Thriger. No matter how much we train them, it is difficult to train people who have become used to riding permas from a young age. You want to have them work on the desert runner. Greatest warrior Thriger will be happy. He keeps telling me he does not have enough people. The effectiveness of the quicksand river will start to go up in the future. I think it would be good to start training with that in mind starting now. We will do as you have planned. Next. Once Yulian gave his approval, Runa brought up the next topic. It is becoming more difficult to bring in iron, food, and other materials. I presume that the continental war in the eastern continent is getting closer. Edwin is working hard, but it is true that the amount of materials is becoming smaller. That is a problem. We will only need more materials from here on. Maybe if people didn't know about it, it would not be a problem. But the people are starting to use more and more. It was one of the things we were worried about, but since it reduced the labor force quite a bit, it is not like we can tell them to go back to the old ways. I presume it is the same for all of the other oases as well. The other oasis chiefs nodded their heads at Yarumaha's response. We cannot do anything about it because the ratio of men and women, as well as the fact that all men had to become warriors, was abnormal to start. In a normal country, if there were 1 million people, only about 30,000 of them will be warriors. However, in the desert, even though the total population is less than 5 million people, there are over 600,000 warriors. They were needed to hunt for food and protect the tribe. Runa paused for a moment before continuing to speak. It is something we cannot change because of the needs of the desert. But the problem will change once the desert is unified. All men will not need to become warriors once the desert is all one tribe. He was right. It was not something they could resolve right now. Everybody knew that to be the case, but they had asked because Runa always seemed to have a response for everything. Runa of course answered as if he had thought a lot about that issue. I need to take another look at the situation to accurately make a decision, but everything will be resolved once that time arrives. Our men of the desert will be able to take on other jobs. Once they learn how to produce materials, it will no longer be a problem.
Once we unify the desert, we will reduce the proportion of men who become warriors and increase the proportion of material producers.
I guess we really don't have any options right now. Yes. The only thing we can do is tell people to conserve.
Runa brought up the next issue while everyone was nodding their heads at his response. The construction is moving slower than expected, especially because of that situation with the assassins. I would like to hire some more workers with your approval.
There are a lot of places for us to spend money right now. Is there a reason to urgently push this construction right now? Runa sternly answered Yulian's question.
We would not need a castle if we were going to just stay in the desert. However, if we want to get our revenge on our nemesis, the Silence Empire, we must absolutely build this castle.
As many of the chiefs started to contemplate Runa's words, Runa continued to speak. The feeling of war is getting stronger in the eastern continent.
That is the only chance for our Pariah to aim for them.
That is why we need a base close to them.
We also need a castle that can defend against the potential attack from the Silence Empire. Most importantly, it will be the symbol of Pariah for the continental powers. It will probably be better to leave that in your hands.
Nobody could offer another suggestion once Yulian gave his answer. This definitely had to be one of the first things Pariah needed to take care of.
Everybody has been doing their parts and we have discussed all the parts we need to work together to accomplish.
All that is left now is the fine-tuning. Yulian looked to the left and right before starting to speak again. We will conserve our strength until the end of this year.
But next year, we must make sure to conquer the rest of the eastern desert.
Please keep that in mind and act accordingly in the upcoming months. We understand, blow.
Yulian's parting words ended the meeting and everyone started to head back to their POWs. Yulian and Grace walked side by side as they headed back to their PAO. The sun was up in the sky when they started the meeting, but it was already nighttime.
Are you hungry?
Grace linked her arm with Yulian's arm as she asked the question.
Yulian responded by nodding his head. Now that you mention it, I am very hungry. Let's hurry back.
As Yulian started to walk faster while still linking arms with Grace, Grace started to frown.
Yulian was confused at Grace's expression and tilted his head. Grace had more stamina and abilities than most warriors.
There was no way she would frown because he pulled her just this much. Grace pulled on Yulian's arm to get him to stop before starting to speak.
Honey. What is it? Are you ill?
Yulian lightly grabbed onto both of Grace's arm with concern as he made eye contact with her.
That's not it.
Seeing Grace, a woman who bluntly stated anything she needed to say and did not even mention a peep about something she shouldn't say acting like this, Yulian felt his heart drop. He felt that something was wrong.
Are you really sick? Did you visit Tuma Takakanim? Seeing Yulian not even giving her any time to respond, Grace put her hand up to caress Yulian's face. Are you worried about me? Why are you asking such an obvious question? Hurry up and tell me. What is wrong? Grace felt extremely loved seeing Yulian worry like this.
On one hand, she was even sorry for making him worry for no reason.
To be honest with you, I have something to tell you. Hurry up and tell me. I'm pregnant. Seeing Grace shyly speak, Yulian flinched for a second before cautiously asking again.
Grace, what did you just say? Both of Grace's cheeks turned even redder as she answered once more.
I am with child. Is that for real?
Yoo-hoo.
Yulian jumped up and down in place while shouting out loud enough for the entire desert to hear. The entire tribe is going to hear you.
Yulian was about to hug Grace tightly as she warned him, but she looked at her stomach for a moment before just lightly hugging her.
Let's announce it right away tomorrow morning.
Everyone will be extremely happy to know you are with child. No, let's immediately call for a celebration for the entire tribe.
Stop making such a big deal out of it.
I took so long to do something everybody else has already done.
Making a big deal? You are the mother of Pariah. Your child is the child of everyone in the tribe. Yulian was extremely excited. How long had he been waiting for this news?
Even taking Violet as his second wife had been on his mind because of Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 150. Book 4 to 7.2. This is extremely great news. I have never been so happy in my life. Oh, stop it. Grace shyly answered as she tightly hugged one of Yulian's arms. She was happy but also hurting.
It was because she could tell how long Yulian had been wanting a child.
How much did he have to hide his desire in front of me? Grace started to hold on to Yulian even tighter. We will let everyone know tomorrow. Also ask father and brother-in-law over in the rival to come over. You need to be celebrated. Yulian continued to chat away as he carefully escorted Grace back. Yulian and Grace were able to talk like a couple for the first time in a long time as they headed back to the Peo. Welcome back. Violet was outside the Peo to greet the two of them. Violet had a different, majestic feel than Grace. It was probably because it was ingrained in her as the leader of a tribe. If Grace's style was to personally intervene, Violet's style was to silently control the situation from the back. Those passionate interventions gave Grace the nickname of Iron Woman, while Violet's style gave her the nickname of Quiet Coordinator. The two of them were completely different. Thankfully, both of these women were far from being the jealous type. Violet accepted Grace as the mother of Pariah and was cautious around her, while Grace also treated Violet well. This was why the Provoke household was always peaceful. Let's head in first. We have something to tell you, Violet. Violet nodded her head at Yulian's words before starting to speak. I also have something to tell the both of you. The three of them all walked into the Peo and sat down facing each other before Yulian started to smile and start to speak. Okay, Violet, what is going on? I hope it is not bad news. Today is a great day. What is it that has you so happy? There is no way I wouldn't know about such good news. Seeing Yulian being uncharacteristically happy, Violet tilted her head as she asked. You see. The moment Yulian was about to speak, Grace motioned with her eyes to make him stop. She thought it would be better for her to tell Violet about this herself. Having a child was not a competition, but it was something on both of their minds. Especially for Violet, she was extremely careful because she could tell how Grace felt about not being able to have a child. What is it? Seeing Uni stop you like this, it is kind of suspicious. As Violet lightly smiled as she asked, Grace smiled along and shook her head. I will tell you later. Okay, what is it you want to tell us? Violet did not stop smiling at Grace's question and started to turn red as she cautiously started to speak. I am pregnant. I've had the symptoms for a while, but I wanted to be certain about it before sharing it with you. I received Tuma Takakanim's confirmation today. Grace's two eyes turned extremely round and Yulian's face was full of joy. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Seeing Yulian laughing loudly while asking, Violet nodded her head. Ha ha ha. Multiple jackpots. Today really is going to be the best day of my life. Then please tell me. What other jackpots did you have today? Yulian grabbed Grace's hand and answered Violet's question. Grace is pregnant as well. How could I not be happy when both of you are pregnant at the same time? Ha ha ha. Yulian was smiling non-stop, but Grace turned slightly pale. It wasn't about the fact that Violet was pregnant, but at the fact that they were pregnant at the same time. It might become complicated if it ended up like Yulian and Pear's relationship in the past. Using her sixth sense as a woman and the knowledge from having been the chief of a tribe at one point, Violet quickly realized what Grace was worried about. Yulian and Pear were able to resolve their differences with the death of the former Glow, but if things go wrong, there could be a big fight regarding the successor. Both of them will have none other than Yulian's blood, and neither Grace nor Violet were your average woman. There may be no reason to worry, but there was no way they could not worry as both of these women were both not average. Pariah had always been one of the strongest tribes in the eastern desert, but now they had surpassed that to become one of the greatest tribes in the entire desert. It had been a long time since they surpassed the fame of the Rivol tribe, the greatest tribe in the western desert, and they also had the most wealth and number of warriors. It would be weird if they were not the strongest. The reason Pariah could grow this quickly in less than 10 years since welcoming a new Glow was because the Glow himself was the strongest warrior in Pariah, as well as the fact that he did not decide on everything on his own. He took the time to discuss things with the experienced and wise Oasis chiefs and chieftains before making decision. Many Oasis chiefs carried out the Glow's orders without issue because they had a say in the decision-making process. That was why it was obvious that they would be developing much faster than the other tribes. In addition, they were able to have a safe source of food and materials from trading with a merchant guild from the continent, which led to an explosive growth in Pariah's population. The other tribes tried to follow Pariah's development by trading with other merchant guilds from the continent, but it was not possible to do so because Pariah had full control of the quicksand river that cut through the desert. All of the other tribes were afraid of Pariah now that the desert's balance of power had been broken, and the ones to feel the most danger was of course the remaining 3 tribes of the eastern continent. These 3 tribes were the Auklan tribe who shared a border with Pariah, and the Baradona and Pawai tribe who both shared a different border with Pariah. These 3 tribes could not help but seriously consider when Pariah would point their shamshers at their tribe.
In order to break the balance of power in the desert, Pariah had started a war with the Wikili, even with a strong enemy in the Shwerii remaining on the side.
That was why these tribes were always on the edge waiting for Pariah's declaration of war. The biggest issue was that none of these three tribes had enough strength to fight Pariah off. That was the reason the glows of these three tribes had gathered together today.
We can only live by gathering together. Auckland's Glow Kinnick started to speak. There are many different types of coming together. What kind of coalition is Glow Kinnick's thinking about? Once Baradona's Glow Kapipa asked, Kinnick looked back and forth at both men before starting to speak again. If we think about the gains for each tribe, we are going to end up losing the historied name of our tribes that we have protected for hundreds of years. We are already aware of that. Please stop beating around the bush and tell us what you are thinking, Glow Kinnick. As Pawai's Glow Nakatin responded with frustration, Kinnick let out a fake cough before continuing to speak. I'm sure everyone is aware of the fact that Pariah has gained control of the Quicksand River. Surprisingly, Pariah is able to quickly transport a lot of warriors at once through the river. To what I have heard, Pariah already has more than 100,000 warriors.
100,000?
Nakatin responded in disbelief. He knew that Pariah was strong, but it was surprising that their number of warriors surpassed 100,000.
100,000 isn't the problem. Pariah's population is exploding very quickly.
I heard they are even taking in people from the continent who chose to leave the continent.
You really think they would do that?
If you bring in more people from the desert, you are likely to lose the mentality of the desert. I cannot believe that any tribe, especially Pariah, would do such a thing. As Nakatin disagreed with Kinnick looked at Nakatin like an idiot before answering. The reason they were able to take control of the Quicksand River was because of those people of the continent.
You do not seem to be up to date with the news.
As Nakatin turned slightly red at Kinnick's insult, Kapipa quickly interjected and started to speak. Everybody has their own situations. Let's look for a way out together instead of fighting with each other, but...
I must have said something rude because I've been on the edge lately. I hope Glow Nakatin can be understanding.
As Kinnick quickly realized his mistake and apologized, Nakatin nodded his head.
It was because of my uselessness. If Glow Kinnick has good information and suggestions, this Nakatin will quietly listen. Once the atmosphere got better again, Kinnick started to speak once more.
I'm sure there are not too many people coming from the continent, but we cannot just ignore it. They seem to be getting about 100 people a month, so in about 20 years, there will be quite a gap between us.
That is indeed a problem.
I presume that there will be no tribe who can take on Pariah on their own as time goes on. If there is someone who still can compete with them right now, it would be their eternal enemy the Shwerii and the Rivold, the strongest tribe in the western desert, but as you are probably aware of already, Shwerii is barely getting back to their old strength and we can just say that the Rivold is on Pariah's side.
Kapipa let out a sigh at Kinnick's words and started to speak.
Pariah might have gone to war in the first place relying on the Rivold. With the Rivold putting pressure on Shwerii, the Shwerii would not be able to attack them with a lot of warriors.
Silence filled the peo for a moment.
The moment the teacup on the table no longer let out any steam, Kinnick started to speak again. To start with, if the three of us were to unite right now, we would have more warriors than Pariah. Our three tribes together have a total of 120,000 warriors.
Kinnick must have been thirsty as he drank the cool tea before continuing to speak. We need to determine a unified leadership system before we can come together.
If you do not agree that is the most important, please let me know. There was no need to respond.
Everyone was afraid of Pariah.
5th month in the year 268 of the continental calendar. An incident that caused a stir in the desert suddenly occurred. The three tribes of the eastern desert, Auckland, Baradona, and Pawai, had united together to become a single tribe. This was the first time multiple tribes had decided on their own will to unite together.
The only thing in the desert's history was the winning tribe absorbing the losing tribe during war.
Everybody knew that this unification was to protect themselves from Pariah, and they all waited to see what kind of response Pariah would give regarding this situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 151. Book 4 to 7.3.
The Silence Empire had a lot of spies to receive a flood of information. They had a system in place to first determine which was important for the informants in the empire needed to see and which were not, before the emperor and crown prince's personal experts looked through the pile once more. Even still, there was quite a lot of information for them to know.
The emperor of the empire. Once Emperor Shawan Fury Silence II relinquished all power to the Crown Prince and retired due to old age, Shawan Fury Silence III had to look for important information from even a large pile. The biggest issue for the Silence Empire right now was of course the upcoming war with the Rojini Kingdom. A population of 25 million, 50,000 knights and 400,000 infantry soldiers. In addition, 5,000 members of a special forces team made up of people with special skills. The only kingdom that could take on the Silence Empire with that much military force was that Rojini Kingdom. They had gone through an unexpected reform after a civil war and was growing at an extremely quick pace. Most importantly, their citizens were receiving a lot of support from the royal family that their national pride was extremely stable. It was something that citizens of other countries could not even dream about.
Damn it! Shawan threw the information about the Rojini Kingdom before uncommonly swearing.
After spending a lot of effort and money, he had finally received information about the strength of the Rojini Kingdom.
They have 10 war-related weapon masters? Shawan could feel his head aching. Masters played an extremely important role during war.
You could consider that a single master had the strength of thousands of knights. Of course they didn't really have the fighting force of thousands of warriors, but with the right strategy, they definitely had enough strength to have such an impact. Most importantly, they served as a symbol. The amount of masters greatly impacted the morale of the soldiers. That was why this number of 10 brought such a headache to Shawan. The Silence Empire had a total of 9 masters.
Damn it! How could they have 10? Things are getting more complicated. The only thing we have on them is the number of warriors.
We should have either not touched them at all or destroyed them completely while they were going through their civil war. Shawan had such thoughts, but it was already too late to regret it. Shawan pressed down on his temples as he started to look through other files. He then landed on a report about the desert.
Shawan clicked his tongue.
His idiotic younger brother had screwed things up, and the diplomat tried to fix things up before actually making things worse. If the empire had been able to get some warriors from the desert, he would not have such a headache. Things would not be like this if they were able to even get one of Korea's third-generation warriors, who were known to be at the continent's master level, as reinforcement. But this was also too late to regret. Shawan was not someone to regret anything, so all he could do was curse and hold back his anger.
However, he could not help but become angry again after reading the report. The report indicated that Korea's construction of the castle was definitely aimed at the empire. It wasn't like he did not expect this, but looking at the construction speed and the size of this castle, it could become a great danger for them in the future. It would normally not be an issue, but they were currently preparing to go to war with the Rojini Kingdom. Even the assassin guild, who was a hidden power for him, could not properly damage them before becoming disbanded. Shawan had another source of headache.
He then read through multiple pages of information about the desert.
The reason Paria was suddenly able to develop like this, as well as the unification of the remaining tribes in the eastern desert. Shawan lowered the hand on his temple and rubbed his chin.
His cheeks then started to rise toward his eyes as he smiled. This warrior, who anyone could tell was not average, was sitting on a sandy hill looking toward the falling sunset as he was deep in thought.
I wanted to make your will a reality, but the time and people are not moving as I wish.
The warrior let out an uncharacteristic long sigh. He had never felt like this since becoming a warrior. This warrior was someone who had always given his best no matter the situation. But his surroundings had given this warrior quite a lot of wrinkles. He was already over 40 years of age. The fact that he had not managed to achieve anything made this warrior even more depressed.
He longed for some people. He really missed them a lot.
The wise glow who understood and relied on him, as well as the other greatest warriors. It was because of them that he was able to forget about everything else and show them everything he got. But there was nobody left who could understand him. There were now only people who envied him while leaning on him for everything.
Paria has now become an entity that we cannot touch unless they show a really big opening. What am I supposed to do in such a situation? This must have been it.
This must have been the reason this warrior's heart was so unsettled. He was unable to find a way for his tribe to push forward.
The nurses Nim.
At that moment, the warrior looked back toward the voice calling out to him.
Bukerd.
The nurses called out to the warrior, who represented the only group of people he could rely on.
Your image from the back looks quite foreign.
The nurses put on a bitter smile at Bukerd's words. The only warrior who understood his pain had realized his thoughts.
Did I seem that way? The nurse's answer made him seem even more foreign to Bukerd, the lead warrior of the Desert Sword.
He could no longer see the tough warrior who led this group of tough warriors and could only see an average warrior full of anxiety.
Did the glow again? No. I think I just became reflective after seeing the fallen sunset. The nurses shook his head as Buchard cautiously asked. This type of worry was enough for one person to have. But Buchard was not someone who would not recognize such a thing. Buchard had already been running through the battlefields with the nurses for over 20 years already. The years he spent drawn in by the nurses' pure strength helped him understand the nurses better than anybody else.
I know that you are coming back from meeting with the glow.
The nurses looked toward Buchard with disbelief as he started to answer.
It's the same every day. Anyways, did the training go well? The warriors are waiting for you. Everyone wants to be beat up by the nurses Nim. Is that so? As the nurses returned to his usual expression and happily responded, Buchard started to smile internally. He wanted to help lessen the burden on the warrior he served, but he didn't really have any other way but to make him think about other things. How could someone dare to try to help him resolve a situation the nurses could not solve? He was Venursus, the war god of the desert. Old memories seemed to be remaining in their heads. What memories?
The nurses asked in response to Buchard's words. The time we were unable to pierce through those baby chick warriors called the Red Storm.
The fact that we could not follow the nurses Nim's line properly was quite shocking to us.
It was not your fault. They were abnormally strong.
Even I was blocked off by that young glow's interference.
We need to accept that they are strong.
That is how goals are created.
We just need to wait for the next war as we trained to the best of our abilities the last few years. We finally finished the goal we set for ourselves today. Now we are looking to get our greatest warriors evaluation.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
The nurses was amused as he started to descend the sandhill with Buchard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 152. Book 4 to 7.4.
They have clearly united to stand against us.
It might have been better to strike them earlier on, even if it would have been pushing it a bit.
Pariah was having another meeting of greatest individuals, and the greatest warriors were also present for this meeting because it was a discussion about war. Again was the first to speak up about the three tribes uniting together.
If they have joined together, then they must have more warriors than our Pariah.
They should have a minimum of 120,000 warriors. Many of the chiefs and greatest warriors turned pale at Again's words. They had anticipated as much, but hearing it directly from Again made them feel a sense of burden. Vibli followed up to Again's comment. Since they have joined together and have no enemies around them, they should be able to move at least 70,000 warriors should they choose to attack us.
They'll need about 40,000 warriors reserved for an emergency.
Everyone's faces started to turn darker. Realistically speaking, in order to move 70,000 warriors, they will need to reserve 20,000 for the supply caravan. With Pariah also having 100,000 warriors, there was only a low chance of the united tribe attacking them, but it was still a large enough number to feel the pressure.
It is actually better like this. The person who started to speak with an energetic voice in the middle of the gloomy room was Runa.
We do not have time to take them all down one by one. Our Pariah should be thankful that they have united so that we can take them down together.
Assistant warrior. Did you not hear about their number of warriors? As one of the Oasis chiefs looked toward Runa with disbelief, Runa responded back with a confused expression. A war is not decided by the number of warriors. Isn't the results of war determined by who prepared more for it?
It is also determined by who has more confidence and fighting spirit.
Assistant warrior, do not take this so lightly. 120,000 warriors is a number that nobody has been able to reach before.
As Grenti, the chief of the minimal sand oasis of Wikili origin, responded with frustration, Runa just tilted his head before responding.
I'm not sure.
Our Pariah has too far to go still to be talking about the past. If I am being honest with you, if we just focus on our defenses, within about 10 or so years, our number of warriors will be close to 200,000. That is how the rich get richer while the poor get poorer.
1. Runa looked toward Grenti with a relaxed expression as he followed up with a question. Is it possible that Grentinim thinks our Pariah needs to wait 20 years?
As time goes by, the Shwerii will become even stronger than they were before, and we might even miss the chance to attack the Silence Empire, our sworn enemies.
Will you still wait?
I'm sure everyone thinks that it will not be a big issue, but we are just thinking that it will be hard to bring them under Pariah's control.
As Grenti responded in an uncertain voice, Runa shook his head. He then looked toward Yulian before speaking. I have a message for the glow.
Our Pariah has not slacked off in preparing for war, and we can now have 100,000 warriors.
They are all valiant warriors of Pariah.
I am planning on heading out to war on the first month of next year. The other people in the Peo started to whisper to one another, but Runa did not falter as he continued on.
Everything will be done according to the Glow's will, but what does the Glow think about all of this?
Yulian had been sitting with a majestic air the whole time, but finally started to speak as Runa respectfully asked him a question.
If you have made a plan, we need to make it a reality. A calm demeanor and a response that showed absolutely certainty. Glow.
It will not be too late to grow our strength a little more before going to war. I heard that Shwerii have reached 60 to 70,000 warriors like they used to have. We will need at least 70,000 warriors and 10,000 support team warriors to unify the Eastern Desert.
Then what will we do about Paria's defense at that time?
Many people started to shiver as they stated their opposition, as if Yulian's answer had caused a cold wind to flow through the Peo. The one with the loudest opposition was Hykenix, the chief of the Windy Oasis. But looking around the room, it was visible that there were no greatest warriors who opposed Yulian's decision. The only ones in opposition were the majority of the Oasis chiefs.
Who said we were going to take the north with 80,000 warriors? Runa's eyes opened wide at Hykenix's response, as he retorted back. Then,
as Hykenix hesitated for a moment, Runa continued. In order to defend against the Shwerii's Venersis, the only man our Glow has accepted as his equal, we will need at least 50,000 warriors.
We also need 10,000 warriors in reserve for any emergencies. Assistant warrior, you don't mean?
40,000, that is the maximum amount of warriors we can send for the Glow to attack the north and unify the Eastern Desert.
Absolutely impossible.
The Oasis chiefs started to whisper to each other again. There was no way you could take down 120,000 warriors with only 40,000.
Quiet.
There should be a reason the assistant warrior has just said that. There should be a reason the greatest warriors who have experienced many wars have been quiet this whole time. Yurumaha was now full of white hair and ready to retire in the near future, but his voice was still loud enough to quickly get people's attention. He calmed everyone down so that they could hear what the greatest warriors had to say. It is not as impossible as you may think it is.
We can either select the desert route or the quicksand river route.
That means that the enemy's forces will have to be divided into two to defend against both, which means there should not be much differences in number of warriors either way. The moment everyone started to quiet down, Again, who had a lot of respect, agreed with Runa's words. The smart chiefs quickly realized that the Glow, greatest warriors, and even Yurumaha had all made up their minds. I'm sure they knew we would object to it and already made up their minds before pushing it to us like this. With things turning like this, the conversation naturally switched to how they can prepare for the war, and how they will be taking warriors from each individual oasis. The unification of the three tribes, as well as the joint leadership of the three Glows, was progressing pretty smoothly. It might be because everybody was aware of the pending danger posed by Paria, but it also helped that they were all similar in size in terms of number of oasis and population, as well as warriors.
Paria's warriors have started high-intensity training.
The two Glows let out a sigh at Kinix's words. I'm sure you are aware who those blades forged by sweat will be aimed toward.
We need to also increase the intensity of our warriors' training.
We may have started later in the war preparations, but we are currently in the lead because of this unification.
They should be able to handle it.
Nakatin was speaking as if he was trying to put some confidence in himself.
Kupipa quickly opened his mouth as well.
I personally cannot understand why we are feeling so uncertain. I feel like it is pertinent to ask whether we are feeling pressured way too much because of Paria's fame. There really was no reason for them to be worried. They had over 120,000 warriors, and the enemy had at max 70,000. Even if they had the Quicksand River under control, they would not be able to bring 70,000 warriors and a supply brigade to support that many warriors. Paria may have been one of the strongest tribes in the Eastern Desert for a long period of time, but we are also warriors of the desert.
It is embarrassing that we are so scared like this even before going into battle.
The two other Glows' expressions changed significantly after Kupipa's words. He was not wrong. Before they were Glows, they also went through the tough coming-of-age ceremony and protected their tribe as a warrior. They may not have as much war experience as Paria, but the pride of a warrior was all the same. Kupipa had reminded them about it, and thanks to that, the three men looked toward each other and drove up their confidence.
You have said something very wise.
That one phrase was enough to make all my worries go away. As the two men praised Kupipa, Kupipa raised both of his hands and started to shake them. I am not someone who deserves to hear such praises from the two of you. All I am saying is that if we calm ourselves before responding to any issues caused by Paria, our unification is something that people cannot ignore.
You are right. We need to calmly assess the situation. That is our best course of action. If there is something we can start, we need to start it, and if there is something we can do, it is better for us to do it. Kupipa nodded his head at Kinix's words. You are right. Don't they say the moment you think you are late is the best time? The only question is how to calm the warriors down. Kinix responded in shock. Why are the warriors so agitated? I don't know who spread this rumor, but there is a rumor that Pariaye will soon invade us with 100,000 warriors. Nakaton and Kinix were angry at Kopipa's response.
Underscore 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 underscore. 1. It was the closest saying I could find to mean the same thing as what the author has written. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 153. Book 4 to 7.5. It must be the moles that spread such rumors. They're trying to rile us up to cause chaos. After going through many wars, Pariaye is starting to scheme a lot more. Kupipa wanted to say that he would do the same if it could lower the amount of damage to their warriors, but he could not speak well about the enemy. They were a unified team and had to show a unified front. Right now, that unity was the most important thing. We need to send some moles to Pariaye as well. From what I have heard, there are a lot of people from the continent residing in Pariaye. It should be easier for us to put more moles than they have. Everyone agreed with Kinix's suggestion to plant more moles into Pariaye before starting to discuss what they could do right now to prepare. Glow. At that moment, the personal warriors of all three glows called out to them at the same time. What is going on? As Nakaton shouted toward the outside, he could hear the warriors' response. Some foreigner caravan was discovered by our patrol warriors and captured alive, but apparently they are all asking to meet with the glow. They are also claiming that the cart full of items is actually offerings for the glow. The three of them looked at each other with a confused expression at the warriors' proclamation. Ooh. Warriors who stood in the front of a ton of other warriors and let out a shout that filled the hearts of the other warriors with strength. The warriors in the front were all wearing red clothes, and their clothes fluttered in the wind as they quickly rode across on their permas. These were of course the Red Storm warriors. Originally, Yulian thought long and hard before thinking that it would be best to put a Red Storm warrior in the front of groups of 10,000 warriors. But the first person to oppose Yulian's decision was Runa. The Red Storm needed to remain as the Red Storm. Runa indicated that he wanted to plant the seed in Paria's warriors about the undefeated record of the Red Storm warriors. He thought that this was absolutely necessary to make the warriors believe that they could not lose a war in which the Red Storm was with them. So then why were they in front of the groups of warriors right now? They were just standing there in place of the greatest warriors and lead warriors for this training. This allowed the greatest warriors and lead warriors to observe their brigade's formations and inspect the condition of all of the warriors in their brigade. Paria's battle formation revolved around each greatest warrior in charge of 10,000 warriors, with 10 lead warriors each in charge of 1,000 warriors, and 10 veteran warriors reporting to the lead warriors as squad leaders in charge of 100 warriors each. These veteran warriors may each have 100 warriors they are responsible for, but if there were more than 10 veteran warriors in the lead warriors team, they personally determine seniority amongst the veteran warriors. Since the chain of command was set up in layers of 10, it was easy to be able to concentrate on how the formations were doing, rather than focusing on all 10,000 warriors at once. Thanks to this, the leaders were able to easily remember the problem areas or personally go and fix the issue to make their formation inch closer toward perfection. The goal of these trainings that they were doing right now was to perfect the formation at the 100 warrior level. Forward! Once the flag warriors shouted loudly and started to signal with their flags, the 4 brigades made of 10,000 warriors started to increase their speed. This was not just an ordinary forward march. They were paying attention to how long they could move while maintaining their formation. The difference between forward and charge was that during a charge, it did not matter whether you remained in formation. That was just an all-out charge to defeat as many enemies as possible. Seeing as how they could maintain their formation even while 40,000 warriors were running at the same time, you could clearly tell how much the warriors had been training these last few months. Wow, it's really amazing. I've never seen so many warriors move together in formation like this. Shubian maintained the proper distance to the warriors following behind him as he admired this amazing feat. What is even more amazing are the greatest warriors like Again Nim who can maintain a good grasp of all of these warriors. Hearing one of the other Red Storm warriors comment, Shubian nodded his head. That is why they are our greatest warriors. Their strength alone is one thing, but this ability to maintain a good grasp of all of these warriors. I wonder if this broad perspective ability is actually their greatest strength. I'm glad our Red Storm only has one command: charge. He. As Shubian mentioned, having this broad perspective was a requirement of becoming a greatest warrior. Although Shubian had enough strength to rival the greatest warriors, when it came to leading a group of warriors like this, Shubian would be like a peanut in front of a wild animal. Just focus. They will issue another command soon. Another Red Storm warrior eyed the flag warrior before warning Shubian. The warriors in the front had an important role. They needed to be the first to respond to the flags. Change. As the command finally came, the formation slowly started to change to a fast but safe formation. As they were changing formations and created a half-circle formation, a new command was issued. Break. The half-circle formation instantly broke down into the 4 different groups and separated into north, south, east, and west. Cross. The flag warriors waved their flags and the dispersed warriors ran toward each other before ending up in the original straight-line formation. It really was extremely accurate. Even though they were running at a fast speed, they managed to properly pass by each other and get into formation. This type of training was so amazing even in the eyes of people who did not know anything about war. They needed to be extremely accurate in order to defeat 120,000 with just 40,000 warriors. That was the reason Pariah had committed to such difficult training for the warriors. They had their Glow, who was the war god of the Eastern Desert, as well as a special brigade that was able to handle over 10,000 enemies with just 50 people. They also had their assistant warrior who had made both their Glow and that special brigade become full of admiration. With all of these factors, Pariah's morale was piercing through the sky right now. They knew the enemy had numbers that were multiples of their own, but none of them thought that they could lose. In fact, they had so much confidence that the lead warriors had to caution them to stay cautious. It is amazing. Runa, who had been watching all of this on a high sand dune nearby, started to speak to Yulian, who had been watching next to him. Didn't all of this come out of your head? Even still, I never expected them to accomplish it so perfectly like this. Runa shook his head before responding to Yulian's question. Training exercises like this have been the focal point of our greatest warriors for a long time. In order to fight against the Schweriais Venersis, our third-generation greatest warriors needed to be in full control of the situation. Since they have always trained like this in the past, they are able to adjust quickly even though it is a changed formation. Runa nodded his head before continuing to watch the training with Yulian. The training that started early in the morning was continuing into the night. Pariah's warriors were used to these tough training sessions with no rest, small gulps of water, and barely any food. All of the desert warriors had a lot of pride for the mission they had to protect their tribes, but there were not many tribes that had such intense training sessions like Pariah. These were all traditions created because of the Schweriais Venersis. Since all of the warriors knew that this type of training was there to have them spill even one drop less blood, there were no warriors who were grumbling even through this intense training session. How are the preparations going for the new weapon? Yulian, who had been watching the training session from multiple angles, suddenly remembered and asked Runa. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 154. Book 4 to 7.6. Runa had been researching new weapons for war for a long time. Specifically, it was a weapon that would release around 10 arrows at once. Yulian had remembered Runa mentioning that after multiple failed attempts, he was finally ready to show it to everyone. It is complete, but I am still experimenting with it. Other than that weapon, there are some other weapons that I have been tinkering with as well. I should be able to finish all of them before we head out to war. I have high expectations for whatever kind of crazy weapon you come up with for us. Truthfully speaking, they were created to defend against the Schweriais Venersis or the Silence Empire's potential invasion, but the capabilities are better than I expected it to be. I am certain it will be of great help in the war. That is obvious since it is something you created. As Yulian put on a satisfied smile, Runa started to laugh as he responded. It is making my heart beat extremely loudly. I can't believe it is finally starting. This could be considered our official start of the unification of the Eastern Desert. Yulian's heart was beating extremely loudly as well. This had been his dream for the last 20 years. The unification of the desert. One desert nation. His dream was finally slowly becoming a reality. If they were successful during this upcoming campaign, the foundation for it would be completed. It was a chance for them to get strong enough for nobody to dare mess with them. While the two men were getting extremely excited, the warriors' training came to an end and the lead warriors started to lead them back. We should head down now as well. Yes. Since these trainings were so frequent, there was no need for a meeting after the training. The two men immediately headed back to the oasis.
Have dinner with us tonight. Would that be okay?
Both of the madams are with child.
Runa was concerned at Yulian's dinner invitation.
They may be women, but these are Grace and Violet.
They can easily handle your average warrior.
Nobody has visited because they know the two of them are pregnant, so they have actually been urging me to invite people over. Grace was always an active person, and Violet is not the type to just sit at home either. They are both used to being around a lot of people.
Even so,
it would be great if you can bring your wife over as well.
I understand, Blow.
With Yulian continuing to urge him to come over, Runa had no choice but to nod his head before heading over to his peo to get his wife.
Yulian started to hum, seeing that everything went well, and headed back to his peo as well. Did something good happen today?
Grace and Violet had been chatting outside the peo when they saw Yulian heading over while humming and wanted to know what was going on. Paria's warriors are strong and the lives of the citizens are continuing to get better.
In addition,
both of my wives will soon give birth. As a father, how could I not be happy? Grace and Violet started to laugh at the same time. They had not been able to see Yulian like this because of all the responsibilities and training for a long time. So seeing him come home looking so happy like this made both of the women extremely happy as well.
I invited Runa and his wife to dinner today. Oh. Pernim and Orkanim will be coming over tonight as well.
Yulian thought for a moment about Grace's statement before speaking. If I knew everyone was gathering, I would have invited Tuma Takakanim, the greatest warriors, and the Red Storm as well.
Yulian must have been really happy as he walked into the peo with the smile still on his face.
The two women followed in behind him and started to prepare the food for their upcoming visitors. It was normal for even the wives of the Glow to prepare the meal for their husband. As for these two women, they actually enjoyed this task, and with their anticipated delivery date still being about 3 months away, they were still able to prepare everything by themselves. A bit later, the Runa couple, as well as Per and Orca and their respective wives, entered the peo. The inside of the peo was instantly full of people. Everybody laughed merrily and enjoyed the time together with one another. As the dinner time slowly came to an end, Yulian started to speak. I am happy that I will be able to see the birth of my 2 children before heading out to war. While I am away, please take care of your nephews for me.
Ha ha ha, Hyung Nim, you are already worried about your children?
As Per let out a laugh before responding, Orca started to laugh as well before responding.
Both little Hyung Nim and the assistant warrior Nim will remain at Pariae in case of a potential invasion by the Eswariai.
While you are away, my nephews will grow tall and strong.
You do not have to worry. It is the same for all children, but children are Paria's future. I want to show those children a glorified Pariae and a unified desert.
Let's all work hard and suffer just a little more until we can make that into our reality.
It is something we have to do. There is no reason to call it suffering. As Per responded once more, Yulian shared some of the concerns he had.
Things have been going well lately and only good things have been happening that I am a bit worried.
Isn't there a saying that says we need to be cautious when we are happy?
It might just be saying always stay alert, but we need to maintain our vigilance regarding the Shwerii and the Silence Empire.
Hyung Nim, seeing you speak like that, you really must be very happy.
However, you do not need to worry since we have an assistant warrior who says he can see the entire desert and the continent while sitting right here next to us. Orca started to smile before looking toward Runa, and Runa slightly bowed his head to show his appreciation before starting to respond. We are putting a large portion of our funds toward keeping track of what both sides are doing, so there should be no instances of being completely stabbed in the back. I also understand the concern the Glow has, but I wish to tell the Glow that he does not have to worry.
Yulian nodded his head to show that he understood. However, it would be a lie to say he was no longer worried at all.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 155. Book 4 to 7.7. It was hard to believe at first.
The patrol warriors had captured foreigners from the continent, and that foreigner was claiming to be a diplomat from the Silence Empire with whom they had never traded with before.
How could any of them believe what he was saying?
There was no way a diplomat of the Empire would only secretly bring a few people like this. They would have had many nobles, knights protecting those nobles, as well as soldiers who reported to those knights in order to show the strength of their empire. Normally, the Silence Empire would send no less than 200 people. But this man's amazing amount of knowledge, as well as the handwritten note from the Crown Prince and the material offerings he brought with them made it seem plausible. The 3 Glows were all completely shocked, and started to pay more attention to what this diplomatic party had to say. The Silence Empire had apparently selected this united tribe as their ally in the Eastern Desert and wanted to work together to take care of Pariah, which was a danger to both the Empire and their allies. The Glows were surprised about three things. They were surprised that Silence was worried about Pariah, they were surprised that Pariah had enough strength for this large empire to acknowledge them, and most importantly, they were surprised that Silence had picked them as an ally. The people of the desert despised using outside help in their battles. Even if you looked at Pariah, the reason Pariah's Oasis chiefs backed Yulian during the revolt was because of the fact that the Silence was involved in that rebellion. That should have been enough reason to chase that diplomat away, but with fire on their heels from the danger with Pariah, the three Glows were paying careful attention to what the other two Glows might do. I guess you really don't know whether Pariah's blade will be pointed to the Western Desert or to your empire after they unite the Eastern Desert. Seeing Kinix give an answer that was neither an acceptance or decline, the fat man who called himself the Silence Empire's diplomat was smiling internally. He was happy that it was not a rejection. He was someone who studied and researched the desert more than anybody else in the continent. He knew what the pride of the desert warriors was about, he knew what they considered to be amazing, and he definitely knew that he was probably going to be able to achieve his goal of coming here based on their answer. I know that the three Glows are strong enough to overwhelm Pariah on your own, but wouldn't it be better to reduce the damage as much as possible? We just want to develop a relationship with this united tribe that you have created and work together for both of our benefits, but... The man was smiling after successfully managing to keep up the Glow's pride while getting his message across at the same time. But for the continent to interject in the desert's war. As Nakatin let out a fake cough and slowed down his words, the man quickly followed up. Of course the esteemed Glows can take them on, and our empire is similarly focused on fighting against a crawling kingdom who doesn't know what mess they are getting themselves into. That is why we will not do anything like send you soldiers. However, we do hope to relieve you of one of your concerns. How would you know of our concerns? As Nakatin asked back, the man nodded his head before taking out a paper from his chest pocket and handing it out to the three Glows. I presume that all three of you are worried about the same thing. If you truly are worried about the same thing, I believe I have come with the solution to your problem. Of course we will keep it an absolute secret that we helped you. Something like this would be better for only the three esteemed Glows of the unified tribes to know about, and to be honest with you, we are making this offer after seeing the majestic nature of the three Glows. The man continued to suck up to the Glows as he offered his solution. Please write your biggest worry on that piece of paper. I will also write what I think it is on a different paper. If all of us agree on the same worry point, we will only offer you assistance regarding that aspect. Of course we will do it secretly. We will not benefit from anyone knowing we provided you with assistance. Nakatin and the other two Glows peeked at each other. However, there was not a single person who was against it. Didn't the man say that everything will be done in secret? The three Glows looked at each other before starting to write on the piece of paper in front of them. Seeing the three of them starting to write, the man was thinking that it was finally over. He had successfully completed this mission as well. Scribble. Letters started to appear on top of the paper. It was a really short moment, but there were tons of concerns that appeared in their minds. The four men looked at each other before putting their papers at the center of the table. The Quicksand River. These three words were written on all of their papers as if they had made a promise on what to write. The three Glows looked around at everyone while the man started to smile. No matter what kind of war you were in, it was uncomfortable to have enemies potentially attacking on two sides. As I expected, everybody has the same concern. I presume that all heroes have the same thoughts. As for me, I just used my head to come up with this thought. I am no hero, ha ha. As the man started to laugh out loud, the three Glows started to think that this man must have a high position in the Silence Empire. They were Glows who ruled over tens of thousands of tribe members, they had at least some discernment in recognizing powerful people. I would always be worried if someone like this wanted to get revenge on me. The type of person who would smile as they stab you in the back. There were 4 people in the PAO, but all of their thoughts were different. Kinix decided to ask the question seeing that the other 2 Glows were looking at each other without saying anything. Alright then, what kind of help will you be giving us regarding the river? Shouldn't you float some as well? The impatient Nakatin urged the man on. What do you mean float some as well? The Quicksand River has been around forever, but the reason that it has become a concern is because of the fact that there are now ships full of people on the Quicksand River. So then wouldn't the problem be solved if the 3 Glows also floated some ships as well? All of them had blank expressions at the man's response. You make it sound so easy. We do not have much time right now. How will we find time to build the ships and train our warriors? Kupipa calmed Nakatin down before calmly asking.
I presume there is a reason you would say something like that.
Of course, there is a method. If they have built something that nobody had thought about before, we just have to do the same thing and use something they would never expect to cause them damage. After that, the quicksand river will no longer belong to Paria but to you three glows.
This man.
The diplomat named Janet Luberia confidently responded as he started to smile.
End of chapter. Next up. Skirmish. An unexpected battle and defeat. We will laugh it off since we can easily repay this debt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 156. Skirmish. An unexpected battle and defeat. We will laugh it off since we can easily repay this debt. Book 4 to 8.1. Paria's preparations for war were getting more complete day by day. The better the preparations, the less injuries you will end up with during the war. That much was obvious.
Each and every one of the warriors were precious right now. Neither Yulian nor Runa wanted to lose those precious warriors because they did not plan adequately.
Not much time is left. I believe everything will be ready in about half a month. If we can do that, we should have some extra time before heading out to war.
It is probably best to give the warriors time to rest once everything is ready to go.
Of course.
They worked really hard to prepare, we need to give them time to recharge as well. Honestly speaking, there were no nations that let their soldiers go home right before a war. People tend to not want to leave once they relax at home, and their senses that they have been sharpening become dull once more. Who would give them leave when their hearts may grow weak right before war? The usual course of action would be to show them a battle between wild animals or sparring sessions with one another as entertainment to get them excited. But it was different for a desert warrior. It was okay for them to go home for a break to relax. There was no chance of a desert warrior becoming weak or their senses becoming dull because of resting at home. In fact, it actually strengthened their resolve because of the thought about how they could bring happiness and peace for their family by going to war. As for their senses, that was something that naturally came out when they were in the battlefield. We will have a greatest warrior meeting soon and can tell them about our plan at that time.
Is there anything else we should tell them?
I have nothing special to say. A messenger warrior urgently ran toward Yulian while the two men were talking.
Urgent message for the glow.
The messenger warrior must have really rushed over as his entire body was full of dust and he smelled pungent of sweat, even though he was a couple steps away.
What is going on? A message for the glow.
Greatest warrior Thriger has been injured and 3 ships were heavily damaged.
What? Yulian and Runa both shouted out at the same time at the messenger warrior's message.
Captain Thriger and the ships were the most important pieces for this war. They were planning on moving the main forces through the quicksand river instead of the desert. If they lost a couple ships right now, they would face some difficulties with their plan. Most importantly, it was extremely difficult to move a lot of ships at the same time without Captain Thriger.
What caused such things to happen?
I was told that another tribe had appeared on the quicksand river, but
this message shocked Yulian and Runa once more. Who else but their tribe could be on the quicksand river? Where is greatest warrior Thriger right now?
They have anchored at port and have created a defensive formation at that location.
The number of enemies? As Runa interjected from the side, the messenger warrior started to frown.
He had not gotten that information.
The next messenger will bring more specific details.
The message that I was given was that the enemy has appeared on the quicksand river and that greatest warrior Thriger was injured.
Good work. Yulian sent the messenger warrior back before turning toward Runa.
Runa had lost to Paria when he was with the Wikili because of the quicksand river. Hearing unexpected news from the quicksand river had caused his head to be chaotic for a moment.
But even that was only for a moment. Runa quickly came back to his senses and urgently started to speak to Yulian. There are currently less than 10,000 warriors on ships.
If they could not handle the enemies, it was probably more than that.
Can the glow urgently lead the Red Storm over to the ships? I understand. As Yulian started to move to prepare, Runa grabbed Yulian's arm.
If you believe they were unable to stop the enemy because they were outnumbered, please make them retreat right away. You must make them retreat if that is the case.
What would happen to the ships if we retreat? Runa shook his head at Yulian's question. We cannot do anything even if they are destroyed.
We can always rebuild the ships later, but we will need a long time to retrain someone who can perfectly maneuver those ships. If we lose Captain Thriger and the crew from the continent, we may have issues running the ships in the future.
I understand.
I will send the training warriors and pair Nim as fast as I can as well. Yulian quickly gathered the red storm as Runa had requested and stared to urgently ride to the quicksand river. Paria's greatest warrior Thriger preferred the title captain better than the title greatest warrior. It was because his preferences from being a ship person in the past still remained. The sea was a rough environment and somewhere the crew had to completely obey the captain's command, but that only happened because the captain and the crew were very close to each other. The difference between greatest warrior and captain was probably just the fact that you didn't need to add nim to the end of captain. Rather than greatest warrior nim, captain was all that was needed. That was why the team working for Thriger had always just called him captain instead of greatest warrior.
Captain. I see something coming toward us.
One of the warriors who was looking around on top of the mast shouted loudly down below.
What else would be out here other than monsters? If it can be seen from far away, it can only be a sand dragon. I guess we hit the jackpot today. Everyone prepare for battle.
Captain Nim, but based on the way they are moving or the fact that a lot of them are gathered together makes me believe it is not a sand dragon.
It is moving in a group?
As the monster on top of the pyramid, there was never a time when sand dragons moved as a group.
The most you would see is a male and a female moving together. Let's still prepare for battle. The only thing other than us on this damned river is going to be a monster.
Thriger shouted instructions to his crew.
Thriger was no longer the type of captain to just command one ship.
He was now in charge of all 12 ships. As the red flag signaling battle went up the post, the 11 other ships surrounding them all started to prepare for battle as well. They were currently training in their defensive formations, so each ship had about 600 warriors each.
About 300 of them were needed to actually move the ship.
The remaining 300 warriors were quickly setting up Runa's new weapon, the multiple arrow, a weapon that can shoot 10 arrows at once, as well as the volley stars.
What is that?
Thriger started to frown after seeing a bunch of small objects heading toward them in a group. What Thriger had seen was a group of small boats. They seemed very small to fit only about 5 people each, but they had an extremely large sail. This group of boats were quickly approaching them.
Thriger could not instantly determine whether they were friend or foe.
He would have definitely taken care of them at a distance if it was a monster, but the opponent was also human. Thriger could have never expected that this slight hesitation will end up causing such a large damage to the desert runners.
Raise the blue flag. Captain Thriger's order finally fell. He needed to first determine whether they were friend or foe.
If they knew about the sailor's code, they would stop after seeing this blue flag.
Unfortunately, the boats ignored the signal of the blue flag and continued to approach. The moment they reached into their firing range, Thriger urgently ordered an attack.
Damn bastards! Whoever is prepared to fire, shoot them down. What Thriger had seen was the 5 warriors on the small boats pulling back the bowstring with their flaming arrows. Once Thriger gave his order, the volley star, which was capable of shooting long distances, was aimed up into the air. They did not have a restriction to the number of arrows like they used to have in the past, but they still did not have many arrows. Maybe they would have had more if there was a chance of another tribe having ships that required them to battle. Monsters were easily taken care of by a single volley star arrow from each of the 12 ships. That was why they had no reason to carry a lot of them. A total of around 30 large arrows floated up into the air, and the experienced volley star marksman managed to sink around 20 ships with a single attack. No need to retrieve the arrows.
Cut the line and load another one.
Thriger urgently ordered his crew. This was not the ocean. If the enemy came close and bombarded them with flaming arrows, there was no way for them to put out the fire with just the drinking water they had on board. They loaded up once more and fired the second volley star. At the same time, the multiple arrow fired tens of arrows into the air as well. Unfortunately, the aim of the multiple arrow was terrible compared to the volley star. They managed to land some damage just by the sheer number of arrows fired, but it was very minimal. It was because the marksmen who trained in the multiple arrow were all back on land. The multiple arrow was actually a weapon to be used on land, it was only on the ships right now to be transported. By the time they were preparing their third arrow, the desert runner was already in the range of the enemy attack.
Thousands of flaming arrows were flung into the air.
Thankfully, they had to create a really high arc that many of the arrows did not manage to land on the ship. They were too afraid of the multiple arrow to get any closer.
Retreat. All units retreat.
Once Thriger gave the command to retreat, the Desert Runner Brigade started to retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 157. Book 4 to 8.2. The Red Desert was set up to fight against monsters and transport people.
It was not prepared to fight against human enemies both in equipment and, more importantly, number of warriors. They were caught off guard because they had never expected to fight against the enemy on the quicksand river. If they had known about the identity of those small boats in advance, they would have set up their shields to secure their defenses. The brigade slowly started to move backwards as the enemy continued to chase after them and fling flaming arrows. Ugh! Thryger felt a burning pain in his shoulder as he fell backwards.
Captain!
The first mate quickly put out the fire in Thryger's shoulder by patting it down with his own hands. That made Thryger feel more pain in his shoulder and groan in pain, but he clenched his teeth to bear the pain.
Are you okay? Send the signal. Full focus on retreat. Do not even look back.
As Thryger frowned significantly and informed the first mate nodded his head and delivered Thryger's order.
The desert runners started to speed up.
Although it was slow at first, the unique characteristic of these ships were that they quickly sped up as they received wind behind their sails. Because they were able to achieve a speed that was impossible for the small boats to duplicate, the small boats caused small fires on multiple locations of the desert runner before quickly retreating backwards. After they were safely away from the enemy, Thryger gave his command.
Draw up some sand to put the fire out. Do not think about drinking any water for the next few days and just pour it all.
The warriors started to use the sand to start putting out the fire. Unfortunately, one of the ships reached a point where they could not put out the fire and the crew had to escape to another unit. Thryger maintained his consciousness and guided the crew every step of the way. He could finally relax and fainted backwards once he could see Paria's port with his own eyes. Just wait for me, you bastards. Those were Captain Thryger's last words as he fainted.
Ha ha ha, a complete victory. Nakatin was extremely excited as the messenger warrior brought news of a victory. This is just the beginning.
I'm sure that Paria was caught off guard this time.
In addition, we did not manage to completely sink even one of their ships.
Kupipa felt like they were too excited for not having achieved much.
Paria was not an easy opponent.
He even thought that the only reason they were able to get this victory was because Paria was not prepared to fight against humans. If that was the case, it was obvious that they would definitely be prepared next time.
Must you pour cold water on a happy moment like that?
We need to enjoy this victory in order to raise the morale of the warriors so that they fight even more valiantly next time. The reason we were successful in today's battle was because the enemy was lacking information and we caught them by surprise. Most importantly, it is not sitting well with me that the battle is no longer fair because of our unification.
That is already in the past. What good will it do to regret it now? As Nakatin argued back, Kupipa responded as if he was trying to convince Nakatin.
I just mean to say we should not get too drunk on one victory and get prepared for the next battle. Gentlemen, it is not good for the two of you to fight on a happy day like this.
Both of you are right. We will allow the warriors to enjoy the victory a bit while we prepare for the next battle.
Both of them nodded at Kinnick's words.
It is true that Paria was not prepared for this attack.
However, it does not change the fact that we can fight against Paria's ships with the magic boats that the Silence has prepared for us. The items that the Silence Empire had provided for them were these small boats with levitation magic imbued in them. Crown Prince Shirwan had gathered a lot of information about Paria and realized that the reason they were able to grow so large was because of the Quicksand River. That was why he thought that giving this unified tribe a way to contend on the Quicksand River would limit the amount of materials Paria was getting from the continent, as well as restrict Paria's future movements in case their war against the kingdom started. There was no way they could build large ships like Paria's when they did not know where or when the war might break out. That was the reason he thought of the small boats, as well as the fact that flaming arrows would be useful because this was not the ocean. Even if they were not enough to destroy Paria's ships, Paria still would not be able to move around as freely through the Quicksand River. That was why the three glows accepted the magic and materials the Silence provided for them. That was how they came to today's victory. We need to start now in training at least 30,000 warriors to reside on the Quicksand River. This attack may have slowed down Paria's invasion by a bit, so we need to utilize this time to the best of our abilities. The other two glows agreed with Kinnick's suggestion. They had already planned on putting 50,000 of the 100,000 warriors by the Quicksand River and the other 50,000 to the southern oasis. They were then going to observe Paria's movements before making any adjustments to the numbers. But if there was now a balance of power on the Quicksand River, they could keep 20,000 warriors in reserve to move them in either direction much faster than before. There was no way any of them would be opposed to this decision.
That is a good idea.
We need to first raise the accuracy of our archers. It will also not be a bad idea to think about the future and start building a ship the size of Paria's. We need a ship that size in order to continue our development. As Kupipa agreed and brought up another suggestion, the two glows agreed with this as well.
I am suddenly getting more confident.
It might not be a bad idea to use this momentum for us to be the ones to invade Paria. As Nakatan responded in an energetic voice, Kinix and Kupipa shook their heads internally but smiled on the outside as they had no desire to destroy this good atmosphere. Yulian rushed to the port before relaxing after seeing that the enemy was not chasing after the ships. He had heard that one of the ships had burned down into the bottom of the quicksand river, but he was just thankful and relieved that the injuries to the warriors was very minimal. Honestly speaking, this was only because Yulian and Runa did not know much about ships. It was the case in the ocean and the quicksand river as well. There was no way for a small boat to catch up to the speed of a large ship. Maybe the small boats might be faster in the beginning as they first start to catch the wind, but as time goes by, there was no way for them to catch up to a large ship's maximum speed with their multiple large sails. Furthermore, Freyger was an individual who used to pretty much rule the ocean.
He recognized that something was wrong and quickly ordered the retreat.
Although they had been ambushed in a method they never saw coming, they were able to limit the damage to one lost ship.
What about greatest Captain Freyger? After listening to Freyger's first mate, Yulian asked about Freyger's condition.
He received an injury from the enemy's arrow, but it is not enough to endanger his life.
The heavens have helped us. Yulian was extremely relieved.
As Runa had mentioned, they were worried about losing Freyger and the warriors who were adept at ship-related information. That was why they had rushed here without rest. They were extremely worried about what may have happened. Both Yulian and the Red Storm had extremely red eyes after rushing forward for 2 days without any rest, but Yulian could feel all his fatigue going away knowing that there was not much damage.
Yulian felt like he was flying as he moved to the peo that was used as the control center. He then called out loudly as he entered the entrance of the peo. Greatest Captain Freyger.
When Yulian had arrived, Freyger had been laying on his bed thinking about the bastards that made him eat water and contemplating how to get his revenge.
Glow.
Ugh. Freyger turned his head to see Yulian calling out to him and tried to quickly get up before letting out a groan and frowning from the terrible pain in his shoulder.
Do not get up. An injured warrior must relax. Yulian quickly approached Freyger to help him down.
Glow, I have failed you.
What happened?
Once the Glow asked what happened, Freyger started to grind his teeth as he answered. I thought that it was a monster at first, but it ended up being small boats.
Boats? Yulian was completely shocked.
There was no way other boats existed on the quicksand river. There should be no other boats there.
Yes. They were small but definitely boats. It was large enough to fit 4 or 5 people, and it had a small sail and key that anybody could easily maneuver it with a small amount of training. I hesitated for a moment as I could not determine whether they were friend or foe. That moment of hesitation led to the enemy's flaming arrows. Freyger started to explain what happened to Yulian.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 158. Book 4 to 8.3.
Glow, I apologize for the injuries to Paria's precious warriors and the damage to Paria's precious ships.
Freyger bowed his head while lying down and Yulian shook his head. It will not be a problem. I am just thankful.
I am disappointed at losing a ship, but it is amazing that we were able to take such an ambush and lose just one ship. There is no need to feel too bad about it, greatest warrior Freyger.
I will definitely destroy all of them. If I had known they were the enemy.
I will definitely destroy those amateurs who barely know how to maneuver a ship. Freyger grinded his teeth once more as he started to speak. He was confident. He was sure that those bastards did not know much about ships. They had the recklessness to rush forward against a giant ship. The stupidity to retreat because they were afraid of the multiple arrow when they had achieved certain victory. All of that showed they did not know much about ships. If he was in their shoes, he would have stuck right next to the stopped large ship to be in the blind spot of the multiple arrow before lighting the ships on fire on all 4 sides to sink all 12 ships.
Yulian clenched his fist and pushed it forward in front of Freyger. Of course you will. Warriors must always get their revenge. Quickly recover so that you can return the favor.
Even if it was an ambush, a part of the responsibility for this loss was on him. But Yulian did not fault him at all and just tried to encourage him. This made Freyger extremely upset. If he had served such a king in the past, a king needs to act like a king, but his former king was not like a king. Freyger's expression changed once more as he thought about the past.
Runa and Per arrived at the port the next day with 20,000 warriors. The two of them were finally able to relax after listening to Yulian's explanation of what happened.
They had been worried the whole time on their way over. Runa thought that they needed to put a number of warriors here at the port if the enemy also had a way to access the quicksand river, but Thryger shook his head. We just need to be prepared like the past with around 500 warriors. Assistant warrior, I do have something to ask of you though. I need multiple arrow archers and construction workers. There will be a slight change to the exterior while we fix up the destroyed components. Thryger was thinking that the sides of the deck were too low to defend against the enemy archers. It needed to come up at least to the chest level from the current hip level. This was not a problem since all they needed to do was put up movable boards only on the sides with the enemy archers. Unfortunately, the concern about the enemy's fire arrows still remained. As for the most important request, it has to do with defending against the enemy's fire arrows. The wood we used are very thick that it will not be easy to catch on fire, but once it does, it will almost instantly spread throughout the ship. We need to store water to put out any fires. We will also need to increase the warriors on the ships to a minimum of 20,000. Runa turned pale at Thryger's requests. Warriors were one thing, but it was extremely difficult to transport water all the way air. To put water on all elven ships, and an extremely large amount at that. Runa was thinking really hard to try to find a solution. Water was needed on a daily basis. If you did not drink enough water in this hot desert, you will definitely become injured. That was why everyone made sure to drink plenty of water unless they were in the middle of an intense training session. There was already carts after carts bringing water to the port for the 6,000 to 7,000 warriors how air on the desert runner. But they needed a lot more water, not even to drink but to put out fires? This was what turned Runa extremely pale. This was not something that would be solved with your typical water pouches. Thryger, who seemed to have figured out Runa's concern, started to speak. Assistant warrior, it will not take long. I have already come up with a plan to destroy all of them. No matter who the enemy may be, I will not lose to anybody when it comes to a ship-to-ship or brigade-to-brigade battle. Runa had no choice but to nod his head after seeing Thryger speak so confidently. He must have a solid plan to be speaking like this. It did not seem like he needed to give any suggestions, and most importantly, Captain Thryger probably knew better than he did about this river. All Runa could do was trust Thryger and follow his request. Yulian asked with concern. Greatest warrior Thryger, will you be okay? Revenge is great, but I hope you do not push yourself too hard. I will be fine. In fact, I would probably die faster from anger if I do not get my revenge as soon as possible. Yulian was relieved that Thryger was quickly recovering and asked with a satisfied expression. Is there anything else you need? Nothing. However, there are a few things for me to experiment with for the real battle. It may take a lot of money. If we lose the river, we cannot transport materials anymore. Do whatever you need to do. Greatest warriors have the right to follow their plans. Thank you, Glow. Things have become quite annoying. Will this affect our plans? Not at all. Yulian started to ask Runa about the impact this had on their plans as soon as they returned from Paria. Surprisingly, Runa shook his head. Are you saying we should proceed as planned? Yes. We have completed all of our preparations and have nothing else to prepare. The enemy will prepare more every extra day we give them. It will actually hurt us more to give them extra time. Yulian asked with a worried expression at Runa's unexpected answer. But what about the quicksand river? We need to cleanly destroy them. Captain Thryger will do a good job. We can only trust him as our main force will need to go up the quicksand river. What about traveling through land? As Yulian asked once more, Runa shook his head and sternly answered. We cannot do that. In order to maximize the impact of our 40,000 warriors, we need to make sure to avoid being detected by the enemy patrol warriors. I know about that too, but wouldn't it be the same whether we go up the quicksand river or the red storm and I get rid of the enemy patrol warriors? It will take too long to move the Trows. The reason I am being stubborn about the quicksand river has to do with the speed of the desert runners. Even if the enemy patrol warriors manage to spot the desert runners, we can still change up our moving speed to trick them. I guess we can only trust Captain Thryger. Runa started to smile at Yulian's words. It will only be a matter of time as he is already grinding his teeth in anger. We may have lost a ship, but it is beneficial to us as now we can say that they have made the first move. In addition, if we cause some more dust on land, the United Tribe will put more than half of their troops to defend against us on land. That is the best thing I've heard in a while. Either way, we need to proceed as originally planned. Yulian motioned to say he understood as he tilted his head back to think. I hope greatest warrior Thryger does a good job. Everything now rests in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 159. Book 4 to 8.4.
Frigger was watching the team fix up the damages by the fire as he started to get angry all over again. The ships were in pristine condition prior to this attack.
How cool was it to see that slick body cut through the sand with the wind behind its sails?
It angered Frigger to see the bulky patches on the slick body of his beloved ship. Only ship people know just how much love a captain has for his ship. I will destroy those bastards. Frigger confirmed his thoughts once more before taking another look at the ships that were being fixed. He then guided the team about what needed to be done before riling up the crew. By the time the pain in his shoulder started to fade away, the ships were pretty much done being fixed as well. Frigger called the captains of the other ships to report to him before closing his eyes for a moment and processing everything he had been thinking about until now. The arrows, multiple arrow, and the 20,000 warriors from the large oasis to use those weapons. Most importantly, the enemy was not knowledgeable about ships at all. They wouldn't know anything about the direction of the flowing sand or even about how to properly use the wind to their advantage. If they did, they would not have retreated after sinking just one ship in the last battle.
How should I get my revenge? Frigger had full confidence that he would win. It was obvious.
There was no way he could lose to a bunch of amateurs when he had a total of 11 ships under his command.
Absolutely impossible.
It would be fine to use a direct attack or even to be sly and trick them. What he was thinking about was how he could snap the enemy's morale in half and make sure they would never step foot in this quicksand river ever again.
That was extremely important to Frigger. The number of enemies from last time was around 20,000.
It would be difficult to get rid of them all at once.
Frigger was thinking about the thousands of small ships from the last attack.
He had determined that it would be impossible to sweep them all at once with his brigade's firepower.
With so many boats being spread out far and wide, using the multiple arrow and arrows would not be enough.
It was at that moment that a thought rushed through Frigger's head.
Right. The enemy is an extremely small boat. Yes, extremely small boats indeed. Mohahahahahaha. Frigger suddenly let out a loud laugh.
The other captains had been gathering after receiving Frigger's message to come over. All of them just sat there in confusion at Frigger's continued laughter.
They could only stare at him and wait.
Once all of the captains had gathered, Frigger suddenly stopped laughing and looked toward the captains before starting to speak.
Is everybody here?
Yes, Captain.
As one captain responded as the representative, Frigger looked around at all of them before asking a question. Are you angry? You're not angry, . As the captains remained silent at his question, Frigger asked again in surprise. And
there still was no answer. Instead, all he could hear was the grinding of teeth. They seemed to be embarrassed that they were defeated without being able to do anything about it.
Stop grinding your teeth and answer me. Even the 11 lead warriors were grinding their teeth.
This was especially true about the warrior who had been the captain of the destroyed ship 6.
Just how much must he have been thinking about this since the attack?
His face was no longer the same shape.
I am angry and full of resentment. That was not a fight.
The captain of ship 6 answered with an expression that clearly seemed to indicate he was holding his anger back.
Snap. Frigger snapped his finger before continuing on. You are right. That was not a fight. That is why we need to return the favor in the exact same way. All of you must remember how much interest the Glow has on this upcoming battle.
Yes, Captain. Seeing the captains respond in a vigorous voice, Frigger pushed forward the arrow that he had been holding in his hand. You should know how much money the tribe is pouring into us. Precious steel is being used to make our arrows that we use once and do not retrieve.
The Glow even mentioned that we can use everything we have in this upcoming battle. Frigger stopped for a moment before continuing on.
After being a commander for a very long time, he knew when to stop and when to continue. This was one of the things that made Frigger a great captain.
There is no way for us to lose.
Frigger shrugged both of his shoulders, opened up both of his palms and started to speak in a joking tone. This made the other captains confused for a moment. He had been building up the suspense before suddenly making such a funny action. But that confusion was only for a moment. Frigger's actions made the captains forget about the dark rain clouds that were filling their minds and automatically start to smile.
Captain, you are correct. The enemy has fed us water. If that's the case, shouldn't we capture the bastards that fed us water and make them choke on sand? Absolutely, Captain. All right then. Let's go make them choke on sand and even feed a couple arrows to the ones that have itchy assholes.
1. If their asshole is full of shit so one arrow is not enough, then, well, I guess an extra shot from the volley star should be enough to clear their ass.
We are ready to go, Captain.
Frigger put on a satisfied smile before turning around to head to his ship.
Then let's go. We need to return the favor. To be continued. Author's note as Book 4 comes to an end.
After having a lot of trouble with the story not going right in the middle, Book 4 is finally finished.
Big smiley face.
I want to show something exhilarating this time. Rather than something like that, I was focused on the different individuals and their stories, as well as setting the scene for the story that would be shared in Book 5 as well as the ending. I think I managed to show a couple different scenes related to that in this book. Personally, I am deeply troubled at the fact that it is not entertaining for me to see any of the side characters moving around other than Venursus. It is for that reason that I have high expectations for Violet. I wanted a stronger character in my mind, and with Yulian tied down by the title of Glow which prevents him from taking certain actions, I wanted another individual who was full of charisma. I want to thank Yujung Noanim who is always working hard to catch my typos and errors with character names. 2. I also wanted to thank all of the readers who have read until the end of Book 4. I hope that you will continue with me on this journey for 2 more books. I will work hard to become a better writer and to make Red Storm a bit better. Sincerely. No Sayunchin, August 2006. Translator thoughts as Book 4 comes to an end. We are 2/3 of the way done with the series. Just Book 5 and Book 6 left as we come to the end of Red Storm. Thank you all for sticking with me so far, and I hope that you continue to join me on this adventure. As of this moment when I write this, I have not read any of Book 5. As mentioned before, I personally do not like reading too far ahead so that the story remains a suspense for me as well, although I ended up binging Book 4 once the action started to pick up nervous pace. Let's see what the author has in store for us for the upcoming 2 books. Miracle Rifle Out. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. Not sure about the equivalent metaphor, so just left it as is. 2. This lady might be why it is now consistently War God of the East compared to before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 160. Counterattack. Let's nicely return the favor. Book 5 to 1.1. The man's eyes were shining with bliss. He had finally managed to complete the spell without stopping. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed out loud. He then reflected on the terribly long year that he spent trying to memorize this one spell. I need to test it out. The man stopped laughing and started to mumble to himself. What it claimed to do was so hard to believe that he could not really believe it without seeing it with his own eyes. That was why he needed to test it out. But in his current situation, there was not many places he could test it out. Since he was weak, he could not travel alone to a place to test it. At the same time, all of the warriors were currently extremely busy with training. What to do? The man started to scratch his head. Should I have just focused on incantations? But even Teacher was extremely excited about this. He also said this was another way of studying since the methods were not very different. After debating it for a while, the man closed his book and made up his mind. Since we are thick in preparations, it might be better to practice incantations that can be used. I can test this out later. The man must have been used to mumbling to himself as he continued to mumble and pack up his tools for chanting incantations. Are you scared? As Hannah, one of the greatest warriors who always put Venursus down, started to speak, Venursus's eyebrows started to twitch. But he held back. If an internal struggle was to happen right now, it was certain that Pariah's blade, which was currently pointed at the Eastern United Tribe, would quickly turn toward their Shwariai. Pariah was already finished preparing for war. You are going overboard. Hangry Elbada, the Shwariai's Glow, spoke toward Hannah as if he was scolding him, but Venursus was flabbergasted. The person who called this greatest meeting today and brought up this situation was the Glow himself. Of course Venursus was aware of the fact that he was isolated every time there was a greatest meeting. It was even worse right now because he was opposed to this war. Greatest warrior Venursus. Elbada called out to Venursus in a soft voice. Yes, Glow. Once Venursus responded, Elbada slowly started to ask. Just why are you opposed to it?
Wouldn't we have a good chance of succeeding if we attack Pariah's side while they are fighting against the United Tribe? I think there could be no better opportunity, but Pariah might be headed out to war, but Pariah's current number of warriors is extremely high. I don't know how many of their warriors will be heading out for this campaign, but I'm certain that they would have put a lot of thought toward our possible actions. It's the same as saying you cannot hunt a wild animal because you are afraid of it. Even with Hannah mocking him on the side, the nurses pretended not to hear him as he continued on. This is not the right time. Our Shwari has barely managed to return to our former strength. We need to wait for the right moment. If Pariah loses this campaign and receives a counterattack from the United Tribe, we can attack at an even more advantageous moment. Wouldn't it be more dangerous if they happen to win and unify the Eastern Desert? It will not be easy. Their forces are about the same and it is a defensive war for the United Tribe. There are also a lot of oases to take over, so it is certain to take a long time. We need to wait. We need to wait until a more perfect opportunity comes our way. Even though the nurses was speaking sincerely, the meeting room was still full of chilly gazes. Everyone was feeling like something bad would happen if they did not attack Pariah right now. The nurses admitted that much too. It would be hard to hold back. Pariah's strength was getting stronger every day, while they just managed to recover from their losses. They might not want to believe it, but the Shwari was currently afraid of Pariah. Attacking right now might be for the best, but something did not sit well with the nurses no matter how much he thought about it. Even with Pariah knowing that the Shwari had recovered their strength, Pariah's blade was pointed at the United Tribe instead of their Shwari. That was why the nurses did not want to make an uneducated decision and wait around to get more information. Since the Shwari were completed with their war preparations as well, it would not be too late to observe a bit more before heading out to war. Glow. You do not need to listen to a coward. Please leave it to myself and the other greatest warriors. We will instantly pierce through Pariah before returning. Hannah spoke in a loud voice to Elbada. You stupid idiot, why are you so rushed? If we wait a bit longer, an advantageous situation will come to us. Pariah will certainly have prepared for our arrival. It is basic strategy to avoid an enemy that is waiting for you while striking an enemy who has shown an opening. With the nurses loudly looking down on Hannah, Hannah did not step back. Instead, he responded right back. If the tribe's best warrior claims we will lose even before we go to war, I don't think we will be able to even win wars we are supposed to win. Seeing the two men glare at each other, Elbada started to speak. Both of you greatest warriors, please stop. We do not need to fight with each other. Everybody here is praying for our Shwari's success. The two men turned their heads away at that moment. Elbada looked toward the nurses who was burning up in anger. Elbada might not like the nurses, but he knew that this war would be extremely difficult to win without the nurses. He also knew that people were whispering about how they lost the last war because he did not send the nurses out. Even the glows of other tribes looked toward him as if he was an idiot for having such an amazing warrior but not utilizing him. But Elbada had his reasons as well. His father, the former glow, had trusted the nurses way too much. He agreed to anything and everything the nurses said, but his father had a tendency to take anything that he, his own son, said as the mumblings of a child. That was why Elbada wanted to show that he was a glow who could surpass the nurses. I know that it was wrong. But what can I do now after all of these years? Elbada wanted to return everything back to the way it used to be. He wanted to go back to when he received the nurses' contract of loyalty. If he could go back in time, he definitely would not act like he did in the past. Elbada continued to be conflicted. But he knew that he really would be an idiot if he continued to hinder the nurses. He clenched his teeth tightly as if to firm his resolve before starting to speak. Greatest warrior Venursus. Yes, Glow. I will give you 30,000 warriors. You can select a second in command as you wish. I do not hope for you to destroy Pariah. Just obtain enough oases that we will not be eaten up by Pariah in far into the future. Glow. Many chiefs and greatest warriors stood up from their seats and called out to Elbada. It was an explosive proclamation. Their glow, who had been working with them all this time to suppress Venursus, had suddenly changed his attitude. Even Venursus himself seemed to be quite surprised as he looked toward Elbada with extremely large eyes. I accept that right now is not the time, but we cannot just wait forever. Just the fact that we are making a move should prevent Pariah from expanding their power as they wish, so that alone might be sufficient. The current Pariah is a monster. Glow. The nurses looked toward Elbada with admiration. He felt like his glow had returned to the wise young man from the past. Even Venursus knew why his glow had suppressed him so much. That man had finally taken his hand. No matter what anybody said, he was still the blood of the former glow. The nurses could feel his heart beating excitedly at the fact that his glow had finally approved of him. I will give greatest warrior Vanursus full command when it comes to war-related items. When it comes to war, his order is my order. I hope for everyone to work together with one heart, one will, to assist him to the best of your abilities. Elbada spoke sternly to show that he will not accept any opposition before immediately standing up and turning away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 161. Book 5 to 1.2. Let's row our boat forward. Across the turbulent quicksand river to the other side. Where the clear sand is great and the wind is cool, to the field of war. Thryger's song that had the lyrics changed as he pleased lit the fire in everyone's hearts. It was finally the day to get their revenge. The enemy boats were so small that it was possible to hide them on land, but they were bound to find it as long as they continued to thoroughly comb the quicksand river like this. Thryger had already been searching the quicksand river for an entire week, but they did not manage to find even the tip of the enemy's nose. His only complaint that the strong determination from the beginning was getting a bit weaker. He still had the desire to destroy the enemy instantly if he met them, but this boring voyage just made him angry. I guess I would hide away if I saw a brigade like this coming for me too. I need some type of plan. If the enemy was not stupid, there was no way they would try to attack with those tiny ships again. Thryger had overlooked that. I'm sure they are focused on finding an opening to launch an ambush. I need a method to draw them out. What to do? Thryger was thinking about how to lure the enemy out. The chances of them coming out were much higher if the brigade was divided up, but that might really make it easy for the enemy to sink them. A method to defeat them with a small amount of ships. I need to figure that out. That is the only way to eat them all up even if they all attack a small group. Thryger took the map of the quicksand river out of his chest area and opened it up on the table. He must have been documenting things thoroughly, as the map showed even the slightly change in the sand's flow, as well as the location of all of the different monsters. Their base should be around here, so it will be difficult to launch an ambush. At first, he had planned on using 1 or 2 ships as bait before hiding the rest of them around to area to launch an ambush. However, the enemy's main forces were land troops. Even if they sent 10 squads of patrol warriors, they would be able to find the ships waiting to launch the ambush. Should we just block this area off and proceed with the war as planned? Wouldn't there be no problems if our warriors landed in this area at the scheduled time? Thryger shook his head. He had forgotten about the fact that the enemy boats could be moved on land. This is complicated. Even a barricade will be useless. I guess small boats have that kind of advantage. But what to do? If we just leave them be, it will be quite the problem when we are transporting warriors. If the enemy launched a kamikaze style of attack to take down at least one ship, that would be a significant hit to the number of Pariah's warriors. They could not launch the ships full of warriors right now. Small boats, really annoying. If this was the ocean, they would have been destroyed by the wild waves. Thinking about the fact that they were very small boats, Thryger determined that the scenario he jokingly came up with could really end up being the reality. The problem was that they needed the numbers to make that happen. Those bastards do not move as a flock. Thryger contemplated for a moment before starting to smile at a new thought in his head and shouted loudly to the helmsman. Immediately turn the ship toward land. I have a message to send to the large oasis. The brigade slowly started to turn toward land at Thryger's command. Ego, this is hard. Grace's expression as she was saying it was hard to even walk was extremely bright, which was completely opposite of what she was saying. This pain was something she had been looking forward to for a very long time. She received Yulian's support as she grabbed her stomach and waddled around before sitting down. She was counting down the days as she started to speak. The expected date is only about 10 days away. Greatest warrior Thryger needs to succeed. He will not lose to anybody on the quicksand river. Do not worry too much. In fact, I am worried about this stomach more. 1. Yulian cautiously drew a circle on Grace's round stomach as he started to caress it. Grace started to blush as she pinched the hand that was on top of her stomach before starting to speak. Do not look so relaxed right before a war. The warriors will laugh at you. Everyone likes it. In fact, there are many people who are saying it is a good sign that I am leaving after seeing the birth of 2 children. Stop talking nonsense. Why are you not nervous at all? What can I do? I'm just very happy. I can't even sleep these days, knowing that my children are coming into this world. Yulian was still smiling as he said that. It made sense though, he had been waiting to have a child for quite a long time. Seeing you like this makes me feel like something is off.
He really did seem to have a loose screw somewhere.
As Grace asked with concern, Yulian tapped his head and chest before responding.
War is war, reality is reality. Keep the head cooled while the heart hot. Do not worry too much, as I will make sure to do well on both sides. Right now, I am just enjoying the joy I should feel as the father of a family. Grace just shook her head as if to say there was nothing she could do about this crazy man.
Did you go see Violet?
Not yet.
Now that I have stopped by to see you, I will go see her. Please pay attention to her.
She seems to be having a hard time these days paying attention to a couple different things. Take care of yourself first.
Grace pushed Yulian away as she answered.
Please go see Violet now. I've had a long time with you already, but after leaving her hometown, you are the only person she has left. Yulian was thankful about Grace caring so much about Violet and kissed her on the cheek before starting to walk over to Violet's peo.
Violet did not even realize Yulian had walked in, as she was extremely focused on a book. Yulian was worried Violet would be scared and let out a fake cough. That made Violet finally realize that Yulian was there and start to smile.
When did you get here?
Right now. Have you eaten?
Yes. I ate combat food with the warriors. Anyways, what are you looking at that you didn't even realize someone came in? But Violet lightly lifted up the book with red writing before answering.
This is my incantation book. I felt like I needed to review it in order to follow you. Follow me? Review? Yulian responded in confusion at Violet's response. This war. I need to go with you. Are you saying that you were thinking about going on the campaign with me?
The reason you came to the Shire was to use the strength of our Shire's incantations as a method to achieve your dream.
Wasn't it?
Yes.
Violet gave him a look of I told you at Yulian's answer. I am the one who followed you from the Shire. I am the strongest shaman in both the Shire and this desert.
I'm sure that is the case, but what will you do on the campaign?
Violet sat Yulian down before having an expression that seemed to say, isn't it obvious? What do you mean, what will I do? I will follow you to protect our warriors and fight against the enemy.
Snort.
What do you mean? This is a warrior's battle.
Of course it is. Warriors will fight the warrior's battle and the shamans will fight the shaman's battle.
Yulian vigorously shook his head at Violet's answer.
What will the warriors say if my wife, and a woman, came to war with us?
In addition, you are currently pregnant.
The shamans of the Shire do not care whether you are male or female.
I also deducted the date and the baby should be born in the next few days.
I should be fine about 3 days after that, so you will not need to worry. I am quite flabbergasted at hearing something I did not even expect to hear.
Seeing Yulian's surprised expression, Violet responded back in the same way.
Underscore 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 underscore. 1. This play on word does not work in English. In Korean, ship and stomach are both bae, so he is saying this bae, stomach, is more concerning than the ship bae.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 162. Book 5 to 1.3. I am the one who is anxious.
Honestly speaking, I never expected to get pregnant this quickly, but I presumed I would go with you since the timing will be right.
Do not do that and just stay here.
Grace has done well so far, but I think her work is starting to pile up with the addition of the extra oases. Stay here and help her. Violet stood up from her seat after hearing what Yulian had to say, before putting her arms on the side of her hips.
Honey, I didn't know you had such thoughts.
Even the women of the desert live with fulfilling the responsibilities of their words. Unless Grace Nim asks me for help personally, I will not butt in.
That would be like bringing shame to Grace Nim.
Why would it be shameful for family members to help each other?
Even if it is a family member, would you feel good if someone else took your work? Warriors are not the only ones with responsibilities.
It must be because Violet used to be the head of a tribe, but her words definitely carried a lot of logic.
Yulian could not figure out what to say for a while before finally opening his mouth. Either way, you cannot come with us. Why don't you learn about Tuma Takakanim's work since he is starting to age?
I have already memorized all of his work. In addition, I specialize in incantations to harm others.
No matter what you say, the answer is no. As Yulian continued to share his opposition, Violet put on an angry expression as she started to speak. You are not acting like a glow. What? You are worried about your wife that you are letting go of a method that will easily bring victory to Paria. You are not acting like a glow. Ha! Yulian scoffed at this unbelievable response. His abilities as a glow was being questioned by none other than his own wife. It is only right for me to take me with you. You must then use my strength to bring victory to Paria. I am a woman who came to Paria for that reason. Violet did not give Yulian any time to respond as she continued to stare at him with a firm gaze. Yulian could only internally shake his head.
Grace was a stubborn one, but Violet was almost just as stubborn. Especially in a situation like this where her words were full of logic, there was no way to convince her other than by blocking his ears and not saying anything. Glow! The moment Yulian was about to say something once more, he heard someone shouting for him from outside.
Who is it? A messenger warrior has arrived from Greatest Warrior Thriger. From Thriger? Yulian quickly headed out and looked toward the messenger warrior who was waiting for him. What is the message?
Greatest Warrior Thriger has indicated that he urgently needs shopping.
Shopping? As the messenger warrior said something unexpected, Yulian responded with a bit of surprise. Yes, he clearly said shopping.
Only Grace and I are capable of handling him, and Grace will need to give birth in the next few days. Yulian mumbled to himself before finally giving a response.
I understand.
Let him know that shopping will arrive in a few days.
Yes, blow.
As the messenger warrior rushed away to deliver the response, Yulian thought things through before deciding to have an urgent meeting of greatest warriors. Most of the greatest warriors were already at the large oasis because they were preparing to head out to war. Thanks to that, they all quickly gathered as soon as they heard Yulian was calling for them. The reason I have called this meeting today is because I will be leaving for a bit. Everyone started to whisper at Yulian's statement. A lot of things could go wrong for the commanding officer to leave right before a war.
Did something happen? Yulian nodded his head as Runa asked.
Greatest Warrior Thriger has asked for shopping, and currently, I am the only one who can control him.
Even so, a lot of things will have to be slowed down if the glow is not here right now. Yulian responded to Runa's concern. I hope that you are able to finish the preparations without delay even while I am not here. I leave it up to you.
If Greatest Warrior Thriger is asking for shopping, he would definitely be aware that I would be coming with him.
I think we can take it that he has a method to instantly defeat the enemy to call me over right now. Yulian took another look at the Greatest Warriors. I will leave Greatest Warrior Again as the temporary commanding officer while I am away. Runa will discuss with Greatest Warrior Again to proceed with the preparations.
Greatest Warrior Vibli will head out tomorrow as planned.
I will not say anything else as nobody here needs me to guide them. Yulian's majestic nature continued to rise each and every day.
Although he personally respected Again and Vibli, he was able to show the demeanor fitting a glow in a public setting like this. The three warriors who received orders all bowed their heads and responded.
We will do as you wish, Glow. Growlowol. Shopping started to growl as if he was annoyed.
The small monsters in the vicinity that heard Shopping's growl could only shake in fear. There may only be a few of them, but the giant sand dragon was the monster that was on top of the food pyramid. Hearing the voice of that monster made these monsters instinctively shake in fear. Shopping quickly crawled through the monster desert and the quicksand river. It was annoying to do what his owner asked him to do, but he would get eat up significantly if he did not do it properly. His owner had not given him many orders in the last few years, but more importantly, he had not been hit even once in the last few years. Grace and Yulian were the only people who could hit Shopping, but that actually made him fear his owner more. But most importantly, the reason he was able to evolve into a giant sand dragon was because of the strength of his owners. Since Shopping definitely knew this was the case, he had no thoughts about seeking his freedom. In fact, it was easier to stay by his owner's side. If he was hungry, he just needed to go find wild animals or monsters to eat. There was no point to eat humans since they were extremely tiny. Eating large animals or monsters was much better. Was that it? He didn't need to fight for territory with other tribes, and his owner was very happy and played with him when he brought a shiny stone every so often. Sand dragons are monsters that tend to live alone. That was their nature, so it was hard for them to get along with other monsters, but after becoming domesticated, Shopping was feeling a connection with his female owner. A shabby-looking female sand dragon was working hard to chase after him, but Shopping himself was not very interested. To clarify things once more, the reason he was able to evolve into a giant was because of the magical powers of his female owner. She had a vibrantly shining necklace around her neck, and every time she caressed him, he could feel his monster's soul growing little by little.
Gruelu. Shopping felt good thinking about his female owner that he was starting to feel less annoyed. He needed to move quickly.
The male owner did not give him much time.
Shopping was focused on properly doing his job.
Thryger's ship started to move in 5 squads of 2, with Thryger's ship 0 leaving last on its own as they divided into a total of 6 teams. In addition to the red desert flag on ship 0, there was another flag on there right now.
It was the golden flag that symbolized the glow of Paria. This flag meant that the glow was on this ship right now.
The ship started to thoroughly search through the quicksand river once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 163. Book 5 to 1.4. Paria's ships have finally divided up. After receiving the patrol warriors' report, Kopipa looked toward Nakatin and Kinix. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and attack. Kopipa looked toward Kinix after Nakatin's response and started to speak.
I'm concerned that it took them this long to do this. If they were going to divide up to search for us, they would have done so from the beginning.
But why divide after taking all this time moving together? Wouldn't this mean that they have a method to defend against our attack? Nakatin felt like Kopipa was ignoring him and started to speak in a slightly angry voice. Are you just going to sit around being cautious and watch the enemy invade?
It will be more troublesome if they start to drop some warriors little by little around the quicksand river. Kinix thought for a moment before finally speaking.
Wouldn't Paria have split up because they were getting anxious at the fact that they could not find us? Either that, or they are at least confident that they can run away.
Our small boats cannot keep up with them if that large ship starts to gain speed. I also think that may be the case, but the enemy greatest warrior Thryger is someone who has ruled over this quicksand river for a very long time.
Seeing Kopipa hesitate like this, Nakatin started to speak.
They said that the golden flag was raised. It was also raised on the ship that was separated on its own. If we can sink that one ship, Paria will not dare to go to war.
No matter what sacrifice we need to make, let's catch at least that one ship. That is the more concerning part. If Paria's glow is on the ship, shouldn't that ship get more protection? It feels like they are advertising that we are here. Come get us. There has to be some sort of scheme. Kinix started to respond to Kopipa's answer.
We at least know that the fact that the golden flag has been raised means that Paria's war maniac is definitely on board. He has stood in the vanguard for all of their wars, so it should be true this time as well. It could definitely be them mocking us to show up since they have not managed to find us.
That is why we should just catch that one ship.
As Nakatin responded with frustration from the side, Kinix agreed with his statement. It will not be good for the warriors' morale for us to just sit around like this after being provoked by the enemy. Even if we need to make some sacrifices, catching the enemy glow or killing him will help us not have to worry about war for at least a while. Kopipa wanted to move a bit more cautiously, but he could not give his suggestions with the 2 glows coming at him like this.
Then we will do as you wish. Seeing Kopipa's unenthusiastic response, Kinix added on to his statement.
We have a lot of patrol officers around them, so there will be no chance of them surrounding us.
If the situation does not seem good, we will disperse into multiple directions.
We should not suffer much damage from this.
Only then did Kopipa's expression lighten up a bit as he nodded his head.
A single ship was slowly pushing through the desert sand.
The endless golden light on all sides may make you get tired of it pretty quickly, but there is no reason to get angry or tired at a sight that you have seen every day and will continue to see every day for the rest of your life. Yulian was sitting in the front of the ship looking out in front of him. He always felt happy whenever he was at the quicksand river. It used to be a useless area in the past, but now, it had brought a lot of benefits to Paria, and it was a thankful place that was bringing peace to them as well. It's peaceful.
As Yulian looked toward Thryger, who was standing behind him, and made a comment, Thryger looked in the same direction and responded.
It is always like this unless we see a monster.
I think the only people who like monsters are people on ships. It would be extremely boring patrolling the river if even those monsters did not pop up.
It will also be very bland. He.
Yulian started to smile as Thryger started to laugh.
They are not making a move.
I thought they would jump on the chance. I can see the enemy warriors out there on land, so they should be aware of our movements.
This just shows that the enemy is being cautious as well. Yulian started to become a bit worried as he responded back.
If we do not catch them quickly, it will delay our use of the quicksand river to strike the enemy at the side. The special team on land has already headed out. It will take a while if the enemy does not move, but it would be safer to use only 6 ships to move the warriors. It will take a lot more time than using our full fleet, but the damage from a single ship going down will be much less.
Yulian let out a long sigh. It wasn't that he was afraid. He did not have any thoughts that they would lose the war. The problem was how to reduce the damage as much as possible in the process. He needed to look forward to the future. He needed to look toward the future after the desert was unified. The desert was always lacking in population. But if the population goes up, you also need more food. They needed to aim for the continent for that, and that required a lot of warriors. There is something up ahead. It was at that moment that a patrol warrior who was on top of the mast shouted out loudly. Yulian and Frigger looked at each other at the same time. Frigger returned to his position and Yulian looked out forward. A bit later, he could see something covering the quicksand river completely black. They are finally here. Frigger's eyes started to sparkle as he shouted out. Everyone get ready. You know what to do, right? Yes, Captain. The warriors on board shouted back vigorously from their positions. Volley Star, multiple arrow in position. Griever, get ready. Griever, who was serving as the first mate, nodded his head and started to prepare to raise the sail with a couple of warriors. It was a nightmare at first, but they were ready now. Seeing many of the boats preparing to launch their fire arrows, Frigger shouted at his crew. Launch the prepared volley stars and quickly raise the sail. The Desert Runner Zero shot out 4 large arrows. It instantly sank 4 of the enemy's small boats and dragged them into the quicksand river. By the time another large arrow shot out from the volley star, the boats of the United Tribe had come pretty close. Use the multiple arrow to blast those bastards as soon as they are within range. Sail, what are you doing? What are we going to do if you are still only halfway up? Frigger was shouting left and right as he urged his crew on. The arrows of the multiple arrow started to fill the sky. Since they were prepared this time with trained archers and had the multiple arrows ready to go, the nearby boats could not help but get a lot of damage. Blow! Once Frigger called out to Yulian, Yulian nodded his head, took a deep breath, and used his ki to shout in a loud voice. I am the glow of Paria. Today, I will clearly show you why they call me the war god of the desert. Yulian's voice was loud enough to make the ship feel like it was vibrating. It obviously was loud enough for the 20,000 enemy warriors to clearly hear as well. There were some warriors who were shocked that a single person's voice could reach all the way to them, as well as warriors who were afraid at seeing the rumored Yulian with their own eyes. Just one ship. Shoot everything we have as soon as we are within range. The lead warriors all shouted out in one voice from the back of the boats. If they could successfully win this battle, they could be safe from war. Thinking like this made the warriors bravely charge forward even against the endless barrage of arrows flying their direction. The Desert Runner's 3 square sails, 2 triangle sails, and the small assistant sail all opened widely at this moment and the Desert Runner started to move. I was wondering how they were going to resist us with a single ship, but they were just planning on doing a hit and run with such a large ship? Attack them before they gain speed. The greatest warrior of the United Tribe saw the Desert Runner start to move and started to send a signal to the 2,500 small boats to his left. Chase after them. Team 3, do not shoot any arrows and pass them before waiting in front of them and firing. The greatest warrior who was responsible for the right side gave the same order as he urged the warriors forward. The enemy is trying to run away. Show them the strength of our United Tribe. Around 500 boats to the left and right stopped firing arrows as they rushed forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 164. Book 5 to 1.5. They seem to be trying to surround us. But will they be able to do so? Frigger started to speak to Yulian while smiling. The reason Frigger was able to select this method was because the boats of the United Tribe were too small to chase after the Desert Runner. If this battle was out in the ocean, it would be a come-eat-me type of plan, but not here. If a small boat like that got in their way in the ocean, they would just crush them as they moved forward. The question was how to get the least amount of damage from the enemy fire arrows, and how quickly they could put out the fire on the ships. Archers, what are you doing? How can you prevent the enemy from approaching at that speed of firing? The multiple arrow archers started to move their hands faster at Frigger's urging. But it was impossible to stop many boats from approaching using the multiple arrow from the beginning. They were really just there to prevent the enemy from being able to leisurely fire arrows at them. A lot of the fire arrows managed to hit the Desert Runner, but over half of it was put out on its own, while the rest were put out by the extinguishers that were already prepared. We might get burnt alive like this. Helmsman, are we still not there? We are riding on the current now.
The warrior who was guiding the ship reported back to Thriger in a loud voice as Thriger put on a satisfied smile. They might have been hit blind last time, but this time, they were prepared to run. The quicksand river did not flow at the same speed in one direction. There were some places with whirlpools and others where the sand blew violently. The current that Ship Zero was on right now was a quick-moving area that flows in a straight line. As the desert runners started to move even faster, they started to get further away from the range of the fire arrows. Once the boats that rushed past them started to shoot flying arrows from the side, the damage to the desert runners started to increase. They had already prepared lots of bags of sand and extinguishers, but there was a limit. It was a battle of time. Will they gain speed? Or will they be attacked to a point that they cannot put out the fire? Once they got away from the boats behind them, the multiple arrow archers moved to the multiple arrows on the side and started to fire. The fire arrows finally started to slow time. We have gained speed. Even without the warriors shouting at him, Thriger could feel it with his body. The desert runner was getting close to its top speed. After increasing the distance a bit, take good care of the sail. Helmsman, do not move in a straight line and only ride the current enough for the enemy to chase after us. This plan is a failure if the enemy does not chase us. Everything was ready and they had even practiced beforehand, but Thriger continued to shout. Even one mistake could mean the end for them. I am worried the enemy will not be able to see this current. It should be easier than out in the ocean. Once there was no issues to the safety of the desert runner, Thriger was now worried that the enemy would not be able to follow them. They are also greatest warriors, so they should be able to figure out how you were able to hit your top speed so quickly. Yulian looked back at the black swarm of boats chasing behind them, before shouting out in a loud voice that their goal, the glow of Pariaye, was right here. Once the desert runner suddenly rushed forward at a fast speed, the two greatest warriors of the united tribe looked thoroughly at their surroundings. Even if the enemy helmsman was talented, they should not be able to gain such speed in such a short amount of time. And then they managed to find it. The strong current that appeared on the quicksand river. All units, ride this current. Move in formation so that you do not end up running into each other. Once they received the order from their greatest warrior, the boats started to rely on the current that pushed the desert runner forward to chase after it. After receiving focus training for the past few weeks, they were able to control their boats pretty well. It was only possible because the boats were small. If it was a ship the size of the desert runner, it would take at least a year of studying and personal experience to even get a feel for how to move it. But for a small boat like this that uses the small sail to control the movement, it did not take much studying to figure it out. They are chasing after us. Thriger started to speak excitedly. I guess the greatest warrior is not an idiot. I hope they continue not being idiots from here on. Yulian said that before looking around at the quicksand river and then continuing to speak. I guess we just need our little punk to show up at the right time. Isn't he a smart little punk? Ha ha ha. Thriger happily laughed. The main reason they were able to use this plan was because of shopping. It was the method to catch 20,000 warriors with just one ship and 2,000 warriors. Thriger ordered the helmsman once more to not speed up too much before waiting to arrive at one of the many no-wind zones of the quicksand river. Gruel. Shopping raised his head out of the quicksand river. He could feel his owner's scent. He could also smell the scent of enough humans to fill his stomach. Shopping. A calm voice. Shopping shot forward toward his owner's voice before his owner jumped on his head. It had been a while since the male owner had gotten on top of his head. That was why Shopping was happy. They were finally playing together for the first time in a long time. Yulian felt his body spin to the left and right as he was covered in sand from Shopping twisting around in the sand, but he was not annoyed. He knew this was Shopping's way of playing and his way of acting cute. I want to take you to the battlefield and show your strength, but even you might be in danger if the enemy focuses their attack on you. That is why we cannot do that. Yulian patted Shopping's head before looking around. He could see odd flows in multiple locations in the quicksand river. You did as I told you to do. Good job. Shopping twisted his body in joy as Yulian continued to caress his head. Let's play later. Hold still for right now. Once Yulian told him to stop, Shopping stopped moving and just kept his head out of the quicksand river. Yulian could see that the desert runner had already completely entered the no-wind zone. They folded up their sails and used the oddly moving currents to push the ship forward. As for the boats chasing after them, they were in the no-wind zone as well, and could not navigate like Thriger could. They were moving in odd directions and even running into each other. The lead warriors were shouting at them to calm down, but it wasn't like there was anything they could do even if they were calm. The currents in this area were not something beginners could handle. Even a veteran captain like Thriger required a lot of experience and research. Without all of his hard work, he would not be able to move forward like he was doing right now. As boats crashed into other boats, they started to lose balance and some of them even started to sink. There were even some boats that were spinning in place because of a strong current before sinking in place. In a situation like this, the Desert Runner Zero alone was enough to take them on even if it took a long time, but that was not Thriger's goal right now. Thriger sent a signal to Yulian, who was far away, and Yulian patted Shopping's head as he started to speak. It is finally time to show your dignified appearance. Let's go. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 165. Book 5 to 1.6. Shopping became excited as he started to push his body up and started to shout. Gruel Roa Warrior. A sand dragon is extremely large. It is also a monster that is difficult for people to see. It is because they sit at the top of the food pyramid. And a giant sand dragon is even larger. Even if you looked throughout the desert, there were probably less than 5 of them. Of course, this meant that the number of people that have seen there were extremely rare. That large body and loud roar that easily made people shiver was enough to make people freeze in fear. Especially when they were in the quicksand river with nowhere to run, this would be much worse. Why are you getting scared? Is this your first time seeing that giant blob? It seems the United Tribe was not the only ones to be affected by the roar. It was scary enough to make even the warriors on the Desert Runner plop down in fear. Their eyes may be used to shopping, but their ears were not. The moment they heard the roar of a giant sand dragon that would make all monsters in the desert shiver, it was like a magic was placed on their legs so that they had no strength. Thriger flinched a bit as well, but he kept his cool and shouted at the warriors with a loud voice to get their heads back in the game. Since Pariaye was affected this much, the United Tribe's warriors were in a state of complete chaos. In fact, there were even some warriors who voluntarily jumped into the quicksand river. There were some that managed to luckily escape the no-win zone, but they had no choice but to choose to head back into it. The monsters that were peeking their heads out around there were definitely sand dragons. They could hear roars from multiple directions. Thriger had coordinated this plan himself, but this overwhelming fear made him regret not making the enemy surrender with their own hands. But once the United Tribe's greatest warriors started to shout out in a loud voice, the lead warriors started to come back to their senses, and the more courageous warriors of the United Tribe started to grab their bows. This was the strong mental fortitude that only the desert warriors possessed. But with their boats moving as it pleased, the arrows they shot toward Shopping and the sand dragons did not even get close to them. Yulian had no plans on allowing Shopping or the sand dragons to eat the people. Although many of the enemy will end up falling into the quicksand river because of Shopping, eating them was a different issue. He would not allow such a sight as a fellow human. It was also because he was thinking about the future. The short-term gain would be Shopping and the sand dragons swallowing up a couple of people, but Yulian had to avoid this at all cost. He was planning on making all of them their prisoners and turning them into Paria's warriors. Wouldn't it be obvious that people would not like him as much if they think about how their glow let a monster eat people as they pleased? Yulian wanted to be remembered as a more humane person. He wanted to be like his father, Baguna, the benevolent eye. Yulian took out his greatsword. The sunlight reflected off of it to send a glaring light. He then started to shout loudly. Listen! I am the glow of Pariaye, Yulian provoke. Swear your surrender and I shall let you live. The warriors of the United Tribe could not believe that Paria's glow was casually standing on top of that scary monster. Shopping then started to push through the boats. The sand dragon was the fastest monster in the quicksand river. Even if they shot their arrows, it would only be headed toward a fellow warrior, so they could not even shoot their arrows at him. Boo! 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 Well, it wasn't really that loud of a noise. But they could start to hear a terrifying noise as Shopping crashed against and flipped over any and every boat in his way. They only heard short bursts of screams before the sounds completely disappeared. Nothing could be heard once you were sucked into the quicksand river. The greatest warriors of the United Tribe. Is this the result you want? Do not be fools. Give the order to your warriors. Yulian stopped Shopping in front of the United Tribe's greatest warriors and looked down from above as he shouted at them. The warriors of the United Tribe all turned toward their greatest warrior. It was a warrior's mission to put their tribe before their lives. But if they managed to avoid death because their greatest warrior surrendered, that would not be them throwing away their warrior's mission. The warriors of the desert were completely faithful to their order. The greatest warrior of the United Tribe looked toward Yulian with disbelief. He could not even imagine something like a giant sand dragon rider, but he was seeing it with his own two eyes. He then looked toward the warriors of the United Tribe. They were all looking at him. If he did not surrender, they would not beg for their lives. But what purpose is there for these 20,000 warriors to sink into the quicksand river? At that moment, one of the sand dragons could not hold back and picked up a couple of people into his mouth. He must not have been able to hold on because he was hungry in a place full of people. You bastard! As everyone was looking at the sand dragon in shock, Yulian angrily stomped his foot. Shopping shouted out in pain and started to twist his body. It was the first time he felt this kind of intense pain in a long time. Shopping felt his owner's anger with his body and looked toward the sand dragon that caused him to feel this pain with angry eyes. He seemed to be saying, "I warned you not to do it." Shopping was not very patient, and the owner on top of him did not show any signs of stopping him. Shopping instantly bit down on the neck of the sand dragon that was trying to run away. Squeal, squeal. The sand dragon failed around trying to escape, but he could not fight off Shopping's strong jaw strength. It took less than a few seconds for a sand dragon, one of the strongest monsters in the desert, to die. The body of the sand dragon that swallowed two people instantly fell into the quicksand river and disappeared. This instilled fear in both the people who saw what happened, as well as the other sand dragons that were gathered by Shopping's calling. As Yulian reached a level that he could not see without raising his head up, the greatest warrior of the United Tribe could not think about anything else. They had completely been defeated and they needed to surrender if they accepted their defeat. Everybody, drop your weapons. The warriors of the United Tribe put their pretty useless weapons down on the bottom of the boat. At this moment, the 20,000 warriors in 5000-ish small boats that the United Tribe and the Silence Empire ambitiously and secretly prepared had easily come into Pariah's hands. End of chapter. Next up. Charge. I will win again today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 166. Charge. I will win again today. Book 5 to 2.1. Even the atmosphere in a place to perform rituals for the dead will not be as heavy as it is right here. All of them were stuck in total despair that even a sigh would sound like a thunderstorm. All of them were completely shocked and could not easily speak. How could 20,000 warriors all end up as prisoners in a single battle? In addition, because they considered the matter to be important, the two greatest warriors leading the Quicksand Brigade were two of the best greatest warriors the United Tribe had. The three of them just could not understand how such esteemed warriors could surrender with 20,000 warriors that easily. I wish we at least knew what happened. As Nakatin heavily opened his mouth, Kopipa responded back. I'm sure there was something. Even Kinix, who could not believe that his loyal greatest warrior surrendered without doing much, started to speak in a voice full of disbelief. It'll be better for us to quickly forget about it. Kopipa felt the biggest shock as he had been the most careful in the planning process, but that was why he was also the fastest to adapt. There is too much to pay the ransom for the prisoners, and I doubt Pariah would agree to a ransom trade at the current situation. I think we need to discuss how to defend against Pariah with the warriors we have left. It is all my fault. If I did not push us to go with this reckless plan. As Nakatin admitted to his rashness, Kopapa quickly responded. I felt the same way as you. I just did not push it forward as I happened to have a lot of fear. If I did not feel the same way, I would have objected against it until the end. I would not have agreed with Nakatin Nim if I did not feel the same way. What Kopipa Nim said is right. We still have 100,000 warriors while the enemy only has 40,000. As Kinix said something to energize himself, the other two people finally released their stiff expressions. Reporting to the glows. At that moment, they heard the urgent voice of a patrol warrior outside. The three of them looked around at each other before standing up and heading out of the PAO. What they saw was a patrol officer almost completely covered in dust. What is going on? Pariah's warriors have appeared at the border. Their numbers? As Kinix urgently asked, the patrol warrior responded with a nervous expression. The enemy had too many patrol warriors that we had no way to approach them. However, we were able to confirm that there was a lot of dust being created. Shit. The three glows clicked their tongues at the fact that the most important component, the number of enemy warriors, was missing. However, it could be said that the patrol warrior diligently completed his mission. If he had approached them, he would have lost his life for no reason. Can't tell the number. Was their vanguard separated from their main force? You should have been able to determine that much? Yes. My other comrades and the other squad's patrol warriors inspected the rear of the enemy warriors, but they could not see anyone other than the enemy patrol warriors. We presume that both the vanguard and the main force are at least a day's distance behind them.
A day.
Kupipa fell into thought for a bit at the patrol warrior's message before turning around to ask the two other glows.
If they have not divided up their vanguard and main force, wouldn't that mean that there are less than 20,000 warriors? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to divide up some of your troops to be the vanguard if you had at least 30,000 warriors?
On the other hand, they might have been aiming for that and strategized. They wanted it so that we could not accurately tell their numbers.
Nakatin continued on after Kinix's response.
It is possible. Our moles could not tell the numbers because of how secretive they have been when they left Paria.
I'm not sure about what we should do.
In the end, they will total less than 100,000 warrior. We should send 30,000 warriors to the nearest oasis to defend, while putting the rest of the warriors toward the quicksand river.
What do you think? Wouldn't it be better to give up on one side and fully defend the other before counterattacking to destroy the enemy and rescue the other side?
Nakatin offered an alternative to Kupipa's words, but it was realistically impossible. They might be working well together as a united tribe, but if they went with this plan, Kinix's oasis, which was the closest oasis to the land route, would be completely eaten up. The three glows discussed all night to figure out the best course of action. Normally, the desert tribes participated in an exchange of prisoners or discussed a ransom for the prisoners with each other during times of war. With it being normal to become absorbed into the other side when you surrender and become a prisoner, you may ask, is there a reason to even negotiate? But that is only when one side absorbed an entire oasis.
Would it be easy to get along with the other side when your entire family is still back with your original tribe? That was why everyone tended to fully cooperate in negotiations for freeing prisoners.
To be honest, when the United Tribe offered up questions about the ransom for the 20,000 warriors from the Quicksand River who ended up as prisoners, Paria should have agreed to a number.
However, Paria rejected it.
It was because Paria had plans on absorbing all oases in the eastern desert with this war. Because of that, they did not agree to negotiations for the prisoners and just sent them to different oases to live with Paria's warriors. They will not become Paria's warriors immediately, but as time goes by, they will end up becoming Paria's warriors. If they manage to safely finish this war of unifying the eastern desert, they will officially become Paria's warriors.
Second month of year 259 in the continental calendar.
As 10,000 warriors led by Again arrived at the border of the United Tribe, Yulian and 30,000 warriors also arrived on land through the Quicksand River. It was the official start of the Eastern Desert Wars.
All units, attention!
Bukard, the leader of the Desert Sword, as well as the assistant warrior to Venursus, the Shwariai's overall commanding officer, shouted out loud to the group. The 40-ish greatest warriors and lead warriors who were in the area heard the order and started to stand at attention. Once they were ready, a shabby-looking Venursus finally appeared.
Venursus didn't seem to be his usual self.
He was looking shabby as if he had not been able to wash for a couple of days, but his two eyes were shining brighter than ever. Venursus looked around at the greatest warriors and lead warriors who were standing at attention in front of him. Around half of them were people who would listen to Venursus's every command, while the other half were warriors who looked up to him. After receiving full control for all things related to war, his position was above any of the chiefs and even the young glow. His command was pretty much the will of the glow as long as it was something relating to war. That was the type of power the glow had given him. All of the people gathered here were warriors that Venursus had personally selected. There were a lot of grumblings during his selection process, but there should be no problems. It was because the person who gave him the power to do so was none other than Elbada, the Shwariai's glow. Venursus could feel his heart beating loudly. It was because it had been a long time since he fought for a lord who trusted him. It had also been a long time since he went to war with subordinates who did not question any of his orders. Of course he would take responsibility for all results good or bad, but Venursus was actually thankful for that. It was because it would be a war he could unleash everything he had.
Venursus's heart continued to beat quickly. To be honest with you, I was against this war.
Everyone had a look of confusion at Venursus's choice of first words, but that was only for a moment. All of them knew what kind of war this was. They knew it was at minimum a war that they will not lose.
But the glow believed in me and gave me the order to lead. It was solely because of his faith in me.
That was why I could no longer oppose the decision.
It is a warrior's duty to respond to the Lord's faith.
His voice was quiet yet firm and was vigorous even though he was not putting much strength into it. That was why I debated it for a long time. I debated about what I should do. I could not help but debate about it because I do not go into wars that I cannot win.
I only go into wars I know I can win.
Venursus took out his shamshir and pointed it in front of the warriors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 167. Book 5 to 2.2.
After debating for a long time, I came to a single conclusion.
Who dares to get in our way? Who out there is able to block our path?
This instantly brought complete silence to the warriors in front of him.
Just 2 sentences.
These 2 sentences were able to get the warriors' blood boiling and take over their hearts and minds.
There's not much to it. We just have to go fight.
That is my method, and that is the method to win.
Oh.
There was no late voices. All of the warriors started to shout at the same time. They had to let this boiling sensation inside of them out, even if it was just by shouting. They felt like they would burn alive if they could not even get it out that way. That shout then turned into a cheer.
We will win. We have no choice but to win.
They could not have any other thought, and they should not have any other thought. They could only focus on winning, and let that thought control their mind. I am the Shwariai's greatest warrior, as well as the war god of the desert who has a bloodied shamshir.
That is who the nurses is.
The already excited warriors started to cheer once again. The warrior in front of them, the warrior leading them, was that the nurses.
Let's go.
The nurses, and the Shwariai, finally started to make their move. Now that it is right in front of us, I am starting to have some uncertainties. Vibli looked at the amount of enemy warriors that covered the desert in black before speaking to Yulian.
Yulian looked toward Vibli as well. With Runa remaining in Paria, the very experienced Vibli was serving as Yulian's assistant.
The thought that they were just going to fight without any plan did not sit well with neither Yulian nor Vibli. In the desert, the number of warriors was extremely important. It was obvious that with the same set of circumstances, the side with more warriors had the advantage. Even still, Runa had mentioned that no strategy was required for this war. According to Runa, just a battle of strength was enough. Since Runa was the one to say such a thing, they were going along with the plan even though they had some concerns about it. The reason Runa said that was because he knew about Yulian's amazing ability, as well as the fact that the ability shone brighter in chaotic battles. The ability to see the entire battlefield as if it was on the palm of your hands. This unbelievable ability allowed a 360-degree view, as well as the details of the terrain, the difference between morale and the flow of the battle in every area of the battlefield.
At first, Yulian did not approve of this method no matter what Runa said. However, Runa just laughed as he responded. This is something I have personally witnessed with my own body.
The glow and red storm are something you cannot hold off unless you prepare your defenses at an oasis for a very long time. If you fight against them out in the desert in a battle of strength, you will win 100 out of 100 times.
Yulian felt good about himself but thought it was too much as he responded back to Runa. Aren't you over-evaluating me too much?
In a battle of strength between warriors, the only one who can fight against you is Venursis. When I fought against you as part of the Wikili, I had an idea about the glow's ability. Even still, you surpassed my expectations and managed to defeat me.
As for this ragtag group of united tribes. If that is the case, why did you only send greatest warrior Again and 10,000 warriors by land?
You said I would win no matter what in a battle of strength. Runa lightly smiled as he responded to Yulian's question.
There is a limit to the number of people that can battle in an area. Shouldn't we reduce the injuries as much as possible?
Furthermore, 30,000 is the right number for the glow to cause the most damage. They say more is better, but in an efficiency point of view, any more than 30,000 is difficult.
That is why I said 40,000 warriors were enough from the beginning. Seeing Yulian contemplating, Runa started to speak once more. Paria's warriors are like sharpened shamshirs right now.
The moment it becomes difficult to tell friend or foe in a physical battle, the glow needs to use his ability to quickly fix the formation to the most efficient one for the situation. Once you do that, the united forces will quickly start to crumble. Please remember that the majority of our training was focused on changing formations.
Seeing Runa being so full of confidence, Yulian gave his approval.
Once they landed on land, they just sent the patrol warriors forward with no plan in mind. They were just following behind the patrol warriors with the entire force as one. After a couple of days, they finally heard that the United Tribes warriors were setting up their formation about half a day's distance away. I guess even greatest warrior Vibli gets nervous with the enemy in front of him. Even though I have fought in thousands of battles, I always get nervous. It is especially the case this time because assistant warrior Runa's plan is just too weird. It was not that Vibli did not believe in Yulian, the Red Storm, or even his own brandy stock.
Looking out, it really did seem like the enemy outnumbered them almost 3-1. Other than when he was a young warrior, he had never charged out recklessly like this with no plan at all. Ha ha. We just need to trust him. Didn't we cut a lot of time getting this far thanks to Runa? In addition, there was nothing wrong among the things he said. This is a blessing the heavens have given to our Pariah. I am fully aware of the fact that assistant warrior Runa is very talented, but shouldn't we reconsider a plan like this? Vibli was the most courageous of the third-generation warriors. For someone like him to be this worried showed that it was indeed kind of a reckless plan. Yulian looked to the left and right to see the endless number of the United Tribes warriors. His heart was beating fast. It suddenly gave him an odd thought. It was a childish thought of a child who had gained strength wanting to test his strength out against others. Let's try engaging them at least once. I also do not think we will be pushed back too much. Once Yulian raised the captain flag to signal, the slightly tilted flag stood up straight and started to blow in the wind. Boom! Boom! The United Tribes side started to bang their drums as if to say they will not be pushed back even the slightest bit. Boom! Boom! A fast drumming started to echo across Pariah's formation as Yulian turned his perma around and rushed out front. He then stood in the center of the two formations. Yulian put on a smile that was overflowing with confidence as he looked toward the location of the United Tribes' lead flag. He then lifted up his greatsword high into the air before pointing it toward them. It was a clear provocation, but there was no response from the United Tribe. Who would dare to fight against the main character of so many rumors, Pariah's Glow, the war god of the Eastern Desert? Uowaea. Seeing their Glow confidently stepping forward by himself to point the sword at the enemy and then not getting any result, the morale of Pariah's warriors rose significantly. On the other hand, it was obvious that the United Tribes warriors were losing their morale seeing that none of their greatest warriors were willing to step forward. Seeing nobody stepping forward to fight him, Yulian started to shout in a loud voice. I am the Glow of Pariah. Seeing that none of you are willing to step forward to fight me, why don't you surrender and dream together about a changing nation? His voice was full of passion. Nobody could be free from Yulian's words. That was the other gift that the heavens had bestowed upon Yulian. This was what fired up all of the chiefs in the tribe many times until now. Kinix and Kapipa etc. just looked toward each other. The more that Glow of Pariah continues to talk, the warriors will start to resonate with his speech. But there was no need to fight in the enemy's preferred method. They just needed to use a method that was advantageous for them. The sound of drums and trumpets started to blow from the side of the United Tribe as flags started to move left and right. Stomp! 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 The warriors of the United Tribe started to stomp their feet as they started to step forward one step at a time. Not far behind was the sound of trumpets and drums from Pariah's formation as they started to advance as well. Both Pariah's warriors as well as the United Tribes warriors knew about the difference in the number of warriors. Even still, there was not a trace of fear in the eyes of Pariah's warriors. Instead, they seemed to have confident eyes that seemed certain of their victory. Let out the shout of victory. Show them the strength of Pariah's warriors. Prove to them that the sweat you shed training for this day was enough to fill up an entire oasis. Uowaea. The warriors started to resonate to Yulian's loud voice. Charge! The moment the two formations were about to reach each other, Yulian shouted in an extremely loud voice as he started to rush forward. Do. The sound of the permas pushing off the ground could be heard endlessly as Yulian suddenly jumped high into the air. Once he did, his greatsword seemed to shine under the bright desert sun. Yulian had made up his mind a long time ago that he was going to attack at full strength from the beginning. Arms and legs were flying in front of his eyes, and he made up his mind to not even blink of a head with both eyes still open flew by in front of him as well. After slicing the warriors in his way into two, Yulian pushed into the enemy's formation. The red storm quickly followed behind him. They faced no difficulties. Nobody was able to stop them. Yulian went east when he wanted to go east, and south if he wanted to go south. Before he knew it, the two formations clashed with the goal of killing each other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 168. Book 5 to 2.3. Violet was staring at this mess from a far distance. She had come here even against Yulian's opposition. Honestly speaking, if she had not showing him restraint, if she had not proved to him that her abilities could reduce the damage to Pariah by at least a little bit, Yulian would have opposed it until the end. However, Yulian had no choice but to approve of her abilities. That was why Violet was here right now. Her extremely clear eyes started to shine. At that moment, her two arms headed up to the sky from the altar she had prepared in front of her. Her long white sleeves fluttered in the wind as she closed her eyes. In this place filled with screams and moans, she was the only one surrounded by silence. The moment she opened her mouth, both heaven and earth started to resonate with her before an aura surrounded her. A valiant force surrounds my two arms. Push forward like wild animals. The strength of wild animals shall flow through my arms. If that is not enough, bestow the protection of the war god upon me. Arrows flying our way will miss, while my weapons shall not miss at all. I shall win again today. The air started to compress around Violet. What kind of commotion was this? The only thing that they could be certain about was the fact that some of the more sensitive warriors could not help but turn their heads toward Violet because of this oppressive force. However, Violet's song had not ended just yet. Go forth on your own. It is natural for a warrior to go forth on your own. Fear and nervousness has no place inside of you. Focus on the enemy in front of you. Only you and your enemies exist in the world. Once again, defeat the enemies in front of you. Go forth on your own. The glory of victory is with you. The moment Violet's two eyes opened widely, the extremely compressed power started to change into an overwhelming force. The force became the wind as it swept through Pariah's warriors. The spell wasn't completely literal, giving the warriors overwhelming strength like wild animals and really making the arrows miss them. However, this wind made Pariah's warriors become like warriors. It made them push forward without fear, and raise their intuition during war so that they moved even a bit more effectively against their enemies. They may be outnumbered 3-1, but Pariah's warriors were full of certainty about their victory. They will defeat the enemy as they have done before, and they will take the glory of victory with them. That was the thought going through their minds. Pariah's warriors fiercely pierced through the enemies and pushed forward. After releasing the strength that was gathered through the warrior's song, Violet plopped down on the ground. She really was not the same as before. Even until last year, it did not take much effort to finishing the warrior's song. But now, it was so taxing that the sky seemed to turn yellow. It was because part of her strength went to her newborn son, as well as the fact that she was not at her full strength, having come to war pretty much right after giving birth. Violet took a big breath before fixing her posture and rotating each arm before putting her two hands on her stomach and starting to recover her strength. This was not a battle that would end easily. That meant that singing a curse toward the enemy when both sides were tired would have extremely great effect. She needed to recover enough strength to sing that song. The air around Violet started to compress once more. War is something that drives people into a frenzy. In the worst areas, there already was no distinguishing friend or foe. Since their murderous intent was only facing forward, there were many times that the people who pushed forward fell to their own side Shamshir by accident. The only thing in their minds were to push forward. If they were trained well and prepared well for war, there were more sights of such situations. However, the important part was that even though some allies might fall from friendly fire, there were a lot more enemies that fell down from those Shamshirs. Surprisingly, Pariah's 30,000 warriors were pushing back 50,000 warriors. Of course, the impact of Yulian and the red storm that was creating paths and preventing the enemy formation from reforming played a significant role. The golden flag with a picture of a bright sun fluttered everywhere he went. The flag that was first placed on Yulian's back to use him as bait had somehow become the symbol that represented where he was. How long must they have fought for? Yulian could feel it. Now was the right time. The moment he waved the golden flag, Vibli quickly noticed the signal and sent a signal to the drummers and flag warriors to quickly start fixing up the formation. There were some warriors who could not hear because of the brutal battle, but thanks to their extremely focused training, they were soon able to quickly move as Vibli wished. Pariah's warriors slowly started to move back as they fixed up their formation. Typically, such actions were difficult in a physical battle like this. However, Yulian and Red Storm scurried here and there to overcome that difficulty. Thanks to them, the formation slowly but surely started to become fixed. There was no other reason they practiced this so much before the war. It was just for this movement. Once the formation was fixed up, the situation flipped almost instantly. They went from being pushed back to pushing the enemy back. Nobody in the United Tribe could even imagine in their dreams that Pariah's formation was starting to become fixed. Wasn't this a chaotic battle? It was the basic of basic that haphazardly fixing up a formation in a chaotic battle like this would put you on the wrong end of the battle. In addition, there was an overwhelming difference in the number of warriors. Maybe that was the reason the glows and greatest warriors of the United Tribe were caught off guard. Suddenly, the tide of battle started to turn toward Pariah.
The surprised greatest warriors of the united tribe tried to guide the warriors, but randomly pushing against Pariah's already perfect formation was pretty much suicide. We should fix up our formation as well. The united glows who realized the situation started to shout loudly. They were extremely anxious now. The ones to become surprised after hearing the glows' order were the greatest warriors. All of them became pale as they looked toward the glows, and one of the greatest warriors who came to his sense quickly started to rush his perma toward the glows and shouted at them to rescind the command, but the command had already fallen. As mentioned before, trying to fix up your formation in a chaotic battle would lead to your side being pushed back. It was because you had to show your back to the enemies, and because it took time to go find your spot in the formation. Pariah had practiced significantly for fixing up the formation in the middle of a chaotic battle, but that was not the case for the United Tribe's warriors. Some ran into each other, and the warriors who had worked with each other before were separating from the warriors they had not worked with before, until the situation became the worst possible situation for the United Tribe. The warriors who were fighting in the heat of battle without differentiating friend or foe could not hear the order, while the warriors who had not reached that point moved back according to the command. This created an opening that Pariah's warriors used to push through. There really was no chance for them to do anything about it. It would have been best to give the command for the warriors in the back to retreat. Holes were created in many spaces with Pariah's warriors pushing through all of them. The completely broken formation had no hope of survival now. Vibli recognized what was going on and quickly changed the formation once more. An uncommon sight of surrounding a higher number of warriors with a lower number of warriors could be seen on the battlefield. Glow. You can still give the command to retreat. The greatest warriors of the United Tribe looked toward their glows and started to shout. Although the glows of the United Tribe may be great warriors, they did not have any war experiences. That was why they had made the worst decision out of nervousness. The smart decision would be for an experienced greatest warrior to have the role of commanding officer. Yes, just like Vibli, who was moving Pariah's formation right now. The three glows of the United Tribe looked toward each other anxiously, before they heard another shout from a greatest warrior that sounded more like a screech. They then all nodded their heads and gave the order to retreat. A chaotic retreat would cause them a lot of damage as well, but it was better than becoming completely destroyed like this. They were just thankful that they had the numbers to lessen the impact of the damage from the retreat. Once the warriors of the United Tribe completely turned their backs and started to run, Yulian gave the order to chase after them. At that moment, Vibli approached him and asked him to rescind the order to chase after them. It is our complete victory. However, thinking about the future, it is better to stop and fix up our formation and get some rest. If the warriors give all of their strength into this battle, the next battle will become difficult. But aren't we missing out on a great opportunity? Making the warriors not get too excited is also the job of a greatest warrior. In addition, this is the enemy's territory. We do not know what they may have prepared on their escape route. Yulian thought for a moment before accepting Vibli's suggestion and calling off the chase. The extremely frenzied warriors who were excitedly chasing after the warriors of the United Tribe had to click their tongues and turn their permas around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 169. Book 5 to 2.4. After facing off against the nurses for the first time, Runa could feel the headache from his opponent in his bones. In the end, I guess he is a war god of the desert. Runa started to bite down on his lips. It was a level of pressure he had never experienced before, strong enough to suffocate him. This pressure was certainly a level higher than even the pressure that his lord caused against his enemies. Runa accepted that fact. This was someone who had stood at the pinnacle of war for the last 20 years. However, after experiencing it for himself, Runa found it amazing that Pariah was able to survive against such an enemy for so long. 50,000 warriors could not win against 30,000 warriors. Actually, after taking a look once the battle ended, he could see that he suffered more losses than the Shwari did. This battle was totally his defeat. He prepared everything he could, but it was certain that regular battle tactics would not be able to handle the might of the nurses. The nurses' plan was simple. Just like Runa had told Yulian to do against the United Tribe, he did not use any type of strategy. He just pushed forward and attacked. Runa had prepared a lot of different traps as well as nets, ropes, and other things to trip their permas, but they were useless. The nurses did not even approach those areas. Even the plethora of training they had done to prepare was futile. There was no way to surround or cut through Venursus and his warriors. Every method Runa tried out because of the numbers advantage became useless after Venursus moved around a couple times. Venursus also had the same intuition ability that Yulian had. Actually, Venersis was much more experienced with that ability when it came to using it in battle. How could the heavens allow two such monsters? Runa could not believe it. He had stayed behind to fend off the Schweriai's potential invasion. In fact, Runa did not just prepare to defend against them. He had prepared to completely eat up the Schweriai warriors that attacked. He wanted to land a heavy blow to the Schweriai so that they could attack as soon as the glow returned. He wanted to make it so that the Schweriai would not be able to even think about attacking for at least a short period of time. But he could tell with today's battle. Venersis. He was also someone who could only be fought off with a defensive plan. You needed to wait for either Venersis to make a mistake or the perfect opportunity to come your way. For even me to be unable to do anything even with the greater number of warriors. Runa had a bitter smile on his face. At that moment, Per entered into Runa's peo. Are you okay, Runanim? Ah. Pernim, good work today. Good work, I was overpowered by his pressure today and did not manage to do anything right. As Per also put on a bitter smile and responded, Runa shook his head. Other than the glow, who would be able to fight against that Venersis for 10 seconds? The reason we were able to safely retreat today was because of Pernim's abilities. Nobody could hold Venersis off. Vibli and Again, as well as Treble who left this world in the war against Runa in the past. It was like Venersis was proving that it really did take 3 of Paria's greatest warriors working together to barely manage to defend against him in the past. Giant gaps were created in the formation wherever Venersis went by. This would be the same no matter what kind of training the warriors did. The only reason they were able to reduce the damage once they finally realized they will lose and started to retreat was because Per was able to work together with another greatest warrior to hinder Venersis. Are you sure you are trying to make me feel better? Ha ha ha. Per jokingly responded as he started to laugh. I will need to change my strategy for the next battle. Similar to the glow, he is someone we definitely cannot face head-on. Venersis is the sole reason our Pariah has not been able to take the lead and attack the Schweriai since before I was born. The greatest warriors did everything they could to catch up to him, but it was not easy. Seeing Per speak with some disappointment, Runa started to speak. There is something I prepared for a situation like this. If we are unable to land any kind of blow against the Schweriai in this war, we will always need to live under constant worry about their attack. We were able to get away with only this much damage thanks to Runanim's lead. What do you plan to do from here on? There is something I am worried about. What is it? Runa started to hesitate before finally answering. There is a method I have thought about, but it will require me to leave this post for a while. However, the question becomes whether we can fend off Venersis's attack while I am gone. Neither Greatest Warrior Again or Greatest Warrior Vibli are in Pariah right now. This was the reason Runa was hesitating even though he had a method to counterattack. You needed to have confidence to launch a counterattack, and he was worried about whether there was a warrior who would be able to fend Venersis off if he was gone. Per and a couple other Greatest Warriors were here, but even that made him a bit worried. That was why he had said either Greatest Warrior Again or Greatest Warrior Vibli should remain in Pariah as they headed off to fight the United Tribe, but the Glow was also lacking in war experience. Because of that, an experienced warrior had to support him. That was why Vibli had gone as his assistant warrior. As for Greatest Warrior Again, a seasoned Greatest Warrior was needed to draw as many of the United Tribe's forces as possible to their decoy land troops. With things being that way, there was no choice. The biggest reason though, was because of Runa's confidence. The counterattack method was just something he prepared just in case it was needed. Runa had never considered the fact that he would not be able to win against Venersis when he had multiple times the number of warriors, especially warriors who had been trained exactly as he had wanted them to be trained. However, Runa had a large headache knowing that there really was another warrior like Yulian. Pound. Pound. While Runa was thinking about all of that, Per pounded his chest twice before starting to speak. I will successfully fend him off even if my body breaks in half. I know the other Greatest Warriors may be lacking in comparison to the third-generation Greatest Warriors, but they are not lacking too much experience. If it is just defending against Venersis, it should be enough. Let's continue this discussion after we handle the next defensive battle. We may have lost this battle, but we just have to return the favor in the next battle. Per nodded at Runa's words. The official first battle between Pariah and the United Tribe was Pariah's overwhelming victory. 40,000 against 100,000 warriors. No matter who thought about it, it should have been a victory for the United Tribe who was defending with 100,000 warriors. However, the results were the complete opposite. Thanks to Again who was leading 10,000 warriors by land, they needed to defend the land route with 30,000 warriors. They then placed 50,000 warriors toward the Quicksand Riverside, with 20,000 remaining in the center area to reinforce either side as needed. This plan by the United Tribe was not a bad plan. They would have been able to do a bit better if they did not lose 20,000 warriors in the battle on the Quicksand River, but it was not a bad idea to quickly forget about that and do the most with what they had left. However, a lack of war experience and lack of information ended up playing a critical factor. They needed to know more about Paria, and should have further researched how the young blow named Yulian had gained the title of War God of the Eastern Desert. Continuing on from the first battle, in the 10 battles they have had already, including ones where they were attacking and defending at an oasis, the United Tribe had not managed to win even one battle. As a result, the United Tribe ended up being pushed back until they merged with the 20,000 warriors in the middle area, and after losing a couple oases, they even called back half of the 30,000 warriors defending against Again to raise their numbers once more. Paria pushed for the United Tribe's surrender many times, but the United Tribe did not accept it. They too agreed that there was no way to stop Paria's momentum, but they could not understand the current situation. All of the United Tribe's warriors were thinking that there must be some way to win. Yulian was angry with their thought process. The ones to suffer under a useless glow were the people of the tribe and the greatest warriors. He could not understand how the chiefs of the individual oases could sit back and just let this happen. Yulian focused on maintaining the stability of the oases that they conquered, while endlessly chasing after the 3 glows who were retreating to the east and to the south. End of chapter. The person who will not stop. His machine-like attack started to rampage through the oasis. Nobody seemed to be able to stop him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 170. The person who will not stop. His machine-like attack started to rampage through the oasis. Nobody seemed to be able to stop him. Book 5 to 3.1. Around the time Yulian and his 40,000 warriors were continuing their wins and gaining control of the eastern oases, Paria's southern territory had actually lost an oasis to the Schweriais Venursus. If it wasn't for the extremely alert and always prepared third-generation greatest warriors of Paria, they would have been easily decimated. Venursus was always a difficult warrior to defend. However, that Venursus came back even stronger this time. In the past, because of the opposition from the other greatest warriors, their lead warriors were the group that Venursus had to lead to war. However, he had full control of war-related issues this time. As such, he was able to bring the lead warriors who had been with him for a long time, the same lead warriors who accurately understood all of his commands. That was an extremely important factor. You cannot have a general without his troops. Venursus himself might be a war god, but there was not much that he could do on his own during a battle. However, in this war, if there was a situation where Venursus could take one step forward on his own, he had a group of warriors who could help push him to take another half step forward, supporting him from the back. Unsurprisingly, the most important factor was that there was nobody here to talk back or cause issues about any of his actions. Focusing all of his attention and giving it his all should be extremely obvious, but in reality, it was much easier to say than to do. As a warrior's command and fame goes up, the political opposition is bound to go up and make it harder to give it your all. But the Venursus here today was able to put his all into this war. Nobody was able to stop him. Even Runa, who had been using amazing methods to defend against Venursus, ended up giving up an oasis and retreating the warriors to a different oasis. It was because he felt that there was no way to defend against Venursus with his current preparations. Other than the first battle, they were able to not lose too badly. There were the continuous small-scale battles with Paria defending the oasis, but Paria was starting to lose their morale and momentum. Runa had no choice but to order the retreat. He then started to prepare for the counterattack. If they retreat backwards once more without making any preparations, the same thing was just going to happen again at the next oasis. Because of that, he needed to prepare the counterattack even though there was the potential for danger. Determining that it was possible to lose everything with a single mistake, Runa started to hurry as well. The night sky was full of stars that night. Leaving in the night was something most people chose no to do, but Runa picked practical benefits over saving face. I leave it to you, Per Nim. Before leaving, Runa was speaking to Per, who would be the commanding officer for the 40,000 warriors once he left. The day we lose this oasis will be the day this Per dies. Do not worry too much, Runa Nim. Runa turned pale at Per's response before answering back. You cannot do that. You cannot win against that Venursus without the glow. We might have a method if Yulian Nim comes back, but right now, we just have to defend. I am just saying defend well, but do not put your life on the line. Per Nim is an important person for the future of Paria. This is a war we will win in the end, so do not be shaken.
Per nodded his head at Runa's stern words before responding. I understand. Runa finally stopped frowning and jokingly retorted back. I can't decide whether I am worried there would be another warrior like Venursus in the Schwerii or relaxed knowing there is no way in the world there would be someone else like him. Per laughed with him as he responded. No way. As long as he is here, there should be no one in the Schwerii who can fight Runanim off. I can only pray that is the case. Then please have a good trip. Seeing Per watching him leave, Runa said it once more because he was worried. I will say it once more, but do not go engage Venursus. You must only use the wooden fences and traps around the oasis to do a defensive battle. Please don't forget that I am only able to fight without worry because Per Nim is here. Do not worry. I will resist until Runanim comes pushing from the back of the enemy. The reason I am this worried is because if we lose this oasis, the thick-bushed oasis will be attacked. You do know what kind of oasis the thick-bushed oasis is to us, right? Of course. Runa was feeling a bit better at Per's casual response. At that time, a lightning flashed in the sky without making any noise. Runa and Per both reflexively looked up. They say that it can thunder on a clear day, but I never expected to see it for myself. It is hard to see lightning when it is not the rainy season. Per was looking at the night sky with disbelief while Runa was thinking more deeply into it. This is unsettling. Even at this moment when I am about to leave to start the counterattack, the Eureba star, the heavenly weapon said to be used by Paria's guardian Neo-Latin, is being threatened. Just what is the heavens trying to tell me? Runa looked up toward the heavens once more and started to listen. The heavens can see everything that happens down on Earth and adjusts itself accordingly. Astronomy is the study of deciphering this adjustment of the heavens. I am still worried. Just what else is left that the Eureba star is shaking this much? Runa did not know that Per was watching him with an odd expression as he continued to gaze into the heavens. This won't do. The United Tribe is pretty much finished and there should be no more danger up there. We need to call the glow back. The Northern Territory should be fine with greatest warriors Again and Vibli still up there. Runa made up his mind as he called his worried heart. This is too easy. It was actually more difficult facing the Wickley alone. As Yulian turned his head from left to right to look at the battlefield again before chatting with Vibli next to him, Vibli responded back. Didn't the Wickley have Runanim? Yes. Their glow was also not an idiot. Yulian had to suppress his extremely angry voice. I feel sorry for the warriors. Vibli knew very well about why Yulian was angry and shook his head, feeling sorry for the fallen warriors of the United Tribe. This war was already Paria's overwhelming victory. They had taken 7 of the oases in the Northern Territory, and the United Tribe had less than 20,000 warriors left. The moment they moved half of the southern troops defending the land route to support the Quicksand Riverside, the rest ended up being eaten up by Again's 10,000 warriors. At this point, it would be normal for the enemy glow to surrender. A proper glow should not make their warriors shed their blood for a hopeless war. However, the current glows of the United Tribe did not feel that way. Yulian didn't know what they were thinking, but they were just endlessly running away. After each battle, hundreds of warriors remained as corpses like this. This is making me angry. Why are they making all of these pointless sacrifices? Vibli lined up his shoulder with Yulian before responding back. It is possible that it is because it is a united tribe? Because they are united? Yes. If they fought on their own, they may have surrendered early on, but with 3 tribes united together, it might be difficult for any of them to be the first to suggest a surrender. Yulian let out a short sigh. What Vibli said was indeed possible. It might be better to send a warrior with the surrender document once more. They should have no choice but to accept now. This is already too late. I feel like we have sacrificed people who would become our future warriors for no reason. That is why we need to push for their surrender once more before we lose even more of our warriors. Yulian was so angry when the United Tribe ignored his last surrender request that he had planned on killing all of the glows of the United Tribe once he caught them. In Yulian's eyes, they were the greatest of sinners. That was the reason he continued to pursue them even though he felt sorry for the sacrifices of the warriors of the United Tribe. That was why Vibli was encouraging him to ask them to surrender once more. Although Yulian was grinding his teeth, he changed his mind after seeing the corpses around him. The next time we catch them, we will push them to surrender first. Greatest warrior Vibli, please warn the lead warriors in advance. I understand, blow. Vibli was relieved to see Yulian's anger die down even just a little bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 171. Book 5 to 3.2.
In addition, Again seems to have finally conquered the first oasis and has started to proceed north.
You definitely have to give Greatest Warrior Again credit. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Our Pariah should have unified the Eastern Desert a long time ago.
We would have done so if it wasn't for the fact that the Shwerii had someone like Venersis. Vibli thought about Venersis, his greatest enemy, as he started to speak. They would have been unable to defend against Venersis without himself and another greatest warrior.
Going against Venersis was the only time his name of Angry Brandystock could change to the shriveled Brandystock.
But now, Pariah also had a great war god named Yulian, and they were just a few steps away from unifying the Eastern Desert.
This would be a new chapter for Pariah. Anyways, I am more worried about Pariah. What problems can arise while Runanim is there? Runa may be there, but Venersis is there as well.
I didn't think he would dare to invade, but as Runa anticipated, the Shwerii have drawn their swords.
If you think about it, it is kind of obvious since the glow is not there.
Even they know that the difference in our strength will continue to grow as time goes on.
Yulian nodded his head at Vibli's response and agreed. We need to quickly resolve the situation here and head back. It looks like Vibli Nim and Again Nim will need to remain here afterwards until everything settles. We will do what is needed. Please go inside and rest.
I have not seen you even sleep properly for the last few days. The warriors have suffered just the same. At that moment, one warrior informed the two of them that Runa's messenger warrior had arrived. Warrior Rickwood greets Yulian Provoknim, the war god of the desert and Pariah's glorious glow. As the messenger warrior respectfully greeted Yulian, Yulian nodded lightly before asking, "What news do you bring?" Commanding warrior Runa seeks the glow to return as soon as possible if the situation in the northern territory has been settled. He had heard that they gave up the first oasis and retreated back, as well as the fact that they were safely defending the second oasis.
So seeing Runa asking for him like this surprised Yulian. Did something happen? Why is he urgently looking for me?
Commanding warrior Runa has left the oasis to start the counterattack. Runanim made his move right around the time I left, so the oasis should be moving under Pernim's command right now.
No! Yulian's shout surprised even himself.
It was not that he did not believe in Per. It was just that his opponent was too strong.
Venersis was someone who ate you up before you had a moment to realize you made a mistake.
Per has been increasing his abilities since receiving greatest warrior training after the war against the Wikili, but there was no way he was already stronger than three greatest warriors at Vibli's level working together.
Even he knows this to be the case, so why would Runa do something so dangerous? Yulian could not understand.
I'm sure he had a reason for doing that. Vibli started to speak to Yulian, even though he was shocked as well. Vibli was someone who had fought against Venersis for the last 20 years. The discomfort in his mind was probably no less, if not greater than what Yulian was feeling, but he was still able to calmly settle Yulian down. I should head back. I'm sure I am worrying for no reason, but please be careful on your way back and do not engage Venersis in a one-on-one confrontation.
To be honest with you, the Glow's blade is still slower than Venersis right now. Your morale as well.
Vibli's words could have upset Yulian, but rather than doing that, he took a thankful approach for Vibli's concern and worry. This was the difference between him and the other conquerors.
I understand. Then I leave this place in your hands.
If the enemy ignores our request for them to surrender once more, please make sure to kill those idiotic glows. It might not even be a bad idea to completely skin them and have a ceremony to console the souls of the dead warriors. Seeing Yulian say such harsh words that showed his anger was still now subdued, Vibli just smiled as he answered.
I will do as you say. Yulian returned to the formation after listening to Vibli's answer.
The Red Storm was then summoned and they started to prepare to return to Pariah. Per let out a moan as he blankly stared into the map.
Do not be too anxious.
This is not a war that will end in a day or WTO. Seeing Per being so tense these past few days, one of the greatest warriors warned him to calm his heart.
I know that, but... The end of Per's sentence faded away. He also knew that he needed to be calmer. But he could not do anything about the fact that he could not be any calmer than how he was right now. The truth was that once you start getting pushed back, you will continue to get pushed back. That reality, as well as the fact that Venersis being the enemy brought a lot of pressure, made Per like this. In fact, it made Per become amazed at the fact that Runa was able to handle all of this with such calm at his age when Per could not even sleep properly because of his beating heart. What Per was not aware of was the fact that this was the reason Runa left Per in charge over the other greatest warriors. Currently, Pariah's greatest warriors were all old. It was about time for them to have a changing of the guards, and in order for that changing of the guards to go well, they needed to take some risks.
The reason Pariah was able to become the strongest in the eastern desert even while fending off the Schweriai's Venursus was because of Pariah's current greatest warriors. That was why this was such a big issue for the changing of the guards to go well. Per might feel the pressure but he will not crumble. This is because there are greatest warriors next to him who are used to this type of pressure. This was the reason Runa had decided Per will be the commanding warrior. I will go for a round of patrol. Per abruptly stood up from his seat and quickly started to walk. The aged greatest warriors understood Per's current situation and silently cheered for Per to be able to overcome this tribulation. All they could do externally though, was to watch as he walked away. Good. As Per slowly rode on his perma around the oasis, the cold night air on his face helped him recover his senses a bit. Does Hyung Nim carry this type of heavy burden every day? The pressure and responsibility that Per was feeling as the commanding warrior made him think about Yulian. He might be in charge of 30,000 warriors, but his brother was in charge of the entire Pariah tribe, which was now easily over 100,000 people. I pushed and pushed to catch up to him, but now the distance is so far I don't even have the desire to chase. Per thought about his old self that considered his brother to be a rival and started to smile. After feeling a bit better, Per chatted with the warrior's standing guard and looked around the desert as he thought about a couple different things. He tried to anticipate the path Venursus would use to attack, as well as how to defend here and how to fend them off there, etc. These thoughts filled Per's head. Before he was a greatest warrior, he had worked with the Red Storm warriors to stand at the vanguard and fight against the enemy. That was why Per was able to tell whether the ideas in his head were really possible or if they were just possible in his mind. As he sincerely looked around here and there, Per's two eyes suddenly lit up. He could see an image of sort. This line in his mind was twisting up and down, moving across small hills and valleys. What am I supposed to do? It was a line he should not forget about, but right now, Per was worried about what he was supposed to do. He felt like this was something very important, but he couldn't tell just why it was important. Shit, whatever. Per just did his best to memorize the direction of the line. It would not be too late to think about it after memorizing it first. Per was strong. If you talked about just pure strength, there was nobody in Pariah who could win against Per. Yulian was no exception. If Per had another unique trait, it would be his tenacious personality. If he decides on something, he would always see it through until the end. Since Per was pretty smart as well, he was able to memorize this line in the end. After racking his brain for a while thinking about it, Per suddenly let out a shout. I got it. I got it. Per's voice was so loud that it made the warriors on guard rush over. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The guard warriors could only tilt their heads in confusion as they could not tell what was making Per so happy to laugh like this. Once morning arrived, the greatest warriors were dragged over to the outskirts of the base even before they had a chance to eat breakfast. At first, they had expressions that seemed to be asking what this young warrior was up to, but as Per continued to point and explain, their expressions started to slowly change. In the end, they all had expressions similar to what Per had the night before, as they started to let out noises. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Noises of laughter, that is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 172. Book 5 to 3.3. They are resisting pretty well. Seeing that he was unable to take the oasis again today, Venursus nodded his head and made a gesture that showed that he was approving of his opponent's strength. However, it does not seem to be as calculated as the last battle. It just feels like they are supplementing that lack of tactics with strength. Venursus's assistant warrior Buchard cautiously gave his observation. You are right. That well-coordinated system seems to be at a much lower level. Should I call it more brutal? The past battles seem like they would throw away what they needed to throw away and take what they can. Seeing his commander agreeing with his opinion, Buchard started to speak again. Which is easier to fight against? You're asking some interesting questions. Venursus smiled at this easy question from Buchard, who has been following him for many years. I've served Venursus Nim for many years, but I am embarrassed that I still cannot even anticipate any of Venursus Nim's moves. What is there to be embarrassed about? Even I do not know how I will move each time, so how could you know? However, if I was to answer your question, a battle like today is more beneficial for me. The ones where they fight back with strength. Venursus looked toward the oasis that he failed to conquer and continued to speak. I'm certain it was not the commanding warrior named Runa. He is, in negative terms, a calculator, and in positive terms, an extremely cold-hearted warrior. He gives the exact feeling like, I'll give you this, so just eat this and leave.
After barely managing to figure out the meaning behind Venersus's words, Bukard nodded his head. He also realized that Venersus has accepted Runa as one of his enemies. Then the chance will come? The important thing was that Runa, someone that even Venersus was considering to be difficult, was not the commanding warrior. No. We should not think that a chance will come. We should be thinking about two different situations. First, the enemy's commanding warrior is even smarter than that warrior called Runa. If not, that warrior called Runa has moved elsewhere to launch a counterattack. Wow. Bukard had a look of admiration in his eye as Venersus continued on. Strengthen our back and increase the number of patrol warriors. Yes, sir. As Bukard started to run to deliver Venersus's command, Venersus turned his gaze back to Pariae as he started to mumble to himself. It does not matter whether it is the former or the latter. We will not easily fall as long as we are not surrounded. Venersus was a warrior who knew about his own strength and limitations. A few days later, Venersus got some good news as he was about to attack Pariae one more time. Pariae had come to challenge them first. In addition, it was in the middle of the desert that they had been avoiding this whole time. Just what are they doing? Did that young blow return? Or is that warrior named Runa plotting something else? Venersus's subordinates were having that type of discussion. Venersus sat there listening to everything before just saying one sentence to determine their actions. We will know once we fight them. It could seem like a stupid answer, but it was the answer from someone that had everyone's full loyalty. He was also multiple times better than all of the other warriors. Seeing someone like that give that answer, the other warriors all started to run to their posts to prepare. The fact that it was a stupid answer never even crossed their minds. Bukard. While everybody was moving to prepare, Venersus called Bukard over to give him a command. Bukard had a surprised expression as he looked toward Venersus before nodding his head and starting to run once more. It must be hard. Greatest warrior Thriger is probably having it harder continuing to move back and forth on the quicksand river like this these days. Ha ha ha. A ship person is most comfortable on a ship. To be honest with you, I probably spend more time stepping on this wooden floor than the real ground. Thriger started to laugh although he was still looking at Runa with concern. Runa seemed to be very worn out. I'm sure he has a lot to worry about since he is the commanding warrior for everybody left in Pariae. Seeing Thriger continuing to stare at him, Runa started to ask with a smiling expression. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I was just curious to know where in that small build all of your energy comes from. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Runa started to laugh as he looked back out into the horizon. How much further is it? We should arrive by the time two suns are up in the sky. Around 2 or 3 hours more? This is something that just came to my mind, but is there no way to effectively use the small boats we took from the United Tribe? I'm not sure. Other than using them to land, well, I don't even think that would be very useful. Runa thought for a moment before asking again. Is there a way to safely move across the quicksand river using the small boats? It should be possible in the areas where the current is not terrible and monsters do not appear often. I am asking if there is an available route. Thriger tilted his head as he asked. If we wanted to find one, I'm sure there would be at least 1 or 2. But why do you ask? We need to communicate with the Glow and Pernim, but I don't think it is the most efficient use to move this large ship for that. Unfortunately, we cannot have the messenger warriors use the small boats. This time, it was Runa who tilted his head in confusion and asked. Why not? It is the difference in speed. On the battlefield, every minute and every second is important. If we use the small boats because it is more efficient, wouldn't the message be delayed? Is there that much difference? A significant difference. If we gain speed properly, the small boats would never be able to catch up to the desert runner even if they were 5 times faster than they are now. It is because the sails are different, the amount of wind that it can get. Runa nodded his head and started to speak. It's disappointing to just let the small boats sit there to rot. When did someone whose mind is full of war-related issues have time to even think about that? It is my job. Thriger shook his head internally at Runa's answer. You do not need to worry about it now. Once our Pariae unifies the entire desert, we can use them to cross between the east and the west. We won't need a special route for it. That's true. Runa nodded his head once more at Thriger's words and turned his gaze. He really is an amazing person. Seeing Runa fall into another thought, Thriger could only be in awe. Around the time the first sun arrived at the middle of the sky, a new sun started to rise. This was the time that it started to really heat up, and once the third sun goes up in the sky as well, that was the time the murderous heat would rain down.
This was a thought Thriger often had, but he was really thankful for his boat life. He watched the other greatest warriors training warriors under this intense heat and shuddered. Thriger took out his map and ruler to start determining their location before ordering the ship to stop nearby.
It should be around here.
There shouldn't be that much of an error, so you do not have to worry. Runa nodded his head at Thriger's words and ordered the warriors to land. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 173. Book 5 to 3.4.
Per started to get nervous. His enemy was slowly approaching him step by step. Most importantly, the green flag with a white shamshir that represented Venursus caught his eye. For the longest time, they needed to run away to the oasis as soon as they saw that flag. There has never been a time that this green flag was broken by Pariah. Since that was what he was attempting to do for the first time, and knowing that failure meant the sacrifices of the warriors who were involved in this plan would have been for naught, Per had to calm his beating heart to coldly lead his warriors. Do not fight him head on. Also, do not put your life on the line. That was what Runa had said before he left, and Per had no thoughts about going against it. Even though he knew he himself had gotten stronger, there was still a large gap between him and his brother. Knowing that, there was no way he could fight against Venursus, who was his brother's equal. However, that single line that Per saw a few days ago made him change his mind. That was a single perfect escape route, and a way that could completely destroy the enemy. Suddenly being able to see that line was really the heavens helping Pariah. At least that is what Per firmly believed. Furthermore, the remaining greatest warriors agreed with Per's opinion. Per's line was perfect even in the eyes of the experienced and wise greatest warriors. If they used this line properly, Per believed they could destroy that Venursus. Everyone truly believed that this was the birth of another greatest warrior with great instincts while looking at Per, who discovered this line. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be hard to see such a line without any special abilities. The question now was how to utilize it properly without the enemy recognizing their plan. They had finished their preparations to make that happen. I will commend you for your courage to dare to stand in front of us after always hiding away and avoiding the Shwariai's blade. Once both formations were prepared, one of the Shwariai's greatest warriors rushed forward and mocked Pariah. Whether it is an attack on an oasis, defending an oasis, or even fighting it out on the field like this, it is all part of war. Who dares to speak nonsense when we all know this to be the case? Per rushed forward as well and shouted back.
I am Umbrella Yaneda, the Shwariai's sharp gaze buried in the Shamshir. Who are you that dares to come fight me?
I am Per Provoke, Pariah's strong power, the one with two hands strength in one. I wish to do a battle of greatest warriors with you.
Do you dare have a taste of the strength of my Shamshir? Umbrella does not avoid a battle.
The two men glared at each other before rushing forward toward each other with their Shamshirs at the same time.
Prrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr it. With a loud shout, the two warriors fiercely swung their shamshears at each other. Clang, dot. After the loud sound of metal clashing against metal rang out, the two shamshears were pressing against each other with the desire to slash the other in half. When it came to strength, nobody in Pariaye could beat Pear, and that seemed to be the case for the Shwariai as well. Umbrella's shamshear started to get pushed back little by little. Yawa! Pear shouted out once more before putting even more strength into the shamshear. Almost instantly, Pear's shamshear broke through Umbrella's defense and swung toward his chest, but Umbrella leaned toward the side of the perma to avoid it. After taking the advantage, Pear continued to attack Umbrella. This led to the Pariah's formation cheering out loudly. He is that young warrior I saw last time. The nurses looked toward Pear and remembered that he was the younger of the two brothers he saved last time. Yulian was one thing, but seeing even the younger brother having grown up to be a great warrior like this, the nurses was feeling a bit bitter. Putting aside the fact that he let them go, there were currently no greatest warriors in his Shwariai that could fend off these two brothers. Even in his personal brigade, the Desert Sword, there were probably less than 5 warriors who could fight against that young warrior. While the nurses was shortly deep in his thought, Pear used his overwhelming strength to put Umbrella in danger. The nurses rushed his perma forward. He could not lose Umbrella right now. Since you are the enemy's overall commanding officer, it is only right that I take you on. The nurses approached them and saved Umbrella from danger with a single swing, before saying that in a monotone voice. Pear subconsciously flinched. After exchanging blows with the nurses in the first battle, he was very clear about the difference in their strength. I will decline a greatest warrior battle with you. Ardlo will personally take you on. Pear turned his perma around as he shouted like that, and the nurses did not chase after the young warrior who had shown his back.
He had already won this greatest warrior battle. All units charge.
Uwawa Aowa.
Once the nurses pointed his shamshir and shouted loudly, the Shwariai's forces let out a shout as they rushed forward.
Seeing the Shwariai's warriors pushing forward, Per looked at the lead warriors who nodded their heads.
They had already discussed how they will move in today's battle, and that exchange was to just confirm their plan.
Pariai and Shwariai's warriors quickly approached each other and engaged each other.
It was always the same method, but knowing it did not do much good.
The nurses and the Desert Sword's line of attack was unstoppable. It was similar to the current line of attack used by Yulian and the Red Storm. For a while, Paria's warriors fought valiantly against the Shwariai's warriors, but their formation was slowly breaking apart through the nurses' movement.
They started to get pushed back and the formation started to break down even faster. Per realized that waiting any longer would result in all of them dying and shouted out loudly.
All units retreat.
After receiving Per's order, the warriors gathered with their lead warrior before starting their retreat.
The 3,000 warriors and lead warriors who had already made up their mind to give their lives up to buy the rest time to retreat waited in the rear before shouting out loudly and rushing toward the Shwariai once the main forces rushed by them. Their mission was to defend until the main forces were able to increase their speed of retreat. By the time Paria's main forces were able to get their permas at full speed, there was less than 1,000 of these warriors left. Retreat.
The only one of 3 lead warriors who was still alive gave the order to retreat, but these warriors were already surrounded by the 20,000 Shwariai warriors and had no escape path. The remaining warriors were instantly captured or killed, and Per clenched his teeth watching it happen. He had pushed 3,000 warriors to death for a single opportunity. I will definitely pay them right back. Per firmed his resolve toward the dead warriors as he started to control the speed of their retreat. If they retreated too quickly and the enemy did not arrive at the line, all of this would have been for no reason. On the other hand, seeing Paria's warriors continue to fight without giving up until the end, he felt that he was pretty accurate about this greatest warrior. His leadership skills are still weak. I don't know what they are planning, but if you have been defending all this time and suddenly attack with an attack that didn't amount to much, who would not suspect something? I do not think that Paria's commanding warrior would be that stupid. The nurses looked toward the retreating warriors and continued to think. You seem to want to draw us in, but if you wanted to do that, you should have had some head-on battles with us earlier on. Retreating is definitely a strategy. A tactical retreat, fine. I will follow you to make up for your warriors who have died for your stupid plan. Show me what you have prepared. At first, the nurses had no desire to chase after them and had Bukert prepared in the rear just in case, but he changed his mind after witnessing Paria's warriors who stayed true to their mission until the end. Furthermore, he was confident that normal traps and ambushes would not shake him. All units, let's chase after Pariai and mock their stupid greatest warriors. Once they received Venersis' command, the Shwariai warriors, who now had the momentum, pushed forward as Venersis ordered the lead warriors to not get too excited and fix up their formation as they chased after Pariai. The chase between the Shwariai and Pariai had started. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 174. Book 5 to 3.5. The 3,000 warriors had already allowed Pariai to create the distance and mend their formation. It would not be easy to catch up to them and disrupt their movement. A thick sand breeze was created in the 450-meter distance between the two groups. After chasing Pariai for a while, the nurses felt an unexplainable shock in his forehead. The reason he was able to be called a war god was because he was able to see the entire battlefield at once, and because he had this monstrous intuition that helped him recognize dangers before they happened. The nurses looked around. There did not seem to be anything out of the ordinary other than the enemy's oasis up ahead. In fact, there was just a straight line toward the oasis. It even seemed possible to follow that line to charge right into the oasis. What are they thinking? Are they just idiots? The nurses could not figure out the source of his discomfort, but his intuition was continuing to send him warnings. All units, slow down. The lead warriors looked at him with confusion once he gave that order. It was because even they felt like they could push straight forward and take the oasis at once. However, the nurses trusted this intuition that had been with him for 20 years. All units, slow down. The lead warriors thought it was weird, but they chose to follow Venersis' order. The Shwariai's unit started to slow down, and when Pariai turned their permas around to change from a retreat to an attack, the warriors in the front of the Shwariai unit suddenly disappeared underground. The warriors behind them saw the group falling into the ground, but they could not stop the momentum of the permas and fell into the ground as well. Your view is limited on top of a running perma. In addition, it was worse when there was a lot of warriors in front of you. That was why the Shwari warriors were falling into the trap one after another. By the time Benersis and the lead warriors caught on to the trap, a lot of warriors had already been injured. How? One of the Shwari's lead warriors let out a shocked question. It was terrible. There were fallen permas all over the place and other permas had stepped over them. There seemed to be more warriors killed from being stepped on by their own allies than the trap itself. Unbelievable. One of the greatest warriors let out a shocked statement. How did this suddenly happen? This was the exact route that Pariah had used to retreat. It was not possible to create a trap in just a couple seconds. It was possible that they had created multiple traps in advance, but Pariah's main force was a large group as well. It would not be that easy to change direction. It was a type of magic, and after taking a look at the terrain, Benersis was able to figure out the secret of this magic. Pariah had used the height of the area and the sand hill to create an optical illusion. When Per first found this line, he had discussed it in great lengths with the other greatest warriors and even tested it out himself. The results were very successful. If you leave some distance and follow this line, it creates a blind spot that the person in the back is unable to see. Even if the person in the front changes directions by a little bit, it still looks like they are moving in a straight line. That was why Per had created a trap in that blind spot in advance, and the results were a success. Unfortunately, the Shwari slowed down their movement so they were unable to deliver the type of damage they thought they would be able to deliver. Either way, the Shwari were in a state of chaos, and their formation was breaking apart. Per was in the lead of the Pariah warriors to use this opening to seemingly want to pay back for their earlier retreat. They split into two sides as they approached the Shwari. There seemed to be a trap prepared in the central area. I made a mistake. Benersis could not help but accept the fact that he made a mistake. He decided to chase after the enemy even though he knew the enemy had some type of plan, and he didn't stop to verify the danger when his intuition clearly told him something was wrong. The silver lining was that he had ordered the unit to slow down. Greatest warriors and lead warriors quickly gather the warriors. Umbrella will follow behind me with the gathered warriors while Butaka will gather the other warriors and solidify the central area and fix up the formation before retreating. Benersis quickly gave orders before looking toward the desert sword behind him. It was my mistake. We will need to defend against the enemy with our lives. The desert sword warriors did not even blink at Benersis's request for their lives. They just picked up their shamshirs. Benersis and less than 100 desert sword warriors charged toward Pariah's unit. Their goal was to buy time for the warriors who had fallen into a state of chaos so that they can fix up the formation. On first glance, it seemed impossible, but Benersis knew that he and the Desert Sword had the strength to do such a reckless maneuver. They started to cut through the charging Pariah's formation in a straight line. Although they may be lacking in number compared to Pariah, this charge was strong enough to create an obstacle for over half of Pariah's warriors. Per ordered another greatest warrior to continue to chase after the Shwari. It was true that they had successfully managed to pull the Shwari into a trap, but the damage was minimal. They needed to use this chaos to cause a lot of damage. They must do this. They had lost a lot of warriors in this chase. If they could not cause a lot of damage right now, they would be the ones with the disadvantage as time went on. They would not have to feel rushed if the Shwari charged after them at full speed, but since they lowered their speed, they could not even use half of the traps they had planned in advance. Per personally led 3,000 warriors to clash head-on with Benersis and the Desert Sword. He needed to buy time for Pariah's warriors to attack the Shwari's warriors who had not had time to fix up their formation. Per let out a shout as he clashed with Benersis. While Per and his warriors were barely managing to fend off this war god and his subordinates, Pariah's main forces made contact with the Shwari who were still in a state of chaos. The yellow sand started to become painted red once again. This red sand was fitting the name of the Crimson Desert. As Pariah was giving the Shwari a lot of damage, the number of warriors under Per's command was starting to shrink. These Desert Sword warriors really were shockingly scary. Their numbers did not dwindle much at all. At the same time, there was another change. They could hear a shout coming from the oasis. Per and Benersis both looked toward the oasis at the same time. Whose flag is it? Benersis started to smile. It was Bukert and the Shwari's 5,000 warriors. Benersis did not know what kind of scheme Pariah was planning, so he had ordered Bukert to take 5,000 warriors and go around to the left to attack the oasis. Once this happened, the one to feel a sense of urgency was Per. Since all of the warriors were out here, there were only a couple hundred warriors left in the oasis. Per was hesitating whether he should stop attacking the Shwari and return to the oasis or continue to push forward and defeat the group in front of him before trying to take back the taken oasis. It's one thing for me to not pay attention, but can you really afford to be distracted right now? The nurse's monotone voice could be heard as the sound of the air being cut appeared. Per realized where he was and lifted up his shamshir with one hand to defend against the shining shamshir in front of him, but he could not get into proper form and his shamshir was flung into the sky. I cannot kill a warrior without his weapon. It was a great plan, but it had too many openings. The nurse spoke as if he was scolding his son or a subordinate warrior, before turning his perma around to return to the Shwari unit that was being overwhelmed. Per Nim. Per was in a short state of fear and only snapped out of it when one of his subordinate warriors shouted toward him. He then quickly received the shamshir and rushed toward the battlefield once more. Ah! Per let out a groan after seeing the battlefield. Is Venersis some type of god? How did this formation become alive the moment he returned? Was I out of it for that long? The battlefield where Pariah had been overwhelming the Shwari had somehow turned even. The oasis side was quiet as well, which probably meant that it was already taken. If this continues, I don't know what will happen if we are attacked from both sides. The moment Per was thinking about that, greatest warrior Hamkipia approached him. We need to retreat now. If we are attacked from behind, we will not be able to do anything. We may have lost the oasis, but we were pretty even in the fight itself. We need to swallow our disappointment and retreat. Per shook his head at Hamkipia's words. They may have fought an even battle, but the results was that it was their complete defeat. But there was nothing he could do about it. Per looked around. They may have been fighting evenly, but their formation was still solid and the warriors' morales were high, so they should be able to retreat without taking much damage. All units, retreat. Once Per ordered in a loud voice, Pariah's warriors immediately started to back away. The nurses also did not give the order to push Pariah further. They had also received damage, and he had successfully taken the oasis, which was their goal. Per clenched his teeth looking at the nurses, who was leisurely commanding over the battlefield. He had thought this would be an overwhelming victory, but they had just ended up losing the oasis. It suddenly made him remember Runa's words about only launching a defensive attack. I have lost all face. Per put his head down in shame. I guess it makes sense. It wasn't like Runa was worse than me that he could not defeat Venersis. Per suddenly realized that Runa had been unable to defeat Venersis no matter what type of strategy he implemented, even with the terrain and numbers advantage. Still, Per could not give up. For sure, I will win next time. While Per was filled with despair, Venersis was already thinking about the next battle. Just one more. If we can take the thick-bushed oasis, we will take the advantage in both the offense and defense. The thick-bushed oasis was crossroad for the Quicksand River. The Shwari and Pariah were on either sides of the Quicksand River. The tribe that held control of this oasis was able to take the advantage when it came to strategies and supplies. This was the reason Venersis had spent a lot of effort and shed a lot of blood to recklessly take this oasis in the past. In addition, Pariah's esteemed desert runner port was located in the thick-bushed oasis. If they managed to take this oasis, Pariah would not be able to freely use the Quicksand River for a while. Venersis was planning to take this oasis at all costs. End of chapter. Next up. The unification of the Eastern Desert. The battle that will go down as a legend. The blood became a river and the moans rang through the heavens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 175. The unification of the Eastern Desert. The battle that will go down as a legend. The blood became a river and the moans rang through the heavens. Book 5 to 4.1. Pariah's warriors quickly took over the Shwari's oasis that was defended by 5,000 warriors. But what Runa wanted to do was not to take an oasis, but to pressure Venersis. That was why Runa did not leave many warriors at the oasis before heading on to the next oasis. By the time the messenger warrior arrived, Runa was outside the second oasis. To be specific, he was ready to attack an oasis that was not far away from the first oasis they lost to the Shwari in this war. What did you say? Runa doubted his ears and asked the messenger warrior once more, but the response was the same. Currently, Pernim has retreated to the thick-bushed oasis and is preparing his defenses. Runa almost fell over. He had come here because he wanted to make sure they did not get pushed back to the thick-bushed oasis. He had come here to pressure Venersis before it got to that point. What happened? How did he end up being pushed back? Did the enemy increase in number or something? Once the messenger warrior explained the recent battle, Runa jumped up and down while shouting in anger. I had told him multiple times to make sure to not fight him head on and just defend. They had been pushed back somewhere that they should never have been pushed back until. the thick-bushed oasis needed to remain in Pariah's hands. It mattered that it was the strategic crossroad between the two tribes, but most importantly, it was the port for the desert runner. It wasn't that it would be impossible to transport warriors without a port, but the necessary tasks that needed to happen to transport warriors needed a port to take place. That was why the use of the quicksand river will diminish significantly if they lost the oasis. The absolutely necessary and only possible to do at port task was of course the maintenance of the desert runner. Sandstorms blew across the quicksand river whenever and wherever. These sandstorms did not consist only of sand, they also had small rocks mixed in with it. Furthermore, the strong force of the wind caused extra damage to the ship, requiring routine maintenance. But if they lost the port to do their maintenance, they needed to use the small port up at the end of the north of the quicksand river that the Desert Runner Zero used to use in the past. If that happened, things would slow down significantly. Seeing Runa continuing to jump up and down in anger, the messenger warrior took out a roll of lambskin before handing it to Runa. This is the information Per Nim wanted to send to Runa Nim. Most messages were verbal to prevent interception if the messenger warrior was captured, but Per's desire to thoroughly explain the situation and the fact that the quicksand river was completely dominated by Pariah allowed Pariah to describe the details of the battle and the current situation for Runa to read. Runa let out a long moan after reading the content. Described on the lambskin was the information about the terrain of the battlefield drawn out, as well as how they moved throughout the battle. It also included information about the current situation. There was a terrain like this? Runa stared intensely at the image drawn on the lambskin before falling deep into thought. It was a line that he had not discovered. That was why he was disappointed. If Per had discovered that line when he was there, he felt like he could have perfectly captured Venursus. I guess a war god really does get the help of the heavens. Runa knew that the battle was already over but could not stop staring at the lambskin with disappointment. After that, he stopped blaming Per for what happened. He did go against his order, but with a method like this, it was definitely worth a try. However, regardless of all of that, Runa could not help but worry. He could not decide whether to return to the thick-bushed oasis to lead the defense or continue to push forward and pressure Venursus. There were only about 30 to 40,000 warriors left in the Schwerii, so if he really wanted to, he could focus on the defense of the oasis by the quicksand river and hold off until Yulian returned. However, that was only possible if the thick-bushed oasis remained firmly under Pariah's control. Right now, he needed to decide whether to return or charge forward. If he could take that oasis in front of him, and then take back the oasis that was lost in the first oasis, he could cut off the supply route for Venursus and attack Venursus from both sides. At the same time, it would also cut his supply route off and it was possible for him to be attacked by the remaining Schwerii warriors and Venursus at the same time. If the glow was here, we could just charge forward the Schwerii's largest oasis and capture the enemy glow. Runa was filled with disappointment once more, but he needed to focus on the matter at hand right now. Return or charge? After debating it for a long time, Runa decided on charging forward. The amount of time it would take for him to return to the thick-bushed oasis would be similar to the amount of time it would take him to take over two oases. In addition, he believed that Yulian would soon return to Pariah after receiving his earlier message. Runa informed the messenger warrior to tell Per to not fight Venursus head on this time even if the heavens crashed down, as well as to gather all of the reservoir warriors in the center to focus on defense. He then started to sharply glare at the oasis in front of him. There was so much blood soaked into the ground by the thick-bushed oasis that they were worried it might seep into the oasis. The Schwerii was doing everything they could to take it over, while Pariah was doing everything it could to protect it. Every single skirmish was extremely severe. Per did not respond to any of the Schwerii's taunts, and continued to develop traps and set up wooden fences to wait until the Schwerii tried to invade to fight. You had to give credit to Per and the remaining greatest warriors. They were doing well defending against that Venursus. The Schwerii could not get through Pariah that was only defending, and the only method Pariah had to push the enemy back was the flow of time. Because of that, there were only a lot of small skirmishes and the amount of spilled blood just continued to grow. In addition, hearing that Runa was attacking the sunlit oasis made them feel more rushed. 5,000 warriors had arrived as reinforcement not too long ago. Where else would these 5,000 warriors have come from? They came from the nearby oases. That meant that it would be even easier for Pariah to take the other oases behind them. That was why Venursus started to rush a bit more. We don't have any more time. We need to somehow take over this oasis and develop our defenses before we pincer that warrior named Runa and capture him. If we can do that, we will win this war. Venursus made up his mind to definitely take over the oasis this time and called over his greatest warriors and lead warriors. Venursus remained silent even after all of them had gathered in his peo as he took a good look at all of them. Everybody has gathered. Once Buchert announced that everyone had gathered, the nurses stood up from his seat and looked around at the gathered warriors.
The nurses took a long time to look around without saying anything.
The moment everybody had looks of confusion, the nurses finally started to speak.
We do not have time. The silence continued once more.
Everyone who gathered here were lead warriors and greatest warriors. They were well informed about how this war was going. That was why they were able to guess what Venursus meant when he said there was no time.
However, what was the meaning of this silence?
We will attack once more in 3 days.
In that battle, we will not retreat even if we are completely obliterated.
The warriors felt their bodies shake at Venursus's continued words. This was the reason their great commanding warrior had remained silent.
He had remained silent because he needed to ask for their lives.
In the middle of this complete silence where even the sound of breathing could not be heard, only Venursus's voice filled the void. It was difficult to get here, and we do not know if we will get another opportunity like this in the future. We will head out in the morning in 3 days, so give the warriors plenty of food and rest during this time.
Lead warriors, let the veteran warriors under your command know about the plan. The warriors might revolt. That is what one of the warriors might have wanted to say. Where would they find a war with only the option to push forward? Wasn't this war god in front of them the person who was best at balancing charging forward and strategically retreating?
However, all of them got rid of such idea at Venursus's continued words. I do not believe that our Schwerii warriors are cowards.
Gasp. Someone let out a gasp. Trust me. We will be victorious.
All of them knew it was impossible, but they accepted it. The war god always kept the things he said. If he said they were going to be victorious, they were going to be victorious.
An odd intensity filled the Peo. We will definitely be victorious.
All of them clenched their fists at Venursus's one more confirmation.
We will be victorious in the next battle and take over the oasis.
That was the only thought in all of their minds, as if they had been brainwashed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 176. Book 5 to 4.2. Are you okay? Yulian asked with concern, seeing the expression on Violet's face.
I'm sorry for showing you such a sight. But you do not need to slow down for me. Seeing Violet clench her teeth as she responded, Yulian shook his head internally. She really was stubborn like Grace and would not change her mind about something she was determined to do. She was also a woman with strong abilities that people could only admire. After moving along a while longer, Yulian ordered everyone to rest as he got off the perma and headed over to her. I told you could stay back and slowly return. Is there a reason for you to burden yourself like this? Yulian had fully realized after seeing her abilities during this war that she was an even more amazing woman than he had thought her to be, but in the end, her stamina was lacking compared to the trained warriors. In addition, she had not been able to get any rest after giving birth. She was his wife whom he needed to protect. That was why Yulian continued to worry about her. Violet staggered once she got off the perma. Yulian quickly approached her and supported her up as he started to speak while massaging her arms and legs. Look at this. Your body is already screaming in pain. If you want to go out on a campaign with us next time, let's get you some practice writing a perma. I'm sorry. We did not have much perma writing in the Shire.
I'm sure. TSK. Your muscles are too tight and you even have a big bruise. Can you go with us? Just listen to me. Even now, I can stick one of the Red Storm warriors with you to take you back. She shook her head at Yulian's concern. I am just not used to physical pain. Once I get used to it, I will not show a sight like this. So stubborn, it will not take just a day or two to get used to riding a perma. You need to ride for multiple years to get used to it. Violet caressed the face of her worried husband before responding. I'm okay. I can take it. Looking at the signs in the heavens, something does not feel right. I feel like something is going to happen. I am more confident about it after seeing Runanim ask you to urgently return. I know that I must go back. You already know, right? I have the strength to save hundreds of warriors. Since he had no reason to doubt her abilities even a little bit, Yulian could not say anything else. As long as she was the wife of the Glow and had the responsibilities that came with the role, maybe sacrifice was just a natural part of it. Then do as you like. From here on, I will carry you. You have so many bruises on your thighs that if you just continue riding a perma, your skin will start to rip. No. We are not by ourselves. It will cause a dent in your majestic air as glow. The Red Storm and I already know everything about each other. Their lips are heavy as well. It really won't matter if it gets out either. We are husband and wife."
Both of Violet's cheeks turned red at Yulian's words and she nodded her head. To be honest, it was already very difficult for her to even stand up, her butt, thigh, and even arms were hurting so much. Yulian continued to massage her arm and legs for the 10 minutes they rested, sending warm energy into her body.
"Just hold on a little more. We will be able to arrive at the ship by night time. Make sure you get plenty of rest on the ship." "Yes." "Then let's go." Yulian ordered the group to start moving once more and they restarted their journey toward where the desert runner will be waiting for them.
They continued to ride the perma without stopping, filling their stomachs with dried rations while continuing to ride. By the time the moon was decently up in the sky, Yulian and the Red Storm were able to arrive at the desert runner.
And Yulian received surprising news as soon as he got on board. Even the second oasis was taken over. Yulian became extremely shocked and asked the messenger warrior. "And now?"
"By now, I presume they will be doing a defensive battle at the thick-bushed oasis."
Bang! Yulian stomped so hard that it might have even damaged the deck. "What is the number of remaining warriors?"
The reserve warriors are meeting up with them, but they should have less than 5,000 warriors.
Commanding warrior Runa took 15,000 warriors with him to head to the northern Shwerii territory. "What about the Shwerii's numbers?"
"I do not know the exact number, but it should be about the same."
"My lord." Yulian felt a significant shock in his head. Who is left in Paria to defend against him?
"I am not there, Runa is not there, and even Paria's third-generation greatest warriors are not there."
Yulian was thinking that pair alone was not enough to defend against Venursus.
There were other greatest warriors with him, but they were lacking in strategy and skills compared to Vibli or Again. At that time, the warrior who was taking the role of captain on the ship interjected.
Greatest warrior Thriger said he needed to protect the port and headed back right away as well.
The enemy's main forces might not show up, but he mentioned something about defending against their special teams.
Yulian nodded his head. It was a wise decision. "Let's hurry up and head out."
Once they received Yulian's command, the warrior ordered the ship to depart.
"Younger brother, hold on just a little bit longer." Yulian was desperately pleading for Pear's safety. The situation was pretty bleak.
Both sides were in a situation where they might end up being pincered, so the question at hand was who can take the oasis in front of them. Grace had also sent an envoy to the Rivold to pressure Venursus as well, but the Rivold's Glow de Jane was not able to immediately move the Rivold due to old age. Runa took over the empty oasis and chased behind Venursus, while the Shwerii's Glow took on the risk to send another 15,000 warrior to chase behind Runa and pressure him. The moment Runa finally took over the oasis right behind Venursus, Venursus was getting ready to attack the thick-bushed oasis one more time. "All units, forward march!" The warriors started to slowly move forward at Venursus's command. The warriors in the front kept a good amount of distance with each other as they slowly moved forward with a large wooden shield in front of them, searching for traps and defending against arrows flying their way. As the sky in front of them became filled with numerous numbers of arrows, the Shwerii warriors in the front started to fall down, as the warriors behind them started to fill in those gaps. In a battle for an oasis, the attacking side was always at an advantage. The question was more about how they could minimize the damage they received. The warriors in the front were settled with the thought that they were going to die. They only pushed forward thinking that their death could help bring victory for their tribe. Over 2,000 warriors must have been sacrificed for this. But thanks to them, the majority of the traps, ropes, and wooden fences were able to be cleared. Their sacrifice had created a path for the Shwerii to safely charge through. "All units, charge!" The nurses finally gave the order to charge forward, and the Shwerii warriors rushed forward as if they were crazy. There were some that fell for the traps that the vanguard warriors did not find, but that was only a small group of them. Finally, Paria's warriors who were ready started to fight with the Shwerii warriors. "Slash them! Slash them for the glory of the Shwerii!" The lead warriors were pushing their subordinate warriors forward until they lost their voice, while Paria's warriors were fighting back with everything they had, knowing that it was the end if they were pushed back from this oasis. "Hold on. Our Glow is on his way. We will not greet our Glow with our death." Paria's lead warriors were also shouting to raise the morale of the warriors, and it was the truth as well. They would not have anything to worry about once Yulian arrived either today or tomorrow. If the Shwerii had Venursus, the war god of the western desert, they had their Glow, the war god of the eastern desert. The war was brutal. Blood splattered between people trying to push forward and the people trying to hold them back.
Some of them were fighting without even realizing that a part of their body had been cut off. The shamans on both sides were mumbling something nonstop toward each other, chanting curses and blessings and asking for victory in this battle. Neither side had any thoughts about retreating. They were all ready to die here. They would not be giving this oasis to the enemy. It was to the point that even the greatest warriors who had been involved in many wars were getting intoxicated by the smell of blood. The clash that had been even was slowly starting to change as time went on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 177. Book 5 to 4.3. The numbers on both sides, courage, training, morale, everything was pretty similar. However, the Shwerii had Venersis and the Desert Sword. Once you take away Pariah's original preemptive attack and their terrain advantage, the battle was slowly starting to tip in the Shwerii's favor. It was not a big difference. Since everyone was fighting with everything they had, it just looked like the Shwerii was moving forward and Pariah was getting pushed back. But that speed was slowly starting to speed up. Courage to put their lives on the line was not enough to defend against Venersis. The hole in the formation started to become created faster and faster. Nonetheless, Pariah's warriors pushed aside their fear and charged toward him. However, as time went by, Pariah's formation started to break. Heavens! Neo-Latin. Per was looking to the heavens and searching for his guardian. He could not lose like this. Only if he had not fought against them head-on like he had done. Regret was filling Per's mind. Per shouted out loudly as he started to slash the Shwerii warriors in front of him. He didn't know how long he had swung his shamshir for, but he could no longer feel his arm. He probably would now know even if the shamshir fell from his hand. He just continued to swing on instinct, and seeing the enemy fall in front of him let him know that he still had some strength left. He could not open his eyes because of the sweat from his forehead, and barely managed to open them a little bit to look around the battlefield. Pariah was starting to fall apart. There did not seem to be a way to recover. He had thought they had fought well until now and had held on very well. But even with all of their preparation, why did they have to break apart like this? It made Per start to cry. Why? Per could not accept it. Did all of their hard work and sweat to prepare mean nothing? Will it all just disappear like bubbles? A greatest warrior whose body was covered in blood approached Per. Per already knew what he was going to say. They had approached the battle with no retreat in mind, but there really was no other option at this point. Since the enemy had taken damage as well, they would not dare to chase after them. They needed to order the retreat in order to save at least the remaining warriors. All units. The moment Per was about to order the retreat, a miracle-like event happened. Ruyua umbul. Ruyua yumbul. A large noise shook across the battlefield. They were sure that the ground had shook. What? A piece of ground the size of a peo in their base rolled through in front of them. The Shwerii warriors who were in the line of that dirt ball were decimated. That dirt ball, which started with a yellow and golden color, was quickly turning red with the blood it absorbed. The Shwerii warriors instantly fell into chaos. There was not just one of these dirt balls. They continued to fall from the air. 3 more of these same dirt balls were falling down as they watched. Dodge! Since it was falling from such a high height, the Shwerii warriors all felt like it was going to fall on them even though they were far away from it. They would have never broken their formation if they were going against a person. However, their opponent was a large dirt ball flying from an unknown location. Wouldn't it be a terrible death if they were killed not by an enemy shamshir but by being squashed by a dirt ball? The Shwerii that pushed forward like a storm started to hesitate. At the same time, Pariah started to push back against them. The rear of the Shwerii formation was already a complete mess. What is it? Venersis was looking at it. A strong power was coming from one side of Pariah. At the source of that power was a warrior who was completely drenched in sweat as well as another large dirt ball. Orca. Per realized that power as well, and seeing that his youngest brother was standing there, he shouted toward him. Gasp. Orca was breathing very heavily. His whole body was in so much pain that it was hard to even move his finger. He wanted to just fall down like that and go to sleep. However, seeing the thing floating in front of him, he needed to at least send this flying before falling over. Orca's hand drew multiple circles in formation in the sky. He continued to mumble to draw out the magic strength of the ancient language. The dirt ball the size of a peo started to rise up into the sky. Go. Once it rose to the height of a person, Orca sent it flying toward the Shwerii's formation. It's done.
Seeing it flying away, Orca immediately fell down and started to think to himself.
It's a good thing I didn't get to test it out. Shit, my bone feels like it is melting away.
Orca may have been grumbling internally, but he was actually surprised as well. He was surprised at the strength of this magic that he happened to get his hands on and worked so hard to memorize.
Orca was satisfied that Pariah's warriors were able to get back to their senses and take the advantage thanks to this magic.
He finally had a skill that he could proudly show in front of his older brothers and the rest of the tribe.
He could proudly claim to be part of the Provoke family. I should watch this until the end.
Orca was mumbling internally to himself before finally fainting. Per saw Orca falling over and wanted to run over to him, but he did not want to lose this momentum. They had gathered the strength to hold on, no, to push the Schwerii back.
Charge! Per shouted loudly as he pushed forward. Everyone, fix up your formation. Do you want to destroy this battle that we had within our grasp? The Schwerii lead warriors were shouting loudly as they fixed up the warriors' formation.
However, the formation was destroyed so much that it was not possible to fix up very quickly.
You could even hear a lead warrior shout out in anger.
If something comes flying at you, just die.
Don't be a hindrance to your fellow warriors by messing up the formation. Just die. If we get taken over, we will all die anyways.
Were their words heard?
Another of those dirt balls came flying in the air.
The moment everyone's eyes were filled once more with fear and despair, the nurses shouted out loudly.
Move!
The warriors quickly made way for Venersis, who was rushing forward on his perma.
He then jumped up from the moving perma. Ha, dot.
Venersis looked like he was flying as he charged toward the dirt ball that was flying toward them at a fast speed. There was no noise. All they saw was Venersis landing once more on his perma, and the dirt ball losing its velocity and falling down in 2 pieces. Everybody just stared blankly at this amazing scene.
We will definitely win.
Venersis pointed his shamshir forward and shouted out loudly.
The Schwerii warriors responded back with an extremely loud shout. The 2 formations of warriors started to clash once more.
Venersis withstood the extreme pain in his wrist and started to pierce through Pariah's formation with the desert sword. Both sides had run out of energy a long time ago. They were barely managing to hold on with their mental fortitude alone. Pariah's warriors were starting to fall one after another because of the monstrous Venersis and the desert sword.
Was there no point to Orca's miracle?
They did not even have the strength to retreat at this point. They could only run forward and die with the enemy. Per could only fall into despair after looking around the battlefield as well. There were no other options. He could only accept death with the other warriors.
The revenge will be up to the others.
The war seemed to end with the Schwerii's victory like that.
Stand up, warrior. Stand and push forward. The enemy weapons will miss your body. And your weapon will pierce the enemy. Forget your fear and push forward. A voice started to ring out in the warriors' heads. The warriors were thinking that they were going crazy as their death was imminent.
However, the voice did not disappear. That voice got rid of the despair in their hearts, and helped bring back the courage that they had already lost.
Warrior, do you not have the strength to stand? Do not lose to your body.
Your fiery passion and your storm-like courage
still resides in your heart. Why are you thinking about losing? Stand up, warrior. Stand and push forward.
All of them had gone crazy. The warriors who found it difficult to even lift up their shamshirs started to swing their shamshirs, and the warriors who found it difficult to even breath started to vigorously shout as they started to push forward.
Pariah's warriors. I have arrived.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 178. Book 5 to 4.4.
The person responsible for the voice in the ears of each and every one of Pariah's warriors was none other than their hero and leader who will not lose, the Pariah's glow Yulian Provoke.
After revealing themselves on the battlefield, Yulian and the Red Storm instantly jumped into the Schwerii's formation.
Pariah's warriors watched them jump in and started to shout even louder as they pushed forward. Their glow was getting revenge for all of the times they were on the losing end during this war. The almost dead battlefield started to burn passionately once more. It was burning so hot as if it wanted to burn up the few remaining warriors on both sides.
The nurses saw Yulian and cursed the heavens. If Yulian had arrived just a few hours later, the Schwerii would have won this war, not Pariah.
I guess the heavens are finally pushing our Schwerii away. You could hear the lament in the voice of Venersis, the man who does not know the definition of giving up. He wanted to fight against that young war god, but the feeling in his hand was not normal after the shock from earlier. They would lose if they could not defend against Yulian, and right now, he had no methods to defend against him. It was not that he was afraid of death. However, he could not fend off that young war god's greatsword right now, and if he died, that would really be the end of the Schwerii. All units, retreat. The nurses held back his tears and could only order the retreat. His rear was blocked by that greatest warrior named Runa, but Runa was also pincered on both sides, so it should not be a big issue. The Schwerii's warriors slowly started to retreat. After seeing the condition of his warriors, Yulian did not order Pariah's warriors to chase after them. He had raised their strength with the power of Violet's incantation, but chasing was still too much. Yulian verified that the Schwerii were retreating before running across Pariah's formation with the Red Storm. It is Pariah's victory. Uawea. Pariah let out a cheerful shout. This nightmarish battle was finally over. Once Yulian settled the battlefield and started the transport of the injured warriors, he gathered the remaining greatest warrior and lead warriors. There were just 9 people including Yulian. In a battle with 2 greatest warriors and 20-ish lead warriors, not even half managed to survive. None of the gathered warriors were without injuries either. All of them were covered in blood and injuries. All of you fought valiantly. I sincerely thank you for working so hard and for staying alive. Listening to what Yulian had to say, all of them lowered their heads. If the glow had not arrived right on time, all of them would have died, Pariah would have lost, and they would have lost the oasis. Yulian understood the feelings of everyone who was gathered in that peo. That is why he started to speak once more. Lift up your heads and stand proudly. No matter what anybody says, today's battle was Pariah's victory. Do not be embarrassed about the bloody battle. This battle will truly go down in Pariah's history as the oasis that was protected with blood. Let's sing the song of victory. Let's celebrate. Let's have fun, enough fun for the dead warriors as well. Everyone lifted up their heads and looked toward Yulian. Yulian's voice was slightly trembling. Would they know? Would they know the truth about how he was blaming himself for not being able to arrive even a bit earlier? 25,000 warriors fought against 20,000 warriors and less than 10,000 total warriors were left between the 2 tribes. This battle will be known as the miracle of the thick-bushed oasis in the future. 7th month of the year 259 in the continental calendar. The eastern desert returned to peace after half a year of battle. And for the first time in the history of the desert, it might be just half of the whole desert, but a tribe was able to unify the entire eastern desert. Population 2,220,000 warriors. A strong nation known as Pariah. Pariah made a deal with the Schwerii to create a safe escape path for both Runa and the nurses, and started to exchange prisoners. Looking at the results, the Schwerii had gained 1 oasis from this war, but they suffered so much damage that they needed to be afraid of Pariah's invasion. However, Pariah also had a lot of things to do. War after war had caused a significant difference in their ratio of men to women, and there was a mountain load of things to do to settle the northern territory. Yulian and Runa were obviously busy, but many other people had to be extremely busy as well. You worked hard. Yulian patted the shoulder of Orca, the person responsible for having the thick-bushed oasis survive until he arrived, as well as the one who forced the nurses to retreat without facing off against him. Orca was in intensive care as he could not put any strength in his body since that day. Violet had determined that his body was damaged by the backflow of the energy and indicated Orca will need to remain in bed for at least half a year. Hyung Nim. Ha ha ha. This Orca can now play his part as well. Orca smiled brightly while still lying on the bed and joyfully accepted his oldest brother's praise. I heard it was amazing, but isn't it burdensome for you if you have to lay in bed for half a year after using it once? TSK. Even I did not know that would be the case. It was really hard to learn compared to normal incantations, and I could have never expected that the effect would hurt me as well. I really needed to test it out. If you tested it out and knew this would happen, would you have dared to use it again? Now that I think about it, if I thought of it as a test run, I would have failed probably 8 or 9 times out of 10. The amount of concentration would have been significantly different. Yulian patted his youngest brother's shoulder once more. There should be no reason to use that ever again. Nobody will be able to touch our Pariah. That is true. Ha ha ha. Yulian was feeling sorry and continued to touch Orca's face and pat his shoulder. They can easily talk about it being half a year, but how difficult must it be to stay in bed like this? Orca seemed to have understood Yulian's thought as he did not lose his bright smile and instead started to console his brother as well. I am satisfied. I can now be accepted as a warrior of Pariah. I will continue to train hard so that I will gain enough strength to use my abilities without creating such a burden on my body.
Sounds like my younger brother.
The same provoked blood flows through me.
Ha ha ha. Yes, I believe in you. Yulian patted Orca's shoulder once more before heading out of the peo. Hoo. Yulian looked up to the sky and let out a big breath.
He had achieved half of his dream of unifying the desert. They had gained a lot, but also lost a lot in the process.
I cannot become weak right now. He prevented himself from getting sentimental and clenched his fists tightly. I am the glow. Sometimes I need to exist on my own. Pariah was starting to get stronger. Warrior Venersus seeks the glow's punishment for his defeat. Shwariai's greatest warrior Venersus knelt in front of his glow Elbata and bowed his head. Hoo. Elbata let out a deep sigh. Who could blame who right now?
He had taken just 30,000 warriors and 5,000 reinforcement warriors to fight against 70,000 warriors and almost decimated all of them.
Why couldn't I trust him? Why was I jealous of a warrior as the glow?
Elbata became full of regret as he stared at Venersus.
Stad.
If he had trusted Venersus early on, he might be the one who had the same glory that Pariah was currently enjoying.
What is a warrior who fought valiantly doing? Stand up. Why was he so focused on bringing Venersus down?
The fault lies with me. Elbata admitted his own sins, and Venersus doubted his ears as he quickly lifted up his head.
It is my fault.
I cut down the Shwariai's strength. You should be more aware than I am that it was not your fault, so please stop tormenting me and stand up.
Glow.
I am being filled with regret right now.
Why couldn't I have my current mindset a long time ago? Humans really are interesting creatures. Very interesting. Glow. Venersus was worried that this still decently young glow would break down.
The years had been filled with stubbornness and egotism. Venersus knew very well the source of that stubbornness and egotism. It was because the former glow had valued him so much. He had valued him more than his own son. At first, you could see it as a glow doting on his warrior, but as time went by, the glow had compared himself and Elbata over and over. Seeing that continue for a long time, Elbata had started to change.
Venersus remembered the reason that the wise Elbata started to go awry.
That was the reason he never turned his back and remained by Elbata's side no matter how much suppression and insults he had received. And after waiting for so long, Elbata's stubbornness and egotism was slowly starting to untangle itself. However, the problem was that he himself was about to break down with it.
Venersus started to speak to Elbata as if he was trying to shout. We still have an opportunity. Please make up your mind and encourage the warriors.
No matter what anybody says, the Shwariai is a strong tribe of the western desert, and that Pariah will not dare to easily invade us.
Bang. Bang. Venersus pounded his chest. Do not allow frustration or regret to approach even one step closer to you. You are the glow. Vener-sis. Elbata lifted up his lowered head.
Before you order me to stand, the glow needs to stand first.
And then please vigorously give an order.
Please remember that this Venersus is the Shwariai's glow, Elbata's warrior.
Right. I am your glow, and the Shwariai's glow. You are a strong glow. Yes, I am strong. No, I will become strong. I do not doubt it. Then I should give an order. Please give the order with strength that cannot be rejected. Stand, Venersus. Venersus has received the glow's order. Venersus quickly jumped up from the spot.
The Shwariai will not disappear.
Am I right? We will get even stronger. Bring that strength to me.
It was certain that the Shwariai will get even stronger from here. As we reached the halfway point of Book 5, I feel like I ran crazily with the Red Storm. To be honest with you, after finishing Book 4, I decided I was going to take a 3-day break, but that ended up becoming a week. Yes it did. I got out of my flow and am currently suffering, sweating face. I am working hard to not make the wars too long, although the right answer might be that I am lacking the ability to make them realistic if I make them too long, sweating face. I have tried my best to create the right atmosphere for it. However, I feel like trying to create the right atmosphere is making it kind of predictable. Even though I am writing it as a fantasy, I feel like a fantasy should still be somewhat realistic. I tried to find a good balance of the two, but I do not know how you will see it. Is quickly reaching the latter parts. Since the war is over, we will rest for a bit before he meets a new enemy, greets a friend, and we will once again travel to a fantasy world. I plan to show you why I could only make Yulian such a strong character. He is the desert conqueror and a war god.
Thank you to the readers for sticking with a terrible writer like myself, and please join me in this soon-to-end race to the finish. Sincerely. No Seungchan. End of chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 179. Stability. Now is the time to grow our strength. Book 5 to 5.1. As usual, the end of the war was decorated by sorrow. There were more deaths from the warriors protecting the tribe than the warriors who went away to war this time, but none of that mattered to the families of the warriors. The only thing that mattered was whether they lived or died. Since Pariah encouraged warriors to take wives and have children, the remuneration to the families of the dead warriors was the most important issue. There was also a different problem if you probed deeper into this issue, and that is of course the ratio between men and women. That was a problem in the entire desert, but it was significantly worse for Pariah, which had now unified the entire eastern desert. Population 200,000. The 18 to early 40-year-old men who needed to serve in active duty was less than 300,000. This was causing a serious issue now that they had gathered all of the families of the tribes that were involved in this past war. Approximately 60,000 warriors were killed in the last two wars with the United Tribe and the Shwari. Out of the 60,000, around 20,000 of them were the breadwinners. The tribes protected the warriors and the warriors' families, and since the dead warriors died for the tribe, it was natural that their remaining family members will be cared for by the tribe. But that number was pretty large. With 20,000 warriors dead, there would be at least 100,000 family members at minimum. This was why they could not start the private property distribution in the conquered areas like they had done in Pariah right away. They did not even have enough to even provide for the families of the dead warriors right now. The thankful aspect was that because their population grew due to the unification of the eastern desert, they could rely on more people to do manual labor, and to do it more effectively. Most importantly, with the reduction of paths that had to be avoided, Pariah's treasure chest Edwin could now be more aggressive with his trades without worrying about theft. "Sigh, you are asking for such a difficult request." Seeing Edwin let out a long sigh and lower his head, Runa felt a bit apologetic. He knew it was an extremely difficult request, but he had no other choice. If we cannot ask such thing to Edwin Nim, who could we ask? Please help us. This is not a deal of any kind, but a request from Pariah. Unfortunately, it is impossible right now. Whether it is wheat or really any type of food, the market prices are rising significantly. I understand the Eastern continent getting nervous, but these royal bastards of the Western continent are about to go to war over a woman's handkerchief. Just how stupid can they be? The Western continent going to war? Employing spies takes quite a lot of money. They were focusing all of their information in the Eastern continent right now that they were clueless to what was going on in the Western continent. That was why Runa was surprised and asked Edwin. Yes. And it is for an extremely stupid reason. I am curious. Sigh, it is to regain their honor that even a dog would not care about. You will laugh once you hear the story. Edwin wanted to provide Runa with the wheat that he was asking for even if he needed to take on extra burden. That way, he would be able to take an advantageous position in a deal with Pariah in the future. Unfortunately, the cost of wheat in the entire continent was flying up right now. In addition to wheat, the market price of edible animals, iron, etc., were all at least 3 times higher than the past month. It was because the Western continent was getting ready for a potential war as well. However, the flames of war were burning extremely hot at such an early stage that Edwin was this angry right now. Sigh. Edwin let out another long sigh before starting his story. There is a small kingdom called Stelina in the center of the Western continent. This Stelina kingdom has been ruled by a queen through the generations, and sits between the 3 strong nations of the Western continent, the Yanama kingdom, the Narate Empire, and the Litmus kingdom. Stelina has played a shrewd diplomatic tug-of-war with all 3 nations to have its independence and neutrality approved by all parties. The true reason this Stelina has managed to maintain its independence in the midst of these 3 large nations was because it was serving as the buffer zone between the borders of all 3 nations. In addition, there were diplomats from all 3 nations who resided in Stelina, that this could always be used as the final line for negotiations. But the most important factor was the fact that the Stelina kingdom and the 3 strong nations were all family. A good portion of the 3 strong nations' royal families had been a part of arranged marriages with the Stelina royalty, so the current emperors and the royal blood had at least a bit of the Stelina blood mixed in with it. Of course, these nations had arranged marriages as if they were eating dinner, but they had been through multiple arranged marriages throughout the years that there was a decent level of familiarity. Most importantly, the queen of Stelina, as well as her daughter the princess, were both stunningly beautiful.
Stelina's royal princess Europaea Lot Lucia became the famed beauty of the Western continent from the moment she showed herself at a ballroom when she was 14 years old, and naturally, this news had spread to the three nations as well. All three nations had princes who were quickly reaching the age to be married, and all three of them had fallen for Europaea at first sight.
That meant that there was only one solution.
As they had done in the past, they would send an envoy on Europaea's 18th birthday to respectfully ask for her hand in marriage.
The Queen of Stelina could not help but be put in an awkward position.
She only had one daughter, but three nations came to ask to marry her. If she had it her way, she did not want to give her daughter away to any of them, but she could not do anything about it as all three were the strong nations that could easily suppress her kingdom.
Accepting any of the three wedding proposals would immediately start a war.
A wedding proposal from a prince was not an easy problem to resolve, and this situation was probably as terrible as it could get.
If not, would the queen even have blamed her own daughter Europaea for it?
After contemplating what to do for a long time, the queen decided to invite the princes of the strong nations to Stelina. The princes who firmly believed the Queen of Stelina was their future mother-in-law naturally showed up, and the queen made them all gather together. Once everyone had gathered, she tried to push the problem off to the princes by saying, "I only have one daughter and three suitors, so please come to a decision between the three of you. You are all men and proud knights, please make it so there will be no issues in the future." Since all three of them had identities that could not be ignored, the queen thought that they would have to cleanly give up if they lost, no matter what the competition may be.
Unfortunately, the problem only got bigger from there. None of them wanted to give up.
They did not even try to find a competition to compete with.
Europaea had to become their wife no matter what.
She was more beautiful than a flower and brighter than the sun. How could anybody give up on such a woman, thought? The three princes were sharing some thorny words with each other before they ended up taking out their swords in the end. Seeing the princes take out their swords, their security details took out their swords as well. One of the princes were killed while the other two princes became crippled. With the three nations that controlled approximately 2/3 of the entire Western continent about to go to war, it was natural that pretty much the entire Western continent would be affected by it. Edwin seemed to be frustrated after sharing this long story and quickly gulped down the water on the table.
Does that make any sense? An entire continent going to war over a single woman? Runa could only shake his head in disbelief internally. Do you know what the funniest part is?
The flower of the war, the princess named Europaea who has been given the name Flower of Blood and Death, has disappeared with her guardian knight.
What do you mean, ?
Edwin made an angry expression that was directed at the root of the potential war and responded.
What else could it mean?
Princess Europaea already had a man she had given her heart to. These idiotic princes had fought over a woman who already had a man she loved.
What an amazing princess. More like what a shithead of a princess. Tens of thousands of people may die because of her.
According to my sources, the Stelina, as well as the three nations who still have not given up, have all sent teams to track her down.
Just what they can still do even if they find her now. As someone who was urging warriors to have multiple wives, Runa could not understand. As Edwin mentioned, why would they go to war over a single woman? It led to a short duration of silence between the two. The conversation had flowed in an odd direction, but that was not the important thing right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 180. Book 5 to 5.2. For that reason, what Runanim is asking for is realistically almost impossible.
Seeing Edwin lead the conversation, Runa lightly smiled before responding. Almost impossible means that it is not impossible. Unless we pull the pillars of our merchant guild and then go far into debt, it is not possible.
That debt, is it something our Paria can take on instead? It is a special request from the glow. Sigh. Edwin let out another long sigh. He then started to think.
The shortening of the trade route from the unification of the Eastern Desert was something to welcome and something that would bring him more profits, but there really was so much risk with this.
Half.
Edwin shouted out loudly as if he had made up his mind. It meant that he was willing to fill half of Runa's request.
We cannot reward the warriors with just that much.
The warriors do not protect the tribe to get a reward, but the glow wants to keep the morale up as much as possible.
If you give me years of time, I can definitely fulfill it.
But at this moment, even half is going to be pushing it a bit.
I will give you something that will return double the amount in 1 year.
Seeing Runa continue on, Edwin lowered his head and started to scratch his head.
It really is going to be impossible.
Then at least 2/3.
Please.
This is the most important time for Paria. You know that we cannot call in a different merchant guild because of the glow's promise with you.
Edwin abruptly lifted up his head and looked toward Runa. Runanim's words sound like a threat. Are you saying that you may break the promise of our monopoly? You know very well that is not my intention. I have not forgotten about how much Edwin Nim has helped Pariah until now. The people of the desert do not forget their benefactors. Ah. This is really driving me crazy. Edwin shook his head as he answered. I feel like you only request the difficult things. Now I am worried about what Runanim will request right before a war and right after a war. I really am doing the best that I can right now. Runa quickly grabbed onto both of Edwin's hands. We can only ask Edwin Nim because it is so difficult. It is not something we can do on our own. I will promise you this. Within 1 year, we will repay you twice the amount of trouble this will cause you. Pariah does not lie. Do you have something in mind? I will let you know because Edwin Nim is on the same boat with our Pariah. In a few years, we will attack the Silence Empire and fully occupy their land. What? Edwin was completely shocked. He knew that Pariah did not have a good relationship with Silence and that there would be a battle of strength in the near future. However, he had always expected Pariah to be on the defense. Silence would try to invade while Pariah defended against them. That was the type of war Edwin was expecting. However, Runa was talking about completely destroying them and taking their land. He was trying to be in possession of land that will allow Pariah to grow food. Runa started to say the things he had planned on saying earlier, but didn't get to do so because the conversation took an odd turn. Of course, I am fully aware that Pariah alone will not be enough to make that happen. However, if you think about the fact that the enemy of your enemy is your friend, we have a very good chance of success. Are you talking about the Rojini kingdom? Runa nodded his head. They will absolutely not decline our offer. Our Pariah now has over 200,000 warriors. Of course, this has its own issues as they make up the majority of Pariah's men. Nonetheless, we at least have 200,000 strong warriors under our command. It is definitely believable. The Rojini would not be able to let you go, Seeing Edwin agree, Runa started to smile. It seemed like they had solved their issue of material goods. Now all that was left to do was completely convince Edwin. In addition, the Glow has a very strong network of influence. Among them is someone who can directly speak with even the king of the Rojini kingdom. The alliance is just a question of time, and once the war starts after the alliance is created, the silence will definitely not be able to last between our Pariah and the Rojini. Who is that person? I was told that it is a sage who is underground. He is someone who happened to create a friendship with the Glow. That is why we plan to develop Pariah until the war starts. Edwin thought hard about what Runa just said. If I could trade with the Rojini kingdom? If we could provide even a small amount of war materials, our merchant guild can instantly have enough strength that people will not be able to ignore us in the western continent. That is why I need to ask for your help there as well. Please serve as the guide for our Pariah's diplomatic envoy. Me? Yes. None of our desert warriors have really traversed the continent yet. We ask for your help. Runa said that before seeming to have thought of something, as he started to smile while looking toward Edwin. Even if it is just nominally, why doesn't Edwin Nim hold of Pariah's diplomat positions? Wouldn't it make it easier for you to move in the kingdom? Seeing Runa scratch the itchy spots on his back, Edwin started to smile as well, but he was getting a headache thinking about the materials he would need to provide right away. That was how Edwin and Runa started to come to an understanding with each other. All of Pariah's citizens praised their Glow Yulian until their lips became dry. This was especially true about the chiefs of the northern oases who were a new addition to Pariah. They sincerely swore their loyalty to Yulian. It was because Yulian was not treating their original oases differently than these newly acquired oases. They may have fought as enemies, but now they were all under the name of Pariah. The remunerations for dead warriors were the same regardless of which side they fought on, and there was no stripping of seniority or positions either. After using the large amount of materials that Edwin brought to win people's hearts over, there was still a lot for Yulian to do to successfully make Pariah feel like one tribe. But he had made up his mind to take care of all of these issues and started to work without stop. We're going to fly. Yulian hugged a child in each arm as he jumped up high into the sky. Kaya. The two babies started to laugh while in their father's arms. Grace and Violet were watching Yulian and the children, before looking at each other and silently starting to smile. It had been a long time since they were able to have family time like this. It was obvious for Yulian, but Grace and Violet both had their roles and responsibilities as well. They were all busy taking care of their duties that they sometimes even forgot to go to sleep at night.
Today, Yulian had pushed aside all work and made up his mind to spend time with his 2 wives and his children that he could watch forever without getting tired.
Yulian had not been able to see their faces that much because of work.
Since he had been longing for children for so long, Yulian's emotions were floating in the air right now.
Kaya iya.
The babies continued to laugh and Yulian's smile started to get wider and wider as well.
When will they grow up? Yulian jumped up and approached his wives as he mischievously asked, and Grace responded back. Why do you want them to grow up?
Of course it is to teach them martial arts.
Then help make them into strong warriors.
As for our beautiful Keenis, we will turn her into a beautiful woman like the 2 of you, but... Grace and Violet started to smile at the same time.
Yulian seemed like a complete child right now. It is too early.
Verikan and Keenis, you should just be hoping that they both grow up healthily right now.
Grace took Verikan away from Yulian while Violet took Keenis away and held her close. Yulian had a really sad expression as he looked toward the 2 of them.
Grace had given birth to a daughter named Keenis, while Violet gave birth to a son named Verikan. They may not have realized it, but both of them had protected the other's child before their own. It was true that Yulian was hoping for Grace to have a son, but both women were extraordinary individuals, that there did not seem to be any reason to worry.
Glow. At that moment, Runa appeared behind them and Yulian started to frown as he turned around. Didn't I say I was going to rest today?
Yulian was a bit sorry to Runa internally, but he really just wanted to rest today.
I am not here for work but to just talk to you about something.
It is also something that the mother of Pariaye and the chief shaman of the tribe Violet Nim can hear as well.
Just what is it? It is about changing the political structure of the tribe. Yulian had an expression that seemed to say that Runa was speaking nonsense as he asked. What kind of structure? I am talking about reforming the current Pariaye.
Instead of a tribe, we will develop a nation. Instead of having the chiefs pick the glow, we will develop a king like in the continent.
Yulian, as well as the 2 women were all shocked as they looked toward Runa.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 181. Book 5 to 5.3. Paria's meeting of greatest warriors gathered together once again. With their territory expanding and number of oases increasing, they determined that it would be impossible for everyone to gather together for a meeting. As a result, they grouped the oases into groups of 3, and picked a representative chief of each group. That was the reason about 30 people were gathered together for this meeting. Runa was the one to call for this meeting, and was the one to guide the discussion as well. Runa handed the lambskin that was prepared in advance to all of the chiefs before starting to speak. This is a list of what I consider to be the large issues for Pariaye right now. Ratio between men and women. The fortification of the Castle of Storm that is under construction. The stability of the Quicksand River and the trade routes in the unified Eastern Desert. A method to recover our currently empty finances. Succession of the glow. Conflict management between areas.
Many deep sighs could be heard around the room. Some of the items on the list were not as serious, but they had no method of dealing with some of the issues. It is something we need to make sure to discuss. That is why we have called all of the chiefs and greatest warriors over.
It is a good idea. There is a need to discuss all of these issues.
Everyone called down after Yurumaha, who was someone that Yulian trusted deeply and also had the respect of many of the chiefs, responded. It was time for them to settle these issues. In terms of our consistent issue of male to female ratio, I do not believe we can do anything about it immediately.
However, we must continue to work on it.
It is good news that the number of male children are starting to increase, but the basics of a nation are its people, and the basics of the desert are our warriors. Runa shared his thoughts and potential solutions for each of the problem areas, and the chiefs shared their concerns for the potential solutions as well. As they discussed the topics one by one, Runa suddenly dropped a bombshell once they reached the succession of the glow. I wish to change our tribe's method of selecting a glow to that of an absolute monarchy. The inside of the Peo fell into chaos at Runa's words, with whispers starting to appear all around the room. In order for Pariaye to develop, we need an absolutely strong driving force with no hindrances at all.
In addition, with our current system, we are not able to stand up against other nations.
With this current system, if something was to happen to Yulian Nim, Pariaye may end up falling back down to how it used to be. Runa, do not try to force this issue. I have not agreed with your idea yet. Having a center to rally around and the fact that it will bring stability is great. However, it is still possible with our current system. You cannot change tradition overnight. It is also not a tradition that should be easily thrown away. The person to state their opposition to Runa was actually Yulian himself. I am not saying we should be having the glow become a king-like in the continent with the chiefs serving as nobles or calling the warriors as knights. We can take our current titles and keep our desert's unique traditions alive. We can even share opinions in meeting of greatest warriors like we are doing right now.
If there is anything that is changing, it is just stability regarding the glow's bloodline. The only title that would really be changing is that we would be calling our tribe a nation. Do you mean that we will need to forever keep the Provoke family as the glow? At one of the chief's question, Runa nodded his head, as if to say that was obvious.
Yes. Please do not react negatively at the fact that the titles or system will change. Our Paria is not just a small country fighting over a few oases anymore. We need to establish a system that fits our status as a nation, as well as create a base that can stand up against the continent.
Runa looked toward Yulian before continuing on.
I am saying this because I believe that is the first step to reach the glow's dream. The same dream that initially stirred my desire to serve you.
I am talking about a strong nation that is self-sufficient. Silence filled the room once more. Everybody was looking around at one another.
Originally, the selection of the glow was determined by the recommendation of many of the chiefs. Of course, it had become hereditary as long as the household of the glow did not commit any critical mistakes or ended up dying. However, it was still different than having a king and letting the position be determined by the bloodline. They felt like it would make them miss out on potential future opportunities. You could see the conflicted expressions in everyone's eyes. If they could continue to have glows like their current glow, it would be possible to get all of them to agree. However, how could that be the case? If there are wise glows, there are bound to be stupid glows as well. The current system allowed them to select a wise glow while preventing a stupid person from becoming the glow. There were a lot of things people wanted to say, but nobody dared to say any of their thoughts out loud. They did not want to be the ones to say it, because it would come out as if they were saying a stupid person will be born in the Provoke bloodline. Just as Runa just mentioned, if this hero named Yulian was to disappear, it basically meant the end of the current Paria. That was how influencing Yulian was to Paria right now. I understand what the glow and May of the chiefdoms are worried about. To say it one more time, what I am suggesting is being reborn as a nation. In order to be a nation, a lot of preparations are needed. That is why it is important that we have a strong glow to control that, as well as making sure the education is in place for the glow of the next generation. Yarumaha responded on behalf of everyone as expected. We understand what Assistant Warrior Runa is trying to do. There are many people who agree. However, it is just difficult for us to destroy a tradition that has continued for so long. Nobody knows what will happen in the future. There is nothing to complain about our current glow. However, there is no way to know that it will be the same story with even his descendants. Yarumaha looked back and forth between Yulian and Pear before continuing on. As Assistant Warrior Runa mentioned, our Paria is no longer a small tribe but a strong nation that has unified the Eastern Desert. This Yarumaha agrees with you that we need to stabilize our territory and develop a new system. However, and I apologize to the glow for saying this, but we need to keep an escape route in case the worst possible scenario happens. What Yarumaha says is correct. I have studied the history of the continent before, and some nations have something called a senate, where they can show their opposition for the king's suggestion if all of them agree. It might be good to have a similar system with our chiefs meeting together like a senate. Runa sighed internally at Yulian's selfless words. Without a strong system for succession of power, it will be difficult to create stability in a short amount of time. Even if it is difficult to get an unanimous vote to oppose the king, if there is the possibility for a king to be opposed, that can end up as a source of weakness. Yulian seemed to know what Runa was thinking, as he looked toward Runa and asked with his eyes. What are you so worried about? Do I look that weak? The glow is not weak, but, Yulian may not have a problem, but it frustrated Runa as he thought about the next generation. Yulian may be the war god of the Eastern Desert, but he was a glow that frequently was in the front lines of war. The glow was still human. A human who could end up dead by a stray arrow. If he falls, his child will need to take power. At that time, this system will definitely end up a weakness. Subordinates under a weak leader are bound to work together to antagonize the leader. That was what Runa was worried about. Amazing. Just how far in the future are you thinking about? Shouldn't I at least plan up to the moment I die? The glow's dream is my dream as well. While Yulian and Runa were discussing with their eyes, the chiefs seemed to have made up their minds as well. They agreed with all of Runa's words before leaving. 4th month in the year 260 of the continental calendar. This was the end of the unified tribe of the Eastern Desert called Paria. After a long time of preparation, this was the birth of the unified nation of Paria. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 182. Book 5 to 5.4. With the birth of the nation of Paria, the distribution of power changed as well. The nation now had a domestic affairs and warrior divisions, with the chiefs and chieftains taking charge of the internal affairs of their individual oasis. About 3 people were sent to the largest oasis that Yulian was at to help institute the reorganization plan as well. This was very complicated and large scale that it took quite a lot of time. They needed to determine the rotation for sending warriors out to collect monsters' souls in black water. Taking care of monsters or wild animals to keep the oases safe were left to each individual oasis. Not only that, they also needed people who could come up with a way to utilize the women for different production-related tasks as well so that the nation could become self-sufficient. Other than the production-related tasks, they started to prepare individuals who could fill necessary positions in the future by training them on the history and culture of the continent, music, and agriculture. The reorganization was even larger on the warrior side. However, the greatest warriors were already very experienced and extremely literate. They were able to finish the reorganization by clearly labeling the different positions of status. If there was anything that changed, there was now a training center to train general warriors to veteran warriors, and a training center to train veteran warriors to lead warriors. Although experience was needed, this would help support their knowledge base for the positions. There were quite a lot of chaotic issues at first, but as time went on, people started to move to the positions they were suited for. Once they started to get used to the positions that fit their strengths, Paria quickly started to return to stability. 12th month in the year 260 in the continental calendar. A lot of people started to gather at this location that had changed its name from the watery oasis to Frost. The majority were chiefs and chieftains who were representing a portion of Paria, the greatest warriors, and the lead warriors. The reason all these people who were so busy they could barely blink were gathered here was because today was the day they were celebrating the completion of the first stage of the Castle of Storm. Yulian, as well as the many people gathered, were extremely satisfied with the large castle in front of their eyes. The construction was extremely large and had taken over 5 years, and this was the result of monopolizing 20% of Paria's population for the past 5 years. However, even with all of that effort and all of the money spent, it was just the end of the initial stage of construction. It still needed years of construction and repair before drawing in citizens. There also needed to build defenses around the castle as well. This castle still had a lot of remaining construction, and was still lacking quite a bit. However, the important factor was that they could now use this castle as the focal point to clash against the Silence Empire. Everyone started to take a look around the inside of the castle. We plan to dig a large trench around the castle in the near future. The continent uses water to prevent enemies from approaching the castle, but we will fill it with black water. In times of emergency, we will have an extra layer of defense once we light it on fire. It will be difficult to douse it with water because of the heat. We will have an extra method for castle defense. The chiefs and chieftains in charge of the internal affairs were interested in the offices and meeting rooms they were going to be using, while the greatest warriors were interested in the layout of the entire castle. It was because there was something else for them to study. Castle defense was something that even the experienced greatest warriors were not used to doing in the desert. After listening to Runa briefly explain the configuration of the castle, they went around looking at each area of the castle. Yulian walked with Grace and Violet to the rooms dedicated for them. Your offices are already finished. Since both of you are moving around so much to take care of stuff, we need to make it a little more comfortable for the two of you to work. And Violet, I also ordered them to create a separate prayer room for you. Thank you. Violet headed to the prayer room first. The door opened silently without making any noises. After entering the room, Violet almost started to cry. The interior of the prayer room looked exactly like the one back at the Shire. It wasn't like a good prayer room made it easier to determine fortunes or strengthen an incantation, but it was always easier to focus and chant somewhere you felt at peace. Violet had left her homeland alone as a woman to come to Paria where she knew absolutely nobody. She then confidently filled her position as the Glow's wife. At the same time, it was true that she had been lonely. Seeing the sights from her homeland like this made her extremely emotional. Even if you are busy, go visit the Shire once with her. Even if you or I am taking care of her, I'm sure she is still lonely. Everybody has been finding it hard to approach her since she replaced Tuma Takakanim as the chief shaman, so she has had a hard time getting close to people. Grace was whispering to Yulian while watching Violet, who was in front of her. I should do that. Since we are on the topic, we should take the children and visit Djnim as well. Grace's expression became much brighter as she happily responded. That sounds great. I've been worried because I have heard that father is not in the past as well. Seeing Grace's expression and hearing what she had to say, Yulian could easily tell how worried she must have been for a while. Even if her father was ill, she could not take a couple days off to go visit him because of her position and responsibilities as the mother of Pariah. Yulian's respect for his two wives shot up significantly at this time. Boom! The wind was cut with a loud noise as a large greatsword was flying toward its target. Ack. Yulian flung his body to the side to avoid this greatsword that had suddenly started to fly toward him and had to roll on the ground a couple times before finally getting up and starting to shout. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone? Yulian was shouting at Thrint, the owner of the sword. Thrint just stoically stared down at his greatsword before shaking his head. Still a far way to go. Seeing Thrint say that before starting to walk away, Yulian took out his sword and asked. Hey, just what do you mean? If it is not far, would I be dead? As Yulian pointed his sword at Thrint in disbelief, Thrint responded. Who knows? Then let me test it out as well. Let's see if it is still far or close. Yulian said that to Thrint before starting to attack as if it was a life or death battle. A battle between two people who reached the level of a low-tier master as the continent would call it was really a fierce battle that shook the earth and caused a storm. Many people started to gather together to watch their battle. People would shout out whenever one of the two ended up in a dangerous situation, while the children were cheering on their preferred warrior. There was nobody in Pariah that did not know about the Red Storm, and naturally, they had turned into the idol and the goal for the children and the young warriors. While Yulian and Thrint were continuing to battle without being able to determine a victor, one of the Red Storm warriors who was quickly running somewhere before seeing the two of them fighting shook his head and yelled out to them. All members have been called to gather. Stop fighting and start running. Once they heard the shout, Yulian and Thrint immediately stopped as if they had never been fighting in the first place, and followed behind their fellow member. What is going on? Weren't we supposed to be on break for a while? As Yulian asked while running, Thrint shook his head. By the time Thrint and Yulian arrived at the training area, the rest of the Red Storm warriors had already gathered. Haisha, who had officially been given the title of the leader of the Red Storm, was standing in front of the group. Boss, what is up? Yulian looked toward Haisha while asking. Haisha may have the title of leader, but other than during times of war, he really didn't have many responsibilities other than being the messenger between Yulian and the Red Storm. In addition, the Red Storm had always been treating each member as Hyung or one, so they all spoke informally with one another. After verifying that all of the warriors had gathered, Haisha started to speak. Here is the message from the Glonim. You are all ordered to develop one or two members for the second generation of the Red Storm. Underscore 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 1. Korean term for younger sibling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 183. Book 5 to 5.5. Second Red Storm? He mentioned he will create one every 10 years. This should be fun. Seeing all of the warriors having something to say, Haisha continued to speak. Based on the order of the senior, Yulian Nim is not allowed to teach anything to the second generation of the Red Storm. As a result, we will need to teach them each and every step of the way. He has asked that we take this seriously. They will be lucky to be taught by us. Just how much sorrow and pain did we have to experience? Yulian followed up with the other warrior's statement. It was at least a bit better when the glow taught us. That terror when we were taught by the senior. All of them started to shake at Yulian's words. This was a subconscious fear that automatically filled their hearts. Alright, just remember that and make sure to find your disciples before the glow comes to take a look. Are we supposed to teach young warriors? Or are we to find warriors who have completed their coming-of-age ceremony like we had been in the beginning? As one of the other warriors asked the question, Haisha responded. He has asked us to take on warriors who have completed their coming-of-age ceremony. That way, there will not be a long gap between us and them. In addition, when we have the time, we are to advise the young warriors in their martial arts. I'm lost as to how to convince them. It will not be easy to let go of the shamshir they had been using all this time. I don't think we will be able to convince them as well as the glow did with us. As one of the warriors started to speak with concern, Yulian started to speak.
The situation is different than with us. Right now, there will be plenty of people who want to join because of the Red Storm name. Make sure to pay attention to who you select.
They will be our successors. Everyone nodded their heads at Yulian's words. The glow mentioned he will come take a look in about a month, so let's make sure to prepare before he comes.
That is the end of the message.
Once Haisha dismissed them, all of the Red Storm warriors started to think about the young warriors they had been observing until now, or opening their eyes to find the young warriors they will start to teach. There was a total of 76 members of the second generation of Red Storm. Close to half of the first generation Red Storm had decided to teach 2 warriors. As he had instructed them to select 1 or 2 warriors, Yulian had no objections. Paria would only get stronger if their martial arts were taught to more warriors.
The young warriors were extremely happy being able to personally meet the glow and made up their mind to train diligently.
Starting from the next day, an endless amount of groans started to ring from both the training ground inside the castle, as well as the training ground outside the castle.
Edwin had entered the Rogini kingdom with the identity of the diplomat of Paria.
While setting down his belongings in the residence the kingdom had provided for him and taking care of business for his merchant guild, he was waiting for a meeting with the king. The king would have already received Yulian's message through a messenger, but after not being able to meet with the king after a couple of days, Edwin started to think that something was off. If he had come just as a merchant, it would be up to the king to decide whether or not to meet with him.
However, he had come this time as a diplomat of Paria.
I'm sure they are ignoring me because Paria is a desert tribe.
If not, why would I have heard nothing after waiting for 4 days?
It may just be a nominal position of diplomat from Paria, but as long as he had the title, Edwin felt like he needed to protect the name of diplomat. As Edwin made an official complaint to the Foreign Affairs Office of the Rogini Kingdom, the person in charge of reception started to speak. I have already made my report, so a response should come. Please wait. Seeing as how he had no other options, Edwin decided to wait a few more days. As a couple more days passed by without any information, Edwin felt like a mistake must have happened somewhere. If not, there was no way they would ignore a diplomat of a nation like this.
Edwin started to walk over to ask once more. Is there a mistake somewhere?
It has already been close to 10 days. We are not that free to just sit here for no reason.
The receptionist bowed his head and responded. I'm sorry.
It is being pushed back over and over.
I am extremely sorry for all of this. At first, Edwin thought that the receptionist wanted money.
There were things like this. A desire to look down and feel superior to someone else. It was difficult for citizens of a weak nation to even make it past the border without paying a bribe. The people in power had no problem pretending a merchant or visitor was a refugee and make things difficult for them. But after seeing the demeanor of the receptionist, Edwin felt like this wasn't the case. If the receptionist had wanted money, he would not be treating Edwin like this.
Just what seems to be the problem?
As Edwin asked with frustration, the receptionist could not respond and just continued to apologize over and over while asking Edwin to wait a bit more.
I will definitely let our king know and we will make sure to have you pay back this embarrassment. Honestly, Edwin had no reason to be nice.
No matter what anybody had to say, Paria was hard to invade now. All they were lacking right now was materials. At that moment, a man came out from behind the receptionist and whispered something in his ear.
The receptionist turned pale as he started to speak. We have received contact. You should be able to meet this afternoon.
It seems to have been delayed because someone insisted they needed to come up from a province quite a bit away when he heard that respected guests have arrived from Paria.
We ask for your deep understanding.
Seeing the receptionist coming at him so respectfully, Edwin no longer had any desire to act out.
May I ask who that person is?
He is the sword master of the Rogini Kingdom. After hearing the receptionist's answer, Edwin could finally completely get rid of the idea that he had been ignored. The fact that 2 out of 10 sword masters of the Rogini Kingdom had to see him showed how important Paria was, and just how important of an individual his glow Yulian was to the Rogini Kingdom. A servant came over in the afternoon to inform Edwin that the time had arrived.
Edwin looked over his outfit once more and followed the servant.
After passing through a long hallway, they arrived at a large door.
2 servants by the door opened the door and greeted Edwin in.
Edwin walked across the long yellow carpet and made eye contact with the person sitting on the chair before kneeling on one knee. Under the order of the Desert Conqueror, Paria's glow Yulian Provoked Nem, Edwin Papant is honored to meet with His Highness of the Rogini Kingdom. Rogini III, the king of the Rogini Kingdom, was shocked that a diplomat of Paria did not seem to be a person of the desert and started to speak.
I am also happy to meet with you, diplomat of Paria. However, are you a member of Paria?
I am a person of the Inama kingdom. However, I have a long-standing relationship with Paria that the glow of Paria thought highly of my low experience and gave me this honorable opportunity to meet with your Royal Highness. It is because the citizens of Paria are not yet aware of the customs or etiquette of the continent, so I dare to ask your Highness for his deep understanding.
Kakik.
I am not the stuck-up type to be offended by such things.
Thank you very much. Kakik. You mentioned you are a person of the Inama kingdom, but you seem to be pretty well aware of the castle etiquette.
I had expected a person of Paria to be extremely rough.
Please stand.
Edwin cautiously started to stand up at Rogini III's words. I read over the information that the King of Paria has sent over. To be honest with you, our diplomats threw quite a fit when you arrived that we needed to have a meeting. There were some masters who insisted they needed to meet with you as well.
I don't think any other diplomat would have been able to get this type of reception that you will be getting. Edwin bowed as he responded. This little diplomat is honored. Kakik.
I have already finished the response to send to your king, so you will return differently than the quiet entrance you had when you arrived.
Edwin started to smile internally at Rogini III's words.
That response pretty much meant that he has already approved of the alliance with Paria.
Then I will get up first as I have other things to attend to.
Edwin urgently kneeled once more as Rogini III leisurely stood up and left.
The fact that the king personally met with Edwin was showing quite the respect to Paria. The actual discussions about the alliance was something that needed to be discussed with the diplomats of the Rogini kingdom.
Not long after the king left, a receptionist led Edwin to another room.
The Rogini kingdom's Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Pumatrin, was in the room. Once Edwin entered, Pumatrin got up from the seat and greeted Edwin. Welcome. My name is Pumatrin Ro Shuttersai. Edwin Papent.
As soon as the two men sat down after their greeting, Pumatrin started to smile as he spoke.
His Highness is extremely happy right now.
For the valiant Paria to be the first to reach out to us about an alliance. Our Rogini kingdom had been planning on sending an envoy to Paria in the near future.
I represent all of Paria when I thank you for treating Paria so highly. The situation is not good right now, so let's both yield a bit to each other. The sooner this alliance can happen, the more options we will have in the future. Edwin nodded his head, pretending to agree. I agree.
No matter what it is, we need to do it in moderation.
However, the real question is who it is slightly more advantageous for. Runa had already told Edwin about a few things that they could not yield.
Runa had even told him that it would be good for everyone if the Rogini kingdom could become responsible for some of the materials that Edwin needed to gather.
Of course. Let us not miss out on the big fish because we are focused on getting a couple more small fish.
The two quickly started to share the conditions of their nation.
End of chapter. Next up. Establishment of the alliance. The alliance between Paria and the Rogini kingdom. That was the prelude to the war on the continent.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 184. Establishment of the Alliance. The alliance between Paria and the Rogini kingdom. That was the prelude to the war on the continent. Book 5 to 6.1.
The Silence Empire and the Rogini kingdom, the two strong nations of the eastern continent, had never had a good relationship with each other, but that relationship really started to turn bad during the last 10 or so years. Both nations knew very well that them going into war was the equivalent of the entire eastern continent going into war. Knowing that the damage would be significant, both nations just turned a blind eye to the other. The problem was that the Rogini kingdom turned their civil war, the worst possible situation, into an opportunity to reform. The Rogini kingdom did not reform too many items, but it was enough to shake the existing societal structure.
If you were to organize and explain those.
The lords who owned land can only force labor upon the people who live on their land. The lords may not tax their people more than 20%. Nobles may not kill the civilians unless one of the following situation occurs.
3 to 1.
The civilians put their hands on a noble.
Rest omitted.
If a civilian has their skills recognized and holds a government position, they must not be killed even if any of the conditions in 3 apply.
Just these 4 things.
The other nations of the continent all scoffed at the Rogini reform. If you could not force people to work and could not put your hands on them as you pleased, who would choose to work hard?
In addition, if the tax can only be 20%, how will they earn the money to maintain their mercenaries and elegance?
They all assumed it would fail. However, once they saw what was going on, they realized that the opposite of what they were expecting had happened.
The civilians whom everyone thought would not work very hard were working very hard. With a lowly 20% and sometimes even lower if they met a generous lord tax rate, it gave them the hope that they would be rewarded for working harder, different than when they were struggling to pay 50 or sometimes even higher percentage. With efficiency exponentially rising up and production increasing, that 20% tax ended up becoming more money for the lords than the higher percentages in the past. That result led to the country drawing in an unexpected number of refugees, which made the population of the Rogini kingdom increase too quickly. Their new problem was how to handle this large increase in population. As time flowed on like that, the Rogini kingdom started to get stronger and stronger, and they were about to become the leader in almost all aspects over their rivals the Silence. It was no wonder the Silence, as well as the other nations, went into a state of alert. Since they could not do anything about the internal situation of the Rogini kingdom, the Silence could only slowly start to enforce an even stronger reform for themselves. In order to fend off the Rogini, they also found a method called heightened tension on the borders. However, the Rogini kingdom did not respond as the Silence expected. They had expected the Rogini kingdom to adequately respond, but the Rogini started to respond in force. There were not many times that they had put this much strength in the border area in the history of the two nations. This led to the alliances and provinces of the two nations getting involved, and the two nations could only watch with heightened tension as time went by. They were both waiting until they were certain they would be the victor. This is beyond what I was expecting. My belief about the village tribes have been shattered. One of the knights let out his admiration for the majestic castle in front of his eyes. It is a well-designed castle. It will be very difficult to siege it. We are knights who have come to escort the envoy to create an alliance. We are not here to go into war, so make sure not to say offensive things like that even if it is just hypothetical. Everybody shut up once the young knight in charge of the brigade gave a stern warning. This young knight was usually quiet, but continued to come at you if you did something wrong. They wanted to prevent such situation from being targeted at themselves. The young knight was looking at the scene in front of him. The Castle of Storm, they must have put in quite a lot of work to build this. Are they planning on going against the Silence Empire? While the young knight was deep in thought, the Rogini envoy was slowly approaching the Castle of Storm. Wow! So cool! It's a different feel than our warrior Nims. The children were shouting with amazement as the knights went by. Seeing the children look at them with gazes of respect, some of the nobles and knights felt a chip on their shoulder. Receiving this type of admiration in a foreign nation felt a little special. As some of them started to take out small pouches of coins and silver to hand out, some of the leaders quickly stopped them. That type of action can touch on Pariah's pride, so please be cautious of your actions. The nobles and knights stopped their action at the leader's words. The Rogini kingdom was used to the tradition of handing out coins and silvers when the nobles, especially young nobles with high potential, were walking by. It probably originated from the nobles wanting to feel superior to the poor people rushing to pick up the coins, but realistically, it was a means of survival for some of the poor. With that being the case, it naturally became the tradition as the nobles who handed out money started to get a good reputation. This was especially the case for young ladies who were of marriageable age, as such reputation raised their value in society. Of course, now a lot of the poor were doing much better in the Rogini kingdom, but this tradition had still continued on. That was why some of the young people were about to do the same in Pariah out of habit. The envoy safely made it into the castle, and two people entered as representatives to meet with Yulian. Welcome, esteemed guests of Pariah. Yulian stood up from his seat and opened his arms to welcome them. The person in charge of the envoy, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Count Pumatrin, respectfully bowed his head. It is my honor to meet with the great glow of Pariah. You have worked hard coming such a far way. Yulian happily greeted him and looked toward the knight standing next to Pumatrin. White hair. Familiar face. Yulian wanted to greet him right away, but held back because he thought it would not be respectful to Pumatrin, who was in charge of the envoy. Eisen. After finishing his greetings with Pumatrin, Yulian finally called his name. Eisen Pon Deviong, Knight of the Rogini Kingdom, greets Pariah's glow Yulian Nim. Have you been well? Ha ha ha. To see you again like this, I never expected it. I have heard a lot from Edwin. Yulian recalled the memory of going to the magic tower with Eisen and headed over to give Eisen a hug. I was extremely shocked and happy to hear that an envoy had arrived from Pariah. That was why I came along with the envoy. Eisen Pon Deviong, the 10th master of the Rogini Kingdom. He was also the deputy chief of the Rogini Kingdom's pride and joy, the Red Eagle Knight Brigade. The reason someone like Eisen, who should not be leaving the border area, took the risk to do so like this was to see Yulian, who had shared life and death with him. At first, he had no idea what the glow of Pariah symbolized.
It was only much later that Aizen learned that the man he called Hyung on their travels was the king of a desert tribe. Aizen had a lot of affection for Yulian after everything they had been through with each other on their journey. There was no way he could ever forget about it. That was why he quickly rushed back from the border when he heard that an envoy had arrived from Paria so that he could come alone.
Yulian looked around before starting to speak.
Runa, please lead our guests to their quarters and make sure they have no discomfort while they are here.
Yes, blow. Runa ordered a couple of people to lead the Rogini envoy to their quarters while Yulian was speaking with Aizen. Did Wei Nim come with you as well? Once Yulian brought up Wei, Aizen's expression quickly turned dark. She is no longer here. She may be alive, or. Yulian realized something must have happened at Aizen's answer and did not ask anything else.
There was no reason to bring up the remaining scars. Aizen soon recovered and started to speak toward Yulian.
My wife has come with me this time. I wanted to show her the mysterious sights of the desert. She must have been bored on the way here. The only thing you can see on the trip is sand. Let me introduce her to you.
Of course.
Yulian followed Aizen out. Honey, this is the Hyung Nim I was talking about.
He is now the king of Paria.
Aizen opened the door to the stagecoach and carefully escorted a woman out. Wei Nim?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.